Welcome back to Paranormal M. Can't sleep again, huh? Alright, get comfy, lie down, throw on your headphones, and let yourself sink into some paranormal stories. I hope this helps you relax, or at least keeps you good company. Honestly, this is one of the reasons I love doing this so much. It feels like I'm right there with you, keeping you company in the dark. Thank you so much for sending in your paranormal experiences. Don't be shy, keep them coming. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos. Alright, let's get into it. You know, every time someone asks me about the scariest thing that's ever happened to me, my mind goes straight back to the summer of 2024. I was living in Belgium back then, but all I could think about was getting out for a while, working somewhere sunny. I became obsessed with finding a summer job in southern Italy. I'm talking hours and hours every day, scrolling through job ads until all the descriptions started to blur together. And then I saw it. This ad that looked, honestly, too perfect. They offered a little studio already ready for the employee, vegetarian food stocked in the fridge, decent working hours, and even said something like, "We value a peaceful environment for our staff." It felt like the universe had finally thrown me a bone. So I said yes. I packed my bags with this mix of excitement and that tiny knot of fear you get when you know you're about to change your life, but you don't know how. Then I flew to Italy, to this tiny village near the coast. When I arrived, I discovered I wouldn't be alone in the apartment. There were two other seasonal workers already there, both from different countries, Anna from Spain and Chloe from France. They greeted me with these huge smiles. We hugged like we'd known each other for years, and for a moment I remember thinking, this is it. This is going to be the summer I'll talk about when I'm old. The first day was normal. Kind of wonderful, actually. We spent the afternoon unpacking, joking, planning weekend trips we probably wouldn't even have the budget for. We cooked pasta, shared a bottle of cheap wine, and tried to convince ourselves we weren't nervous about starting work. But even that first evening, something felt off. It's hard to explain. The apartment itself was pretty. White walls, tiled floors, a little balcony with a view of olive trees. But the air inside was heavy, like you'd walked into a room where someone had just had a terrible argument and then left without opening a window. By the end of that first night, all three of us were weirdly emotional. You know when you're exhausted and suddenly everything makes you want to cry? It was like that, but there was no reason. We kept looking at each other going, I don't know what's wrong with me, and laughing it off. But our hands were shaking. We even joked about leaving before we'd started, except it wasn't really a joke. The second day was our first official day at work. That's when we met the boss. His name was Paolo. On paper, he was polite. He didn't yell or swear. But the moment he opened his mouth, something in me recoiled. His energy was cold. That's the only word I have for it. He had this way of looking through you, like he was measuring every move you made. He'd give us instructions without really looking at our faces, like we were tools instead of people. He never raised his voice, but somehow you always felt like you were already disappointing him. By the third day, Anna and Chloe were done. They were both shaking, eyes red from crying. They packed their things in this mechanical way, like they just needed to move, needed to leave. I helped Anna zip her suitcase while she kept repeating, I can't stay here, I can't. They booked the earliest train they could find and just left. And I stayed. I didn't have enough money for a ticket home yet. I told myself I'd work a little longer, get paid at least once, and then decide. Because by then, things had already started. When Anna and Chloe were still there, we'd sometimes hear footsteps in the empty bedroom across the hall. You know that very distinct sound of someone walking on tiles? Heel, toe, heel, toe. Except we'd all be together in the living room when it happened. That's why, after the first couple of nights, We decided to sleep in the same room. 3 mattresses on the floor, like a sleepover, but not the fun kind. More like survival. Sometimes we'd come back from work and find handprints on the inside of the windows, small, greasy smudges, as if someone had pressed their hands there and then slid them down slightly. We blamed the heat, the humidity, each other. We said, maybe we did that without noticing. But we knew we didn't. Doors would slam when no windows were open. We'd leave our keys on the little table by the entrance and come back to find them on the kitchen counter. Anna would swear she'd left her book on the bed and find it standing upright on the shelf, as if someone had placed it there carefully. We kept saying, "It's just the wind," or "We're tired, we're imagining things." But it was there, that feeling that something in that place did not want us there. Still, the worst night came after the others had already gone. It was my first night completely alone in the apartment. I remember cooking something simple, just pasta with tomato sauce, and trying to convince myself I was fine, that I was strong, that fear was stupid. And then the chair in front of me moved. Just a little. A soft scrape on the tiles, like someone had nudged it with a knee as they sat down. I froze. My fork stopped halfway to my mouth. I waited for some rational explanation to appear in my head and nothing. A few minutes later, one of the doors slammed shut so hard the walls shook. I jumped up, checked all the windows. Every single one was closed. And then the handprints started, one by one, on the living room window, on the kitchen window, on the glass door to the balcony. It was like something was pressing from the outside, trying to get in, except the prints were on the inside. I counted 7. I will never forget that number. 7 handprints. I kept telling myself I was tired, that someone must have touched the windows earlier, and the marks just became visible with the humidity. But even as I thought it, I didn't believe myself. Then came the sound that haunts me the most. A violent slam from the end of the hallway, from the room I never used. The cold room, I called it. It was always a few degrees colder than the rest of the apartment. The air in there smelled stale, like something old and damp had been trapped for years. I had locked it on purpose and avoided it as much as I could. But that night, the bang came from there. The light under the door flickered, on, off, on again. I stared down the hallway, heart pounding so hard it felt like it was echoing off the walls. The door started to rattle, not like a breeze, but violently, like someone, or something, was shaking it from the inside. Then I heard it. Wings. Dozens and dozens of wings. The frantic, dry, fluttering sound, like paper being shredded in the air. I don't even know how I got the courage to go closer, but I did. When I reached the door, I saw the key lying on the floor, a little distance from the lock, like it had been pushed out from inside. I picked it up with shaking hands, unlocked the door, and pushed it open. The windows were wide open. The room was full of insects, moths, mosquitoes, flies, swarming around the ceiling lamp, colliding with each other, hitting the walls. The light flickered as they crashed into it. The air was thick with this humming, buzzing chaos. That was it for me. My body just decided. I grabbed my bag, my phone, whatever was closest, and ran downstairs to Luca's place. I knocked like my life depended on it. He opened the door, half asleep, and I just said, "Can I sleep here tonight?" He didn't ask many questions. He just let me in. I never told him what I'd seen. I didn't want to say it out loud, as if speaking about it would somehow invite it back. A few days later, I ended up talking to one of the older employees, an Italian woman named Teresa. She'd been working there for about 3 months before I arrived. We were on a break, sitting on crates behind the building, and I finally opened up. I told her everything, about the footsteps, the handprints, the doors, the insects. She listened quietly, and when I finished, she just nodded and said, "I'm not surprised." Then she told me her story. When she first arrived, she was completely alone on the property. 3 apartments, all part of the business, in the middle of nowhere. No neighbors, no town noises. The nearest village with a bar or a shop was a 2-hour walk away. There was barely any phone signal, no Wi-Fi. And even then, when she knew for sure that the upper apartment was empty, she would hear furniture being dragged across the floor above her. Heavy pieces, chairs scraping, a table being moved, sometimes in the middle of the night. "There is something wrong with that place," she said quietly. But I needed the job. A week later, Luca and I both decided we were done. He handed in his resignation first. I told myself, "Okay, tomorrow morning. I'll do it tomorrow. Tonight, I'll just breathe." To celebrate that tiny bit of courage, we went out to the only bar in town. It was a small place with plastic chairs and a TV playing some football match in the corner. We drank too much, laughed louder than usual, tried to chase away that sense of being watched that had been sitting on our shoulders for days. We knew exactly what time we left the bar, around midnight. We knew what time we got back to the property. We remembered the way the gravel crunched under our feet, the way the gate squeaked when we pushed it open. We remembered sitting on his tiny balcony for a while, sharing a last drink, talking about what we'd do once we left. These are small details, but you'll see why I'm telling you. The next morning, Luca was packing. Suitcase open on his bed, clothes half folded, his passport on the table. I sat down with my laptop at the kitchen table in his apartment, finally ready to write my resignation email. I opened my inbox and saw a new message from Paolo. The subject line said, "Termination of contract." At first, I thought it was some kind of mistake. I opened it, ready to argue, and then I started reading. My blood ran cold. The email described my evening, not just in vague terms, in detail. The time we left the bar, the exact time we entered the property through the gate, that Luca and I sat on his balcony first, that I was drinking a gin and tonic and he had a beer. It mentioned a joke I'd made about the creepy olive trees in the dark. It mentioned what time the balcony light went off. It even mentioned the moment when I said, "Tomorrow I'm finally telling him I quit." And Luca said, "I'll be gone by then." Line after line, it matched what had happened. Things only the 2 of us could possibly have known. I felt physically sick. I showed the email to Luca. His face went white. We didn't even need to say anything. We just looked at each other and then started searching. We turned my apartment upside down first. Suddenly, so many things clicked into place. That constant feeling of being watched. The way Paolo would mention small things we'd done, little habits, as if he'd just guessed. The way the lights sometimes flickered right when we said something about quitting. The shadows that seemed to move when no one was there. I don't know how much of what happened in that apartment was supernatural, and how much was just a mind slowly cracking under stress, fear, and the knowledge of being watched. What I do know is that after we found those cameras, I didn't stay another night. I booked the first flight I could afford, stuffed everything into my suitcase without even folding it, and left. I didn't go back upstairs to check if I'd forgotten anything. I didn't look up at the windows as the taxi drove away. And Luca and I, we never really spoke about it again. We stayed in touch, but we never brought up that summer, that apartment, or Paolo. Some things, I think, stay with you whether you talk about them or not. But this is the first time I've told the whole story like this. So yeah, that was my perfect summer job in Italy. Beautiful on paper, haunted in every possible way. Okay, so let me tell you about the weirdest thing that ever happened to me at work. This was back in the fall of 2018. I was working as a concierge at a hotel in Houston. Saturday mornings were always slow, especially before 7. The lobby would be quiet, just that low hum from the air conditioning and the occasional sound of someone rolling a suitcase across the tile. Most weekends, it was just me and my favorite bellman, Eli, holding down the fort. We had this little ritual: slow start to the day, coffee in hand, and a good long chat before the rush of checkouts and guest requests. Eli was really into photography, like actually good at it, not just, I have an Instagram. So that morning, I pulled up some photos on the front desk computer to show him. They were these gorgeous, moody shots from Big Bend out in West Texas. Dusky skies, those crazy rock formations, the kind of light that makes everything look like a painting. They'd been taken by one of my best friends, a guy named Marcus. Earlier that year, Marcus had taken his own life. He'd struggled with depression for a long time, and no matter how much we tried to be there for him, he kept everyone at arm's length when it came to getting real help. Losing him, it knocked the wind out of me. Those photos were from the last road trip our group of friends took together before he died. So I'm standing there at the concierge desk, Eli next to me, both of us leaning over the monitor looking at those pictures. For a second, the hotel just kind of fades into the background, and it's like I'm back in that desert, laughing with him while he explains shutter speed for the 100th time. I glance at the time and realize, okay, we're about to get slammed with people checking out. So I close the browser tab, take this deep breath, and say out loud, kind of to myself but kind of to the universe, I really miss my friend Marcus Hale. And I swear to you, the hail was barely off my lips when the concierge phone rang. Now, our phone system at the desk showed the names that were on the reservations. So I look down at the caller ID, and it says, Hale, Marcus. For a second, my brain just stops. I literally froze. Then my body caught up to what I was seeing. I jabbed my elbow into Eli's side, harder than I meant to, and just pointed at the phone display with my mouth hanging open. Eli leaned over, saw the name, and we both just stared at each other like, are you seeing this too? Instinct finally kicked in. I snapped a quick photo of the phone screen with my own phone, then picked up the receiver and tried to sound like a normal, functioning adult. Good morning. This is the concierge desk. This is Anna speaking. How can I help you, Mr. Hale? On the other end, this totally normal, friendly guy goes, Hey, yeah, sorry to bother you. The toilet in my room keeps flushing by itself. I just wanted to let you know before I check out. I'm still trying to process the name thing, so I'm stumbling through the usual apologies and, we'll send someone up right away. While I'm mid-sentence, he pauses and says, Oh, wait, never mind. It just stopped. Huh. Okay, well, sorry about that. Have a good day. And he hangs up. I slowly put the phone back in the cradle and just look at Eli like, what just happened? That kind of look where you're half amused, half freaked out, and you don't have a box in your brain to put it in. Eli's eyes are huge. He just keeps saying, no way, no way, no freaking way. The only one with that name in the entire database. I just sat there for a minute, staring at the screen, feeling this weird mix of comfort and goosebumps. It wasn't scary, exactly. More like somebody winking at you from behind a curtain you didn't know was there. The thing is, in life, Marcus was the last person who would have believed in anything paranormal. He was all about science, logic, numbers. He loved calculating probabilities just for fun. He'd roll his eyes at ghost stories and say, you know the odds of that actually being something supernatural? And that's what gets me. Because if he were here, and I told him this story, I know he'd immediately start trying to work out the math. What are the chances that, at the exact moment I say his full name out loud, a hotel guest with the same name, which we've never had before, just happens to call my desk? The odds, as he would put it, would be infinitesimally small. So maybe it was just one of those freak coincidences. Maybe that's all it was. But sitting there in that quiet lobby, with the phone still warm in my hand and his photos fresh in my mind, it felt like Marcus somehow found a tiny crack in the universe to send me a little wave. And honestly, I choose to believe that's exactly what he did. So, this one is my Uncle Vijay and Aunt Lata's story. They still bring it up every time the family gets together, you know? It'll be late, everyone will have eaten, kids are half asleep, and someone will say, "Are Vijay chacha, wo purana ghar wala kissa sunaiye?" And he'll pretend he's tired, but he always tells it. This happened in 2001, just after they got married. At that time, they were really starting from scratch. One second-hand scooter that coughed more than it ran, 2 metal trunks with all their clothes and utensils, a small black and blue TV, and a few plastic chairs. That's it. My uncle had just got a government job in Lucknow, and they rented a small house just off the Lucknow-Kanpur road, near Banthra side, maybe 3 kilometers from his office. The house was on a side lane, a little isolated, with fields on one side and a mango orchard behind it. The landlord, Sharmaji, lived in the city. He was maybe in his late 50s back then. He told them the place used to belong to his uncle who had passed away suddenly. On paper, it was a simple single-story house, but my aunt says it had a certain feel to it. 2 small rooms, a narrow veranda, and a courtyard with a big old mango tree leaning slightly towards the house. In summer, she said, the smell of raw mangoes would drift into the kitchen, and the shade made the whole place feel softer, less lonely. She actually loved that tree in the beginning. For the first few weeks, everything was normal. They were newly married, busy figuring out life. Office, cooking, arguing about who forgot to buy vegetables, that sort of thing. They didn't think of the house as anything special, just cheap and close to the highway. Then one afternoon, when my uncle was at work, my aunt decided to properly clean out an old wooden cupboard that had come with the house. It was built into the wall of the back room, stiff hinges, smelling of camphor and dust. Tucked behind a pile of old newspapers, she found a small bell. It was made of copper, not shiny like the ones you see in temples, but dark, almost reddish-brown, as if it had been handled a lot and never cleaned. Around the rim there were tiny little figures carved. She thought they were just decorative at first, little dancing shapes. She liked how old it looked. So she washed it, wiped it nicely, tied a bit of red thread through the loop, and hung it near the kitchen entrance, just above where she had kept their small puja shelf. That's when things started becoming strange. At first, it was small. In the middle of the day, when she was alone, she'd hear it. Just a soft ting, ting, like someone barely touching it with a fingernail. She thought it was the wind, or maybe a rat brushing past. Old houses make weird sounds, right? So she ignored it. But then one night, this is the part she hates remembering. It was around 1:30 or 2 a.m. They were both asleep. The fan was on, highway sounds in the distance. Suddenly she woke up with this feeling that something was wrong. You know, that sudden jolt, like your mind is pulled to attention. And she heard it. Not soft anymore. The bell was ringing hard, fast. Ting, 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 like someone was shaking it angrily, non-stop, right there in the kitchen. It wasn't wind. It wasn't an accident. It sounded deliberate. She shook my uncle awake. "Vijay, suno, suno." At first he grumbled, "Kya hai sone do?" But then he heard it too. They both sat up, just listening. The moment they stepped out of the bedroom and walked towards the kitchen, the sound stopped. They checked the bell. It was hanging perfectly still. After that night, my aunt says she stopped feeling alone in that house, even when nobody else was there. A few days later, she had her first sighting. It was late, maybe around midnight. My uncle had extra work, so she was alone. She went to bolt the front door and, out of habit, glanced towards the courtyard and the mango tree. There was a man standing under it. Tall, wearing a white kurta and dhoti. But the strange thing was, she couldn't see his face clearly. She said it was like the moonlight just refused to fall there. She could see the folds of his clothes, the bare feet, even the way his shoulder angled slightly towards the house. But where the face should have been, there was just shadow. He didn't move. He didn't walk closer. He just stood there, facing the house, as if he was watching. My aunt froze. You know when your mind is screaming, shut the door, but your hand won't move? She stood there for a full minute, heart pounding, then slammed the door, bolted it, and didn't open it again till my uncle came home. When she told him, he brushed it off. अरे, कोई मजदूर होगा या कोई रात को गुजरा होगा. थक गई हो तुम, ज़्यादा सोच रही हो. But the next week, he came home late himself. He was riding back on the scooter around 11:30 p.m. The street light in front of the house had gone off, typical, so the only light was from a distant pole and the half moon. As he parked, he felt that prickly sensation, like someone was watching him from behind. He turned towards the mango tree, and he swears he saw someone standing half hidden. He told them that many years ago, around the time of the 1857 rebellion, he said, the area behind those orchards had been used as a cremation ground during the unrest. बहुत अशांति में जो लोग मारते हैं, उनकी जगह पहचान अलग हो जाती है, is how he put it. Then he asked about the previous owner. When my uncle mentioned that Sharmaji's uncle had lived there and was fond of rituals, the pundit gave a small, knowing nod. He told them he'd heard stories that the old man used to do strange midnight practices in the courtyard, lighting lamps, ringing a bell, chanting alone. The pundit did a havan right there in the courtyard that afternoon. My aunt remembers the smell of ghee and burning camphor, and how the house actually felt lighter while the fire was going. He chanted for a long time, sprinkled water in every room, then finally picked up the bell with a red cloth. Instead of taking it away, he walked to the base of the mango tree. He told my uncle to dig a small pit there. They placed the bell inside, wrapped in the cloth, along with some flowers and holy ash. Before covering it, he said, almost under his breath, "Jahan se bulaya gaya hai, wahi bandh diya jaye." Then he warned them, very clearly, "Ghar chhod dijiye jitni jaldi ho sake. कुछ चीज़ें सिर्फ घास फुसल नहीं, जगह से जुड़ी होती है." That night, they didn't sleep properly. It was quiet for a while, and they started to think maybe the ritual had worked. Then, around 3 a.m., my aunt woke up again. No sound, no reason, just that same tight feeling in her chest. And then they heard it. Not the bell this time. It was the sound of digging. Outside, near the mango tree. A slow, rhythmic scrape. Tuck, scrape, tuck, like someone dragging a spade in the soil and dropping it. My uncle got up, went to the window that opened towards the courtyard, and very slowly pulled the curtain aside. He told us that till the end of his life, he won't forget what he saw. There was no one there, but the soil under the mango tree, right where they had buried the bell, was moving, as if something underneath was pushing up, trying to come out. The earth rose a little, then fell, then rose again. There was no wind, no animal, nothing visible, just that horrible sight of the ground shifting on its own. And faintly, very faintly, he heard a bell ring once. Just once. He shut the window so fast he almost broke the latch. By morning, when they went out with the neighbor, the ground was flat, completely smooth, as if no one had dug there in years. No loose mud, no marks, nothing. Within 3 days, they had packed their things and left that house. My uncle took a room in a crowded colony closer to the city, and even though the rent was higher and the place was noisy, they both said they slept better. A few years later, when the highway was expanded, that whole cluster of houses was demolished. The spot where their house stood is now somewhere near a petrol pump, if you go by their rough memory. But here's the thing. Truck drivers who regularly drive that stretch still tell stories. You know how highway tales travel: chai stalls, dabas, late-night gossip. Some say that on certain hot April nights, when mango season begins and the air smells a little sweet, they see a man in white walking along the edge of the road near the old orchard line. Tall, slow steps, head slightly lowered. They say sometimes they hear a faint ting, ting of a bell, even though there's no temple around, no village close by. But every year, when April comes and the first mangoes appear in the market, if he has to travel between Lucknow and Kanpur, he quietly adjusts his route. He'll take a longer way or an earlier bus, anything to avoid that particular stretch. And at home? If anyone ever takes out a brass or copper bell near him, during Diwali, during puja, even just to admire it, he smiles politely, makes some excuse like, "Chai dekh ke aata hoon," and leaves the room. He never looks at the bell, and he never, ever stays in a house that has a mango tree in the courtyard. All right, let me just tell you this straight, like we're sitting over a coffee together. So, this happened years ago, back in 2006. I remember the timing really clearly because it was during the World Cup, the one where Zidane did that infamous headbutt. That's basically how I timestamped the whole thing in my head. I was away with work, staying at this old country hotel just outside Leeds, Rosebridge Manor Hotel. Beautiful place from the outside, very postcard perfect, long driveway, big old trees, that sort of thing. I was there for a 3-day training course with my then employer. Nothing exciting, just corporate stuff. I checked in like normal. No alcohol involved, by the way. I'm not much of a drinker anyway, and I definitely hadn't had anything that night. They gave me room 214 on the second floor. The room itself was pretty standard. Bed, TV, tiny desk, slightly old-fashioned decor. The only thing I really noticed was how warm it was. It was midsummer, and there was no air conditioning. Just one of those useless little fans in the corner that seems to move hot air from one side of the room to the other. Anyway, night 1. I get ready for bed, watch a bit of football, and eventually drift off. All totally normal. At some point in the night, I've no idea what time it was still dark. I became aware that I was awake, but my eyes were still closed. You know that odd in-between state where you know you're conscious, but you haven't moved yet? I was in that. And the first thing I noticed was the temperature. Remember how I said it had been too hot to sleep? Now suddenly it felt like someone had opened every window in the middle of winter. It was freezing. Not just a bit chilly, properly, unnaturally cold. I was under the duvet and still shivering. Then I got that feeling. You know when you just know someone else is in the room, even if you can't hear or see them yet? That heavy awareness, like the air's got weight to it. That's exactly how it felt. I was completely still, eyes closed, and my brain was just going, there is someone in here. On top of that, there was this strange smell. Not like damp or cleaning products, more like a metallic, sharp smell. Almost like blood, but I don't want to be dramatic. Just metal. Cold, stale, metallic air. And I know, these are all the cliches of a ghost story. Cold room, weird smell, sense of presence. If I was hearing this from someone else, I'd roll my eyes a bit too. But I'm just telling you what I actually experienced. So I'm lying there thinking, right, Either there is someone standing over me, or I'm about to freak myself out for no reason. I decided to move. I rolled onto my back and opened my eyes. And I swear to you, even now, all these years later, I can still see it as clearly as if it was a photo. There, just a few feet above me, was the head and shoulders of a man. Semi-transparent. Not solid like you or me, but not mist either. Just there. Exactly like how they show ghosts on TV. You can see the features, but you can also see through them. He was facing me, looking straight into my eyes. His expression was not friendly. He wasn't screaming or anything, but there was this tight, angry look on his face, like he was absolutely furious that I was there. Dark hair, maybe in his 40s or 50s, old-fashioned shirt, collar slightly open. It all registered in a split second. And then he moved. He lunged towards me, still just head and shoulders, but he rushed forward, closing the distance between us. It wasn't slow or floaty. It was sudden and deliberate. Like he'd decided, you, out. And here is the part I still can't explain about myself. I literally rolled onto my side, squeezed my eyes shut, and thought, I'm not doing this. I'm going back to sleep. And that's what I did. As if that's a normal reaction when an angry ghost flies at your face. The next morning I woke up and the room was warm again. Sunlight coming in through the curtains, birds outside, all very ordinary. And I immediately started rationalizing the whole thing. You know the drill. You were half asleep. It was a dream. You imagined the cold, the smell, the man. You've seen too many horror movies. Get a grip. I basically talked myself out of it in my head. By the time I went down to reception, I'd mostly filed it under weird, but whatever. So I'm sitting in one of the armchairs in the reception area, waiting for the others from my course to come down. I remember scrolling through my phone, half awake, half people watching. Behind the desk were two receptionists chatting to a guest who was checking out. I wasn't paying attention until I heard one of them say, in this cheerful voice, "Oh, and did you sleep all right? You weren't in 214, were you? That one's got our ghost." You know that feeling when every hair on your arm stands up at once? Yeah, that. I stayed completely still and kept my eyes on my phone, but my ears were doing all the work. The other receptionist laughed and started explaining. "We've got this regular visitor," she said. "An older man. Head and shoulders, sort of appears just above the bed, looks very cross. He used to own the house when it was a private manor, and he absolutely hates people in that room. If someone's in his bed, he sometimes rushes at them, puts the fear of God into people." I'm sitting there thinking, "You're kidding me." She went on. 214 was apparently his favorite room when he lived here. Every so often, guests say the room goes freezing cold, they smell something strange, and then he appears over them and kind of lunges. We've had a few requests for room changes because of him. Everything she said matched what I'd experienced. The cold, the smell, the head and shoulders thing, the angry face, the rush towards me. And of all the rooms in that place, she named my room. At that point, the other guest wandered off towards the door, and I just couldn't sit there anymore. I got up, walked straight over to the desk, and said, "Sorry, I probably shouldn't admit this, but I was in 214 last night." Both receptionists looked at me. One of them raised her eyebrows, sort of half amused, half expecting what was coming. So I told them. I told them about waking up freezing cold, the metallic smell, opening my eyes and seeing this angry man's head and shoulders above me, and him rushing forward. And I admitted the stupid part, that I just rolled over and went back to sleep. They didn't look surprised, not even a little bit. One of them nodded and said, "Yeah, that's him. Same as everyone else describes. You're not the first, and you probably won't be the last." I asked if I could change rooms for the rest of my stay, and they were completely fine about it. Almost too casual, actually, like this was just part of the job. They moved me to a different wing of the hotel, and the rest of my nights there were totally uneventful. No ghosts, no cold, just normal, creaky old building stuff. Of course, after I got home, curiosity got the better of me. I looked the place up and found out that it's considered a pretty haunted hotel. There's an actual backstory about the original owner, various sightings, and they even do ghost tours and ghost hunting evenings there now. But those receptionists had no idea who I was. They didn't know what I'd seen, which room I'd been in, or even that I was listening. And yet, they described in detail exactly what I'd experienced, right down to the way he appears and the room he favors. That's the bit I can't rationalize away. And maybe this is another weird part of it. Growing up, my Aunt Laura always swore she'd seen a couple of ghosts in her life. I used to listen, half fascinated, half skeptical, thinking, yeah, okay, sure, maybe. It did make me wonder, though, whether only some people can see these things, or whether it's just a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Or the right place, depending on how you look at it. All I know is that in the summer of 2006, in room 214 of a hotel outside Leeds, I saw something I cannot explain away. And as much as the rational part of my brain still tries to poke holes in it, there's another part of me that just quietly says, no, that was real. So, let me tell you about something that happened a few summers ago. It was late July in eastern Kentucky, the kind of summer where the air feels heavy even after the sun goes down. My family and I were going to visit my grandpa in the nursing home after his stroke. I'll be honest with you, I didn't know what he would look like, or if he'd even remember me. The only reason I worked up the courage to go in was because my cousin Leo came along. Somehow having him there made me feel braver, like we were in it together. When we walked through the automatic doors, the first thing I felt was this cold blast of air conditioning on my sweaty skin. The place smelled like disinfectant and something I still can't quite describe. In the waiting area, there were a bunch of older folks sitting in wheelchairs or on couches, some watching TV, some just staring. We visited Grandpa for a while, talked a bit, held his hand, listened to him repeat the same stories he always told us, just now. When it was time to go, my grandma and my aunt were at the front desk signing us out. That's when my sister, my cousin Leo, and I decided to wander a little. You know how kids are when they're bored. We were making dumb jokes, trying not to laugh too loud, just kind of trailing down the hall without really thinking about where we were going. And then we saw her. At the very end of the hallway, an elderly woman sat in a wheelchair just outside her room. The hallway lights made everything feel a little yellow and too quiet. We slowed down, kind of staring before we realized we probably looked rude. She noticed us. Her face lit up, and she lifted her hand and started waving us over, like she'd been waiting for someone all day. There was something off about her, something distant in her eyes, like she was only halfway there. But we still walked toward her. It wasn't even that far, but it felt like a long walk. When we got close enough, she smiled and said, in this soft, shaky voice, "You children are so young and lovely. You need to live your lives with God in your hearts." We all kind of froze. I didn't know what to say, so I just smiled awkwardly. Then she went quiet. Her eyes suddenly widened, like she was seeing something right behind us, something we couldn't see. "Wait," she whispered. "Are you angels?" We just stood there. I wasn't scared exactly, just confused and kind of stuck. My sister Maya pressed her lips together, trying not to laugh out of sheer nervousness. But Leo? His face went pale. He looked like he wanted to sprint straight back to the front desk. The woman kept looking at us like we were glowing or something. Then she said, "My husband and my son told me I'll be going to heaven soon." Leo's voice shook when he finally said, That's kind of scary." She reached out a little, her hand trembling. "Don't be scared, sweetie," she told him. "I'm going to be with God tomorrow." And the way she said tomorrow, it wasn't dramatic. It wasn't attention-seeking. It sounded like she was talking about a dentist appointment or a lunch date. Just a simple fact. The silence after that felt heavy and strange. None of us knew what to say. I could feel the hairs on my arms standing up. Finally, I blurted out, "Okay, sorry ma'am, we have to go now. Our family's waiting." She nodded and smiled again, still studying our faces. "Will you children be coming back tomorrow?" she asked. I didn't want to be rude, so I just said, "Yes, ma'am," even though we had no plans to come back the next day. Her name, the receptionist said, was Mabel. The woman behind the desk looked tired, but kind. When we mentioned what Mabel had said about going to heaven tomorrow, the receptionist sighed a little and gave us a small smile. "Mabel has advanced dementia," she explained. "Sometimes she says things that don't make much sense. She just speaks whatever comes into her mind." We all nodded, and I remember feeling this weird mix of relief and disappointment. Relief that maybe it wasn't anything spooky, and disappointment because, for a second, it had felt like something bigger than us was happening. And then we didn't think about it much. At least, not until the next visit. About a week later, we went back to see Grandpa. Same nursing home, same cold blast of air when the doors opened, same smell I still can't put a name to. We walked down toward his room, and there she was again, Mabel. She was sitting in her wheelchair in that exact same spot outside her room, at the end of the hallway. Same floral blanket over her legs, same soft cardigan, same faraway look in her eyes. But this time, something about her felt emptier. Her eyes weren't really focusing on anything, just staring ahead, like she was watching something that none of us could see. Still, when we walked by, she slowly turned her head just enough to look at us and lifted her hand in this tiny wave. We waved back. None of us said anything. We went in and visited Grandpa again, stayed for a while, talked, laughed a little more this time. He seemed stronger. That helped. When we were done, we decided, like before, to wander around a bit. And of course, we ended up heading toward the same hallway. We turned the corner, looked down the hall, and Mabel wasn't there. Her wheelchair, though, that was still there. Same spot, same angle, just empty. The hallway felt different without her in it. Quieter, heavier. The three of us, Maya, Leo, and I, looked at each other, and I could tell we were all thinking the same thing, even if none of us wanted to say it out loud. Curiosity won. We walked slowly toward her room. Every step felt louder than it should have. The air felt thicker, like we were walking into somewhere we weren't supposed to be. When we reached her door, it was open just a little. We peeked inside. It was completely empty. The bed was made perfectly, like no one had slept in it. The nightstand was bare. No photos, no cards, no flowers, nothing. The walls looked freshly wiped, like they'd just finished cleaning everything out. It didn't look like someone's room anymore. It looked like a room waiting for the next person. "Maybe they moved her," Maya whispered. "Yeah," I said, but my voice didn't sound very sure, not even to me. At the end of our visit, we went back up to the front desk. I could feel my heart beating a little faster, but I forced myself to ask. What happened to Mabel? The lady who used to be at the end of that hallway. Her room is empty now. Did she get moved? Because she waved at us today." The receptionist's face changed immediately. Her eyebrows went up, and all the color seemed to drain right out of her cheeks. That shouldn't be possible, she said slowly. My stomach dropped. What do you mean? She glanced at the other nurse behind the counter, then back at us. Mabel passed away last week, she said. She died in her sleep. For a second, I thought maybe she was joking or testing us, but her face stayed serious. She even turned to the computer, clicked through a couple of screens, and nodded, almost to herself. Yeah, she confirmed quietly. She died the day after your last visit. The day after she told us she was going to be with God, tomorrow. On the drive home, no one talked much. The radio played softly, but it just felt like background noise. I kept replaying it all in my head. The first time she spoke to us, the way her eyes had widened, the way she asked if we were angels, the way we saw her the second time, empty but somehow still there. It's been 3 years now, and I still bring it up with Leo sometimes. We'll be hanging out, and one of us will say, "Do you remember that lady at the nursing home?" And the other one will just go quiet for a second before saying, "Yeah, I think about her more than I'd like to admit. I don't know what really happened. Did we actually see her that second time? Did all three of us somehow imagine the same thing? The same blanket? The same slow wave? The same empty eyes? Or was she really there, one last time, saying goodbye from that spot at the end of the hall? I still don't have an answer. All I know is this. Every time I walk into a hospital or a nursing home now, I think of Mabel. And part of me still wonders if, just for a moment, we saw something we weren't supposed to see. Something meant for the space between here and whatever comes next. So, let me tell you about the night I swore I'd never work third shift alone again. A few years back, I was working as a loss prevention agent for this giant clothing company's main warehouse and office campus. Think endless racks of clothes, humming conveyor belts, and that weird mix of perfume, cardboard, and coffee that always hangs in the air. Normally, I worked first and second shift, daytime into late evening. Every once in a while, though, I'd cover the overnight. Third shift, the nothing ever happens shift, supposedly. Two of my first shift co-workers, Jess and Marco, were hardcore ghost hunters. Like, they had all the gear, did weekend investigations, the whole thing. One morning, as we were handing things off between shifts, they told me, very casually, "Oh yeah, this building? Totally haunted. Third shift gets all the fun." I kind of laughed it off, but I do believe in ghosts. I just had never had one give me that stalkery, being watched vibe. You know what I mean? So I shrugged it off with a, "Sure, okay," and went on with my day. Fast forward a few months. We're short-staffed, and I volunteered to cover third shift alone. No big deal, I thought. Extra hours, extra pay. The building felt like a completely different place at night. Quiet, hollow. Just the faint hum of the HVAC and the buzz of the fluorescent lights. The only other people on site were 3 maintenance guys way across the campus, over by the loading docks. If I'd walked to them, it would have taken me maybe 10 minutes. So effectively, I was alone. It's around 3 a.m., that weird time when your body can't decide if it's tired or wired, when I hear footsteps. Not just random creaks, but actual footsteps. Heel-toe, heel-toe. Steady. Coming from the hallway that leads to the IT offices. I look up at the monitor wall, expecting to see someone. Nothing. Every camera feed is still. No motion, no figures, just an empty hallway. So I grab my radio and call maintenance. "Hey, you guys roaming around near IT?" They come back like, "Nope, we're on break. We're in the back room eating, nowhere near you." Okay, so that's weird. I'm trying to be logical, right? Maybe it's the building settling, maybe one of the cameras glitched. But those footsteps had that very human rhythm, and they had stopped the second I really paid attention. so I decide to check it out myself. I take my flashlight, because even though the lights are on, a flashlight just makes you feel braver, and walk down the hallway to IT. The whole place is dead quiet. The carpeted hallway muffles my own steps, which somehow makes it feel creepier. I peek into the IT offices, check doors, look under desks. Nothing. Everything is locked up and secure. I radio maintenance again and joke, "Okay, false alarm. Pretty sure it's just my nerves trying to entertain themselves." We laugh about it. I go back to the security office, and I try to shake it off. About an hour later, so now it's around 4 a.m., the IT office alarm goes off. It's not just a motion ping. It's a full access alarm, like someone used their key card to go in. On my panel, it shows the door opening and closing. But when I look at the computer screen where a name and photo should pop up for the key card holder, it's blank. No name, no badge number, no photo. Just access granted with a timestamp and then door open. I flip through all the camera feeds again, specifically the ones covering that hallway and the IT door. Still nothing. Door looks closed. No one walking, no one standing, no weird shadows. Just nothing. Meanwhile, the alarm won't stop. It keeps chiming, showing the IT door opening and closing, like someone is going in and out over and over. But on the cameras, still nothing. We start walking together toward the IT hallway. As we get closer, we all hear it. Footsteps again. This time, all four of us hear them. They're just ahead of us, like someone's walking slowly away from us, turning a corner we can't see yet. The hairs on my arms stand straight up. Nobody's talking now. Luis shifts that wrench in his hand like he actually expects to use it. We turn into the IT hallway. The alarm is still going. The panel on the wall is lit up, showing the door is accessed. The IT office door itself is closed. We try the handle. Locked. One of the guys swipes his master key card and pushes the door open. We're half expecting some employee to jump and say, "Oh, sorry, I forgot to clock out," or a raccoon or something. Nothing. It's absolutely empty. Chairs pushed in, computers sleeping, no windows open, nothing knocked over. We do a quick sweep. Behind the door, under the desks, server room, storage closet. Nobody. We come back out into the hallway, looking at each other like, "Okay, but we all heard that, right?" And then, right as we're standing there, the air changes. The temperature drops in this really sharp, specific way, like someone opened a walk-in freezer right in front of us. A cold breeze rushes down the hallway, but none of the vents are blowing, and the doors at each end are closed. The overhead lights flicker, not enough to go out, just enough to make every instinct scream, "Nope." All four of us feel it wash over us at the same time. One of the guys just whispers, "Nope, nope, nope," under his breath. And then we all react in the most professional, well-trained security and maintenance manner possible. We run. These guys, who are absolutely not the running type, take off down the hallway like Olympic sprinters. I'm right behind them. We burst back into the main lobby and just stop. No one says anything. We sit there in this weird, stunned silence for a good hour. Just four grown adults in work uniforms, staring at each other like, if you say it out loud, it becomes real, so don't say it. The alarm eventually stops on its own. The panel clears. Nothing else happens the rest of the shift. Honestly, there are chunks of that night I don't fully remember. I think my brain just filed it under, "We're not dealing with this." When my manager came in around 6:30 a.m., coffee in hand, looking all refreshed, he asks, "So, how was the night?" I just stared at him for a second and said, "I'm not doing third shift alone again. If you need overnight coverage, I want another body in the building. Human, preferably alive." He kind of laughed until he saw my face and realized I wasn't joking. And then I had to write up the report. Try explaining, in official incident report language, why your alarms went off repeatedly, Your access logs show an invisible keycard, and 4 employees all heard footsteps and felt a cold draft in a sealed hallway, with 0 video proof. Cause of alarm, unknown. Yeah, that was fun. Anyway, that's the story of why I still side-eye dark hallways and why, if someone asks me to cover third shift alone, my immediate answer is absolutely not. Good night, or good morning, depending on where you are. Lena, Bruno, and Pixel the cat. Alright, so let me tell you about the only ghost story I've ever had in my life. I was about 20 on a religious mission abroad in Venezuela. Not gonna lie, I wasn't, and still am not, a super spiritual or churchy person. I mostly went because of family expectations and that whole cultural pressure thing. But this one experience has stuck with me in a way I still can't quite shake. We were in this humid little coastal town called Puerto Carupano, right on the edge of the Caribbean. There were 4 of us guys, all around the same age, living in this cramped apartment above a tiny corner grocery shop that baked bread in the mornings. The smell of bread at 5 a.m. was actually the best part of that place. Everything else was questionable. So picture the apartment. You walk in and there's this small living/dining space that just kind of melts into the kitchen. No real separation, just old tile and mismatched furniture. Off to the right was a short hallway. First door on the left, the only bathroom, which was kind of always damp and smelled vaguely like bleach and humidity. Second door on the left, a tiny bedroom with 2 single mattresses and 1 narrow window up near the ceiling, like it was embarrassed to let in real light. There was no fan that worked, no AC, and it was stupidly hot at night. Like sweat just existing hot. So instead of using both rooms, all 4 of us ended up sleeping in the bigger bedroom across the hall from that little one. 2 actual beds, one right next to the door, one along the wall, and then me and 1 other missionary on mattresses on the tan tile floor. That floor was cold for about 4 minutes every night. Then it turned into a griddle. My assigned companion at the time was this quiet, thoughtful guy I'll call Elder Ruiz. The other 2 were Javier, a local Venezuelan missionary, really funny, always joking, and Collins, another American like me. One morning, me and Ruiz were out walking, doing our usual routine, knocking on doors, trying not to melt in the sun. At some point, he slows down and goes, kind of shyly, "Hey, can I tell you something?" His tone was weird enough that I'm like, "Yeah, of course. What's up?" He hesitates, stares at the ground for a second, and then says, "Last night, I woke up and I saw someone lying next to you, like a man, but he didn't look alive, more like a spirit." And I just kind of stop on the sidewalk, staring at him. He keeps going. "He was just lying there beside your mattress, like he was resting." Now the weird part is, I had a dream that night. So I tell Ruiz, "Okay, that's strange, because I dreamed some guy came to our door." In my dream, I heard this soft tapping on the bars of our apartment door. You know those metal security grates that slide and clang? It was that. I got up, walked over, and there's this man standing there. He looked worn out, like he'd been traveling for days. He had this old, beat-up straw hat, kind of like those wide-brimmed hats farmers wear, and a big backpack hanging off one shoulder. He says, really politely, "I'm so tired. Can I rest here for a while?" And in the dream, I feel, I don't know, just calm, not scared. I open the door, let him in, and tell him he can stay. So I'm telling Ruiz all this, and he's just staring at me, eyes getting wider. Then he asks, "Do you think we should tell the others?" And I just shrug it off. I'm like, "Nah, it's probably just coincidence. You had a weird half-awake thing. I had a weird dream. No need to freak anybody out." I didn't really believe in ghost stories, and I definitely wasn't looking to start one in a stuffy apartment where we all had to sleep anyway. Fast forward to that night. We'd finished our day, done our little planning session, said a quick prayer, all the usual routine stuff. Eventually, we all start winding down. 3 of us had already gone to the bedroom. Collins was still in the bathroom at the end of the hallway, brushing his teeth or shaving or something. I dragged my mattress into its usual spot on the floor, right between the 2 beds. The overhead light was off, just that soft glow from the hallway leaking under the door. I lay down, listening to the old building creak, the hum of distant traffic, the occasional dog barking outside. And then, I start hearing voices. At first, it's faint, like when you think you hear a radio playing in another room. Just a couple of murmurs, nothing clear. I'm lying there thinking, okay, maybe someone left a TV on downstairs in the shop. But the voices start multiplying. It's not just 1 or 2 anymore. It sounds like a group. Then more. It's like being dropped right in the middle of a busy market or a crowd. Layers and layers of people talking over each other. Different tones, different pitches, but no distinct words I can pick out. I roll onto my side. The sound doesn't change. I squeeze my eyes shut, then open them again. Still there. It just keeps building, getting louder, pressing in from every direction. I remember thinking, am I losing it? Is this what going crazy feels like? My heart was pounding. I wanted to call out, but it felt like if I spoke, something would notice me, I guess. I know that sounds weird, but that's how it felt. Like I needed to stay very, very quiet. I was right on the edge of yelling for help when the door suddenly bursts open. Collins comes flying into the room, slams the door behind him, and just stands there, eyes wide. And in Spanish, his accent was terrible, but he was trying. He blurts out, "Hay algo ahí afuera." There's something out there. Something is in our apartment. As soon as he said that, the voices just cut. Like somebody hit a switch. 1 second, it's a crowd in my head. The next, it's dead silent. All I can hear is our own breathing. Nobody moved. Nobody got up to check. The 4 of us just stared at each other in the dark. Finally, I told them what Ruiz had shared with me earlier, and then I told them about my dream. You could feel the energy in the room shift. Even the air felt different, heavy, like before a storm. One of the guys, I think it was Javier, offered to say a prayer. So he did, right there in the dark, all of us sitting up on our beds and mattresses, trying not to freak out. It wasn't dramatic or anything, just a simple, shaky little prayer asking for protection and peace. After that, nothing else weird happened that night. We eventually fell asleep. But that wasn't the end of it. This went on for 3 nights in a row. Different little things. Me waking up from these strangely vivid dreams of our visitor. Ruiz feeling like someone was in the room again. That heaviness in the air. But the 3rd night is the one that really sealed it for me. On the morning after that 3rd night, we were all kind of sitting around, eating cheap bread and powdered milk for breakfast. And the one guy who hadn't really experienced anything directly, Collins, kind of casually goes, "So, I saw him leave last night." We all look up like, "Saw who leave?" He looks at me and says, "The man who was sleeping where you were, on the floor." My stomach dropped. We pressed him for details. I remember asking, "What exactly did you see?" The important part? My mattress was right next to the door. If anyone had gotten up and left, they would have had to step over or around me. None of us had left the room that night. We'd all been half spooked and basically glued to our spots. So I finally tell them about the dream I had that same night. In this dream, I'm lying on my mattress and I feel someone standing over me. I look up and it's the same traveler, same worn out clothes, same big backpack. He's adjusting his straw hat, kind of fiddling with the brim. He looks down at me with this tired little smile and says, Thank you for letting me rest here. I needed it. But I have to keep moving. And then, in the dream, I watch him turn, walk to the door, open it, step out, and close it gently behind him. It was exactly what Collins described seeing from his bed, except Collins was awake, and he hadn't heard my dream yet. He didn't even know about the first one, with the knocking and the request to stay. None of us had a good explanation. We still don't. I've stopped going to church regularly. It's been over 5 years now. I don't really spend time worrying about ghosts or angels or any of that. Life is busy, and honestly, day-to-day stuff feels more real to me than spiritual debates. But this quiet, exhausted traveler in the straw hat, who showed up for 3 nights in a suffocating little apartment above a grocery shop on the Venezuelan coast. This story still sits with me. I don't know what he was. I don't know if it was just some strange shared dream, or a trick of our tired minds, or something actually beyond us. All I know is, we let him in, he rested, and then he thanked us and moved on. And for whatever reason, all these years later, I still think about him. You know, I've chimed in on stories like this plenty of times, but I don't think I've ever just sat down and really told one of mine from start to finish. So, hi, I'm Emma, and I've always been a little sensitive to things most people would call weird. My mom, her name's Lila, was very psychic. On her side of the family, it's kind of a running joke that the veil is thin, but there's some truth to it. I grew up with her casually saying things like, "Oh, your grandfather stopped by last night," and she meant the one who had already passed. So for me, this stuff has always been normal-ish. Anyway, here's what happened recently. I work in elder care communities. I don't have a fixed office. I'm like a nomad with a laptop. I'm in and out of different buildings all day, just plopping down wherever there's an empty desk or a quiet corner to do my paperwork. I've only been in my current position for about, 2 months now? Still in that phase where you're figuring out where the good coffee is and which printer hates you the least. One of my buildings used to be a hospital. It was built in the early 1960s, and it's small, technically one main floor with a tiny mezzanine, but everything our residents use is on the ground level. They've renovated it a lot, so it's bright and cozy now, but it still has that mid-century modern feel if you pay attention. The lines of the hallways, the old brick, the way the windows sit. Our administrator there, her name is Carla, is kind of obsessed with the building's history. She's found old hospital odds and ends in the basement, metal signs, a cracked wooden wheelchair, an old nurses station plaque, even a framed photo from the hospital's dedication. She's put some of it on display in the lobby. There's this really sweet detail too. One of our residents, Mr. Harris, actually worked in that hospital back in the day as a young doctor. Sometimes he'll shuffle past the display cases, tap the glass and say, "That's not where that sign used to be," and just chuckle to himself. It gives the place this vintage, lived-in vibe. Like time didn't completely move out, it just changed clothes. Now, in this building, my office is the old chapel. It's a small room tucked just off the main lobby. Even after all these years, it's gorgeous. Stained glass windows that catch the afternoon light, a simple wooden cross still hanging on the wall, and these built-in pews that creak when you sit down. There's a little table in the back where I set up my laptop. It's quiet, but you can still hear life happening in the lobby outside. Residents chatting, staff walking by, the TV murmuring away. The TV is almost always on in the lobby. Usually it's game shows or old movies, comfort noise for the residents. So when I'm in the chapel, there's this mix of silence and distant sound. It's actually kind of peaceful. Last week, I was in there catching up on paperwork. Just another day, just me, my laptop, and my 4th cup of coffee. I'm typing away, half listening to the muffled TV, when I hear it. Someone crying. At first it's faint, like someone trying not to be heard. A soft, strained kind of crying. I freeze for a second because it doesn't sound like the TV. It sounds close, human, real. I almost stand up right away to poke my head out the door, but just then I hear footsteps in the hallway. Carla, the administrator, and one of the nurses, Andre, walk past. I can recognize their voices now pretty easily. They're laughing about something, some inside joke, and they don't sound rushed or concerned at all. The crying fades. I tell myself, must be the TV. It has to be. You know how, when you're half focused, your brain can mash sounds together and trick you? About 10 minutes later, I get up to use the bathroom and walk out into the lobby. There's just one resident sitting there, watching an old black and white western. The scene on TV is some dusty street, a showdown, dramatic music, but no one is crying. No soap opera, no drama, just cowboys and bad dialogue. I stand there for a second, pretending to check my phone, just listening. Nothing but gunshots and hoofbeats and that low TV hum. So I shrug it off. I'm new, I'm tired, long day, weird acoustics, whatever. I walk back to the chapel, finish my work, go home, and don't think too much more about it. Then yesterday happened. Same building, same chapel, same little table by the stained glass. This time it's late afternoon, that kind of soft golden light slanting through the windows. The lobby TV is on again, and I can hear some kind of talk show or game show droning in the background. Normal. I'm typing, minding my own business, and I hear it again, crying. But this time, I pay attention. I stop typing. I literally take my hands off the keyboard and just listen. The crying is clearer now. It's not a sudden wail or a loud sobbing. It's this low, steady, heartbroken sound. Like someone who's been crying for a while and is exhausted, but can't stop. There's this hitch in the breath every now and then, like that little gasp you get when you try to calm down and you can't. The hair on my arms goes straight up. I listen for the TV to sync with it, like maybe there's some dramatic scene on. But the sounds don't line up. The TV is doing its own thing. Audience laughter, some host talking, little bursts of music. The crying is separate. It's not louder or clearer than the TV. It just has its own rhythm, its own presence. At one point, I actually lean forward, like that's going to help my ears figure it out. I glance at the chapel door. It's open, just a few inches. I can see a slice of the lobby floor and a plant in the corner, but no feet, no wheelchairs, no one standing just outside. The crying sounds like it's in the room with me, but also not tied to any particular spot. Not in front of me, not behind me, just there. All around but nowhere. My mind starts racing. Is someone in the hallway? Is it coming from another room? Is there a resident upset in a nearby apartment? I reach for some kind of logical explanation, because that's what you do. You try to keep things normal. I stand up and step out into the lobby. There are two residents chatting softly near the TV. Carla is at the far end of the hall, talking to a family member. The show on the TV is some light daytime program. People are guessing prices and clapping. No crying, no sad scene, no one looking distressed. And just like that, the crying stops. I stand there, feeling a little silly and a little shaken. I go back into the chapel. It's quiet now, just the TV and the faint hum of the building. And this is the moment where something in me just quietly goes, oh, okay. This isn't the TV. This isn't a stressed out resident. This is something else. I sit back down at the table, look up at the stained glass, and I get this very strong impression, almost like a memory that isn't mine, of this room when it was still a hospital chapel. People coming in here to pray for loved ones, to sit alone, to cry, to beg, to grieve. I don't see anything, but I feel a heaviness, like the air is full of old emotions. Nothing evil or threatening, just deeply sad, like some echo of all the people who came in here with breaking hearts never fully cleared out. And it hits me. Not a ghost trying to talk to me, not something aware that I'm there, just leftover emotion, a loop, an imprint of someone's worst day that's somehow stuck to this little chapel, replaying when the conditions are just right. That realization is weirdly comforting. It's still unsettling. I mean, hearing disembodied crying is never going to feel normal, but it doesn't feel dangerous. It feels like walking into a room where someone has just been crying, and you know it even though they've already left. I don't say anything to Carla or Andre. Not yet, anyway. I just quietly pack up my laptop when I'm done, thank the chapel under my breath. Yes, I know that sounds strange, and head home. But I can't stop thinking about it. Given my family, given my mom, given the kind of things I grew up around, part of me isn't surprised. Sensitive people pick up on things like that, and this building has seen a lot of life and death, a lot of hope and a lot of heartbreak. So yeah, as of now, I'm pretty convinced that what I've experienced in that little chapel isn't my imagination, and it isn't a TV glitch. I think I've been sitting with the echoes of an old hospital, and every now and then, the walls remember. So let me just tell you this straight, like we're sitting together on the couch, okay? To this day, I still don't know what actually happened that night. I can make guesses, I can try to explain it away, but deep down, I know it was real. And I know I'll never forget her. It was late summer, one of those in-between evenings where it's not really warm anymore, but it isn't cold yet either. I remember looking at the clock in the kitchen. It was just after 10. Outside, it was already properly dark, that heavy kind of darkness you only get in quieter neighborhoods. My parents were away at a small lakeside campsite for the weekend. My older brother, Daniel, was on the late shift at work. My grandfather had already passed away a few years earlier, so it was just my grandmother and me at home. She was around 72 back then. We lived in this older 2-story house, the kind where the floorboards remember every step you've ever taken, and the wind whistles through the gaps in the window frames when it's quiet. Even as a kid, the house made me uneasy when I was alone. Not because of one specific incident, more this constant feeling that something was sitting just past the edge of the light, waiting. You know that feeling when you walk down a hallway at night and you're suddenly sure someone's watching you, even though you know no one's there? Yeah, that was pretty much my baseline. At some point, I'd gotten into the habit of always locking my bedroom door when I went in for the night. It was my little ritual. Close door, turn the key, jiggle the handle to check. It gave me this tiny sense of control. A bit of fake safety maybe, but it helped. That evening started completely normal. I went to the bathroom, then to the kitchen to grab something to eat. I threw a frozen lasagna into the oven, nothing fancy, and poured myself a glass of iced tea. I gathered everything up so I wouldn't have to leave my room later. My plan was simple: stay in my room, listen to some music, play a bit of Xbox, maybe watch a movie before falling asleep. Before heading upstairs, I popped my head into the living room to see my grandma. Her name was Marta. Like almost every evening, she was sunk into her old green armchair, watching some quiz show with the volume just a little too loud. She looked over at me and smiled that soft, tired smile she always had at night. I said, "Good night, Oma. I'll be in my room if you need me." She asked, "Are you having breakfast with me tomorrow?" And I said, "Depends how late I stay up," kind of laughing. Totally normal moment. Nothing creepy, nothing strange. Then I went upstairs. I went into my room, closed the door, locked it like always, and did my little handle check. Then I sat down on the small couch by the wall, ate my lasagna straight out of the little baking dish, and turned on my Xbox. I remember the startup sound so clearly for some reason. While I was playing, I was on a voice call with my best friend at the time. Let's call her Leah. We had our usual nonsense conversation going, talking about school, people we had crushes on, teachers we hated. Just everyday teenage stuff. Maybe 20 minutes in, everything cut out. The game froze and went offline, the party chat disconnected, and the little Wi-Fi symbol on my phone turned into that empty outline. Just gone. Our internet almost never went down. The router was in this tiny storage room at the end of the hallway, pretty much right next to my bedroom. So I grabbed my phone and tried to reconnect. Nothing. Leah messaged me. "Hello? Did your internet die?" I called her back over mobile data and said, "Wait a second, our Wi-Fi just died on me. I'll fix it real quick." I went into the little room, unplugged the router, counted maybe 10 seconds in my head, then plugged it back in. The lights blinked, then started flickering in the usual pattern. Everything looked normal. For a second, I even rolled my eyes at myself for being so jumpy in that creaky old house. I went back to my room, closed the door again, locked it, and sat down. I put my headset on, grabbed the controller, and told Leah, "Okay, all good, I'm back." And then came the moment I will never forget. I was in the middle of a sentence, just talking normally, when I heard it. Click. The doorknob. At first, it was so quiet I thought I'd imagined it. Just this tiny metallic sound behind me. I froze for a second and listened. Leah was still talking about something, but her voice kind of faded into the background. Then I heard it again. Click. And this time, it wasn't just the sound. The handle moved. Slowly at first, just enough that you could hear the mechanism inside the door. My whole body tensed up. I turned my head toward the door, and right then, whoever or whatever was on the other side suddenly pushed the handle down with full force. It slammed down so hard and so fast that the metal squeaked. Not once, over and over. Bang, squeak. Bang, squeak. Bang, squeak. It was so violent that the door shook in the frame. I could see the handle moving almost all the way down each time, like someone was really trying to force the door open. For a second, I couldn't breathe. It felt like all the air got sucked out of the room. My chest was tight. My palms instantly started sweating. It was pure adrenaline. On my headset, I heard Leah say, "Hello? What was that? Are you okay?" Her voice sounded weirdly far away. I didn't answer. I just stared at the door, absolutely frozen. It's funny, people always think they'd shout or run or do something brave. Honestly, I couldn't move. I was just standing there, watching the handle slam down again and again, like it might break off. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. No slow fading out, no footsteps, no creaking floorboards. Just this absolute, heavy silence. The kind where you can hear your own heartbeat in your ears. I don't know how long I stood there with my eyes glued to that handle. It could have been 10 seconds, could have been a full minute. Time felt really weird. Finally, I forced myself to move. I took my headset off, set the controller down quietly, and walked to the door. Every step felt loud, even though I was trying to be silent. I put my hand on the cold metal of the handle, turned the key very slowly, and unlocked the door. Then I opened it. The hallway was empty. The only light came from my room, spilling out over the old wallpaper. Every shadow looked suspicious. I checked both directions, listened for any sound, any movement. Nothing. No open windows, no doors closing, no footsteps on the stairs. just the faint sound of the TV downstairs. My heart was still pounding, but curiosity, or maybe stubbornness, pushed me to go check. So I went down to the living room where my grandma was. There she was, still in her green armchair, blanket over her knees, eyes on the TV, calm as ever. "Grandma?" I asked, trying not to sound as shaky as I felt. She muted the TV and looked at me. "Yes, dear?" "Were you just upstairs?" I asked. "At my room? Did you try my door?" She frowned like the question didn't make sense. "No, why would I? I've been sitting here the whole time." "But I know what I saw. Door handles don't slam themselves down like that. Not that hard. Not that fast. And I wasn't just hearing it. I was looking right at it. We checked the doors and windows. Everything was locked from the inside. Nothing was broken. Nothing was missing. There was no sign that anyone had been in the house. I went back up to my room eventually, but I didn't even think about sleeping. I left the lights on. I locked the door again and kept checking the handle, like I was making sure it was still there, still solid. Every little creak of the house sounded amplified, like someone whispering just out of earshot. The faint hum of the router down the hall, the fridge motor starting up downstairs, the wind sliding along the outside wall. Everything felt suddenly wrong. At some point in the very early morning, I did finally fall asleep, still in my clothes, with the controller next to me and the lights burning. And just before I drifted off, this thought slid into my mind, quiet, simple, and absolutely terrifying. If I hadn't locked the door that night, what or who would have walked in? Okay. I'm 24 now, but this happened when I was 23. At the time, I was working at this really fancy spa inside an old hotel downtown. The building itself was like 90 years old or something. One of those places with marble floors in the lobby, huge chandeliers, and a weird smell that's not quite old, but not quite new either. They'd renovated most of it, so on the surface it looked modern and pretty, but you could still feel how old it was. You know? The spa was up on the 9th floor of this 11-story hotel, and everybody who worked there had at least one ghost story. It was almost like a workplace requirement. Before I started there, I'd sometimes see what people call shadow figures. Not super clear, never like a full person, more like movement in the corner of my eye, or that heavy feeling that someone just walked past you even when you're alone. And that kind of thing followed me into the hotel too. When I was still pretty new at the job, I was slow with my services, so I'd always end up as the last one there. Lights off in the hallway, just that humming, air-conditioned silence, and me in my little uniform, trying to finish cleaning so I could go home. By then, the only ghost story I really knew about the hotel was this one about a woman. The way it was told to me, she and her fiancé were supposed to get married, and they were staying there for a few days. Something happened, some kind of car accident, I think, and he died right before the wedding. She was staying on maybe the 7th or 8th floor, and she just never checked out. The story goes that she passed away in her room from grief. So that's kind of the backdrop to all of this. Now, there's this little dispensary room in the spa where we kept all our tools, products, fresh towels. Basically the back of house supply closet, but a bit bigger and brighter. I was always uncomfortable in there. Not because of how it looked, but because of how it felt. Whenever I stood at the sink in that room, washing my tools at the end of the night, it honestly felt like people were walking in and out behind me. Like coworkers in a rush, passing through to grab something. Only, there was no one there. But the presence of them felt exactly the same as when a real person walked by. Same weight, same sense of movement. So, one night, I'm there alone again. Everyone has already left. The spa is quiet in that too quiet way older buildings get at night. I'm standing at the sink, rinsing things off, trying to be quick because the longer I stayed, the more uneasy I felt. And then I suddenly notice something. Out of nowhere, I feel this little something at my right side, like someone much shorter than me just walked up. For reference, I'm 4'11" and a half, okay? So we're talking short. Whatever this was only came up to about my waist. I see this short, dark shape at my side, like a small person made entirely out of shadow. And it's not just that I saw it, I felt it. The same way you feel a kid sidle up next to you when they want attention, but don't speak yet. So I look down, and the second my eyes move toward it, it reacts. The shadow, this little figure, bolts. Like a child who just got caught doing something they weren't supposed to do. It ran away from me, quick, kind of hunched, like it was embarrassed or scared. I swear it even looked like it was holding something close to its chest, almost like a stuffed rabbit or some soft toy. And then it was just gone. A few days later, I was working a slower shift and ended up chatting with the director's daughter. Let's call her Chloe. She helps out at the spa sometimes, kind of on and off, so she knows everyone and everything. What I didn't know until that day is that Chloe is absolutely obsessed with the hotel's ghost stories. Like, she collects them. We're talking near the front desk of the spa, and I go, "Okay, so I saw something weird a couple nights ago." And I tell her about the dispensary room, how I always feel people walking in and out. And then I described the little shadow. I even mention how it looked like it was holding a stuffed animal or something. She gets this really intense look on her face, leans in, and asks, "Did it feel like a little girl or a little boy?" And I just kind of shrugged because, honestly, I had no idea. It was literally just a shadow. No face, no clothes, no details. Just height, shape, and that tiny silhouette of something clutched in its arms. So I tell her, "I don't know. I couldn't tell. It was just small." That's when Chloe tells me something I wish I had known after I quit, not while I was still working there. She goes, "Okay, so this building used to be a hospital a long time ago. Not just a regular hospital, a place where they treated a lot of sick kids during an outbreak. Apparently there was a brother and sister who stayed here. They used to play hide and seek in the halls all the time. One day, the little girl passed away, and ever since then, people say they've seen a small girl wandering around asking, 'Have you seen my brother?' And I just stare at her. Because here's the thing, I had no idea about that story. No one had told me anything about kids, or a hospital, or a girl looking for her brother. The only ghost I knew about was the heartbroken bride. But what I saw, the height, the way it moved, how it ran away like a shy kid, even the way it seemed to be holding a stuffed toy, lined up way too well with what she was saying. I remember actually getting goosebumps standing there in my spa uniform, thinking, what did I see then? Was that the little girl? Or did my brain just make something up? On my mom's side of the family, stuff like this isn't new. They've always had stories, seeing things, hearing things, feeling presences. So I grew up not really being a skeptic, but also not someone who sees full, clear ghosts in, like, high definition. For me, it's always been shadow people, or a shift in the room, or that heavy feeling of not being alone. And that's the part that sticks with me. Because I didn't go into that dispensary thinking about ghost kids or tragic hospital stories. I just wanted to finish cleaning and go home. And yet, I saw this small shadow at my side, felt it there, and watched it run away like a child. So, did I actually see a little girl who used to play hide and seek in that building? Or was my mind just filling in shadows because I already knew the place was haunted? Honestly, I still don't know. But I can tell you this. After that conversation with Chloe, I never stayed late alone in that spa again if I could help it. And every time I walked past that dispensary room, I caught myself wanting to look down and say, "If you're there, I hope you found your brother." So, it's just after midnight here, like 12:45 a.m., and this has been my night so far. I live on this tiny Dutch Caribbean island, kind of tucked away on a hill overlooking the sea. It's usually super peaceful, breezy, quiet, almost storybook. Tonight it's just me. I'm 30, and my buddy Leo, he's 35. We'd both finished a long day at work and decided to hang out at my place, just to unwind, talk nonsense, and listen to music. Nothing special. Totally normal night. At least, it was supposed to be. A few weeks ago, though, something happened that I didn't tell him about right away. It was just me and my dog Nala at home. She's my sweet little shadow. Usually sleeps like a rock at the foot of the bed. In the middle of the night, she suddenly jumps up, stares at this one corner of the bedroom, and just locks in on it. Then she starts growling. This low, serious growl I've never heard from her before. Her fur stands up along her back, and she's trembling, but won't look away from that corner. I swear to you, the air in the room felt different. Heavy. It gave me full body chills. I turned on the light, checked everything. Closet, under the bed, the hallway. Nothing. But I didn't tell Leo about it then. I just kind of stuffed it down and tried to forget it. Fast forward to tonight. We're on one of our little breaks from talking about life and complaining about work. We're sitting on the couch, and I decide to tell him that story about Nala losing it in the middle of the night. I'm laughing it off. Like, "You're gonna think I'm crazy, but listen to this." And he just nods, like it's the most normal thing in the world. Then he goes, real calm, "Oh yeah, those spirits that fly around the streets at night. I've seen one by your place before." I'm like, "Excuse me? What?" He says, "One night I drove past your building and saw this dark shape, like a shadow with edges, lift off from near your balcony and glide over my car. Didn't feel bad or anything. It just didn't notice me." He said it so casually, like he was telling me he saw a bat. Since then, little things around my apartment have been off. Not scary in-your-face stuff, just weird. I'll put my keys by the front door like I always do, and later they're on the kitchen counter. A book I left on the nightstand will be on the couch. Nothing's gone missing, nothing broken. It's just like something is rearranging my life by 2 inches at a time. So, tonight, around 10:30 p.m., I let Nala out into the backyard. There's this shared path behind the apartments carved right into the mountain, all backed up against a rock wall. It's quiet out there, just the wind and the trees usually. Suddenly she starts barking. Not her, someone's at the gate bark. This frantic, non-stop bark, like she's trying to chase something off. I don't want to annoy the neighbors, so I rush outside, grab her, and bring her in, telling her, hey, it's okay, even though I'm not sure I believe myself. By 11 p.m., Leo and I are in the bathroom, of all places, being idiots, brushing our teeth, making faces in the mirror, joking around. We're laughing, and then in the middle of that, I hear it, clear as day, right outside the bathroom window. A voice says, "Hello." I froze. I felt my heart jump into my throat. I slowly look at Leo and I'm mouthing, "Who is outside my window?" My brain is already trying to figure out which neighbor would be messing with us, but Leo is looking at me with this confused, almost spooked expression. And he goes, "You heard hello?" I nod. He shakes his head and says, "No, I heard a growl." That's when my stomach dropped. He dashes outside to check. I follow him to the back door and we both stand there listening. Nothing. No footsteps on the path, no gate closing, no rustling. Just the wind and the faint sound of the sea. Now, to explain the layout, my apartment is on a hill. All the back doors from this row of apartments open onto the same narrow path that hugs the mountain. On one side, rock wall. On the other, the drop down to the street. You can't just pop up there and disappear quietly. You'd have to walk past at least one of the doors, and the gravel always crunches. You hear people. We heard absolutely nothing. My first thought is, okay, maybe my next door neighbor is playing a prank. Like, hey, keep it down, I wake up early. I even call out softly, hello, anyone there? No response, no laughter, no scurrying away, just silence. We go back inside, and now that I'm paying attention, I start hearing the usual sounds that I always brush off. The raspy scrapes and little thuds on the roof above my bedroom. I tell myself it's the monkeys, or iguanas, or those tiny watch me lizards that like to hang around. I've been blaming them for everything since I moved here. But then I think, at this hour, the monkeys and iguanas are usually settled. And those little watch me lizards? They chirp, sure, but they're tiny. They don't make tapping sounds on concrete walls. Yet tonight, the taps on the back wall keep happening. Soft, irregular, like knuckles, not claws. Leo sits down and looks at me seriously. He says, whatever that is, it probably went up the mountain. Now, don't ever say hello back if you hear it again. If it's a spirit and you greet it, you're inviting it in. He says he doesn't feel anything malicious from it, more like a curious, wandering presence. Friendly, he calls it. Just passing through. I'm sitting there thinking, I don't care if it's friendly. It spoke right outside my bathroom window. Right now, as I'm talking to you, I'm still hearing the occasional scuff above me. Nala is curled up tight against my leg on the bed. Hey, my friends. Welcome to the Paranormal M channel. Can't sleep again, huh? Don't worry. I'm right here to share real paranormal experiences from all over the world to help you drift off a little easier. Thank you so much to everyone who's been sending in their stories. Don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos. And if you've had a paranormal experience of your own, send it to us so we can share it on the channel. All right, let's get started. So, I'll start off by saying this isn't my story. It's my friend Leo's, but I've heard it so many times over the years that I can pretty much tell it by heart now. Every time we manage to see each other, which is rare since we live about a 12-hour drive apart these days, we end up on somebody's porch with a couple of drinks, and I make him tell it again. We're both in our late 30s now, but this happened when he was just a kid. So, picture little 8-year-old Leo. He's playing out front of this small house his family rented back then. There's this tiny patch of grass and a low wooden fence, nothing fancy. On one side of the house, there's this long, narrow, covered walkway that runs from the front to the backyard, like a tunnel made of shadow, he always calls it. It's late afternoon, the sun's kind of low, throwing those long, orange shadows. He's out there with a toy car or something, just doing kid stuff. And as he's playing, he notices movement out of the corner of his eye. He looks up and sees a man. The guy is coming from the back of the house, walking along that side path toward the front. At first, Leo just thinks it's maybe a neighbor cutting through, or one of his mom's friends. So he does what polite little kids do and says, "Hi." No answer. The man just keeps walking, slow, steady, like he's on a track, eyes fixed straight ahead. That's the first thing that unsettles Leo. Not just that he doesn't respond, but that he doesn't even react. No blink, no nod, nothing. Leo says to me, "You know how sometimes someone gives you a weird vibe and you don't know why?" It was like that, but turned up to 10. He notices the guy is off. The color is wrong. He looks like he's in some kind of red outfit, but not like a jacket or a shirt, more like one solid red layer, head to toe. Leo can't quite make sense of it yet. He just feels this rush of fear. Without really thinking, he bolts into the house. He tries to tell his mom. Now, his mom, back in those days, had people over a lot. That afternoon, the living room's full of cigarette smoke and the clink of bottles and loud laughter from the TV and her friends. She's halfway through a long day of drinking, and Leo is this little voice trying to cut through all that noise. "Mom, there's a weird man outside," he tells her. She kind of glances over him, says something like, "Stay in the yard, you're fine," and turns back to her friend's story. They're all in that lazy, half-buzzed mood, and nobody is really tuning in to what he's saying. Leo stands there for a minute, feeling brushed off. And then another feeling creeps in. Curiosity. He tells me, "I was scared, yeah, but I also really, really wanted to know what I'd just seen. I wanted to make sure I wasn't imagining it." So he decides to go back out. He steps out the front door again, heart pounding, and walks over to the side of the house, right by that covered path. It's quieter now out there, just the distant sound of a TV from inside and a car passing a few streets over. He waits. He told me, "I don't know why I thought he'd come back the exact same way, but I just had this feeling." And sure enough, after a moment, he sees movement at the far end of the walkway. The man appears again, turning the corner from the backyard into that narrow side path, and starts walking toward him. Same slow, steady pace. Same fixed direction. Only this time, Leo is really looking. He realizes it's not a red suit at all. Leo says, "I know how crazy it sounds, man. I've spent my whole life trying to come up with a normal explanation. But there was no fabric, no seams, nothing. Just muscle. Like in those anatomy diagrams at school, except moving. Breathing. The torso is thick, strong. The arms and legs look like someone who lifts weights constantly. Overdeveloped, almost too big for his frame. There's no hair, no eyebrows, no eyelashes. Just that red, raw surface. And the feet. This part always makes me shiver. He swears the feet weren't like normal human feet. They looked more like 3 thick, spread-out toes on each foot, with these wide gaps between them, planted flat on the ground. When he told me for the first time, he actually held up his hand and spread 3 fingers, like they looked like this, but on the ground. The face is the worst of it. Leo says the features were human enough, structure-wise, nose, mouth, cheeks, but there was no skin, just red muscle stretched over everything. And the eyes looked wrong. Not just in a scary way, but in an empty way. Like they were focused on him, but there was no feeling behind them at all. He told me, when he looked at me, it felt like someone was staring through me, like I was a bug pinned to a board. This thing keeps coming closer. Step, step, step. No sound except the dull thud of its feet on the concrete. It doesn't speed up. It doesn't slow down. It doesn't tilt its head. It doesn't reach out. It just comes. Leo says by that point, he was absolutely sure this wasn't some prank, wasn't a costume. He didn't hear anyone else. No laughter, no whispers, no footsteps behind it. Just this skinless man in his side yard. And then there's this feeling that washes over him, so strong that even now, decades later, he gets quiet when he talks about it. He told me, I knew he wanted to get to me. Not like, oh, I was scared he might. I knew. The whole time he walked toward me, I could feel that the goal was to reach me. And it wasn't curiosity. It wasn't like he wanted to say hi. It felt like being hunted. I remember asking him, what do you think he wanted with you? And he just looked down at his glass and said, nothing good. I don't know what exactly, but it was not good. It felt like if he put his hands on me, that would be it. I don't think I'd be here talking to you. I asked, what do you think would have happened if he actually reached you? He didn't even hesitate. Honestly, I think he would have taken me. I don't know where, I don't know how, but I don't think I'd be alive now. The thing keeps coming. 10 feet away. 8. 5. Leo's frozen. He says it felt like his body, especially his legs, had just stopped belonging to him. The air felt too heavy, like he was trying to move underwater. The only thing he could really feel was that gaze, locked on him. Finally, when this skinless figure is within a couple of feet, something breaks. That survival switch flips back on. He spins around and bolts for the front door. He doesn't look back. He doesn't check if it's following him. He just runs. He bursts into the house, slams the door, and dives into the noise and the smoke and the safety of his mom's messy living room. He doesn't go back out there for the rest of the day. And after that, he never sees it again. No more men in red at the side of the house. No more skinless figures walking that path. Just nothing. Like it had come for that one moment, and, when it couldn't reach him, it gave up and moved on. We've talked about all the rational explanations. Some guy in a costume, a trick of the light, a childhood nightmare that blurred into memory. He's considered all of that. He wants one of those answers to be true. But he'll always end with the same line. It doesn't feel like a dream when I remember it. It feels like a day in my life. And that's why, even now, it still gives me chills. I've heard Leo's story of the skinless man more times than I can count, and yet I know the next time we manage to meet up, I'll hand him a beer and say, "All right, tell me about the thing in the side yard again." And he'll sigh, and he'll laugh, and then he'll tell it, just like I told it to you. So, let me just start at the beginning. About a month ago, my younger cousin Leo came over and asked if I'd do a Ouija session with him. You know, candles, board, the whole cliché. I laughed at first and told him, "No way, I'm not stupid enough to mess with that." He looked offended and said, "Why not? You're always talking about souls and spirits and demons. If anyone should be curious, it's you." And I said to him, "That's exactly why I won't do it, because I do believe. I know there's something out there. And once you open that door, you don't get to decide who walks through." I tried to explain it clearly, like I'm telling you now. When you talk to spirits, you don't choose who answers. Some are confused, some are cruel, some are genuinely evil. And if you let one of those in, it will twist you, drain you, break you down piece by piece, your heart, your soul, and eventually, your sanity. And I told him, I've seen it happen with my own eyes. I had this friend, let's call him Amir. We used to hang out all the time. Smart guy, a bit eccentric, loved all that open your third eye stuff. One day he got obsessed with colloidal gold. You've probably heard people talk about the mild stuff, like 10 ppm, that's supposed to activate the pineal gland or whatever. Yeah, no. He went way beyond that. He started making his own mixture at home. He bragged it was something insane like 1800 ppm, way, way stronger than anything you'd buy. He drank it every day, huge glasses of it. He was basically poisoning himself, and it changed him. Within a few weeks, he wasn't the same person anymore. He started calling me at 3 a.m, whispering. Not talking, whispering. He'd say, "They're on the roof. I can hear them climbing." Or, There's something in my room. It's talking to me. I thought it was just paranoia, maybe a bad reaction to the gold or lack of sleep. But it got worse. One afternoon, I went to his place to check on him. His uncle, Stefan, opened the door. I'll never forget his face. Eyes red, like he hadn't slept, like he'd been crying for hours. He said, "He locked himself in his room. He won't talk to me. Maybe he'll talk to you." I walked down the hallway and knocked gently. "Amir? It's me." The door flew open so hard it hit the wall, and he grabbed my wrist and yanked me inside. He locked the door and pressed his back against it, breathing like he'd just sprinted for his life. His eyes, they were huge, wild, like an animal in a trap. He pointed at the ceiling with a shaking hand and said, "They're up there. They're waiting. If I go outside, they'll tear me apart." I tried to keep my voice calm. "Who's they, man?" He looked at me like I'd asked the dumbest question in the world. "The ones I see, the ones I hear, the ones I smell. They hate being seen for what they really are. They're rotten, they're ugly, they stink like corpses. They're demons." The way he said, "demons," it was like he wasn't just scared, he was already broken. About 10 minutes later, he suddenly stiffened, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into a seizure right there in front of me. We called an ambulance. His uncle was shaking, mumbling prayers. I told the paramedics I was his brother so I could stay with him. They loaded him in, hooked him up to everything. The nurse, Julia, sat on one side, I sat on the other, and the paramedic was facing us. The siren came on, and we took off toward the hospital. On the way, Amir grabbed my sleeve, pulled me closer, and whispered, "Brother, I can smell them. They're here." I opened my mouth to tell him it was just in his head. It was like something slammed down on the roof of the ambulance. Bang. We all froze. You could see it in everyone's faces. We each waited for someone else to say, "Oh, that's just a pothole," or "It's the stretcher," something normal. Then it came again, louder. Bang, bang, bang. The whole ambulance shook, rocking from side to side like we were being hit by waves. My heart just stopped. I thought, no, he's hallucinating. This is my imagination. This is nothing. Then I looked at the nurse. She had gone completely white. Her eyes were wide, staring up at the ceiling. Her hands were trembling. She whispered, "What the hell is that?" So it wasn't just us. The paramedics shouted toward the front, "Hey, slow down. You're losing control back here." The driver yelled back, "I am slowing down. Something's wrong with the van." And the banging didn't stop. It got angrier, heavier, like something big was crawling all over us, throwing itself against the metal. Then the smell hit. It rolled in like a wave, thick, wet, choking. Imagine the worst rotten meat you've ever smelled and multiply it by 10. It stuck to the back of my throat. My eyes watered. Under the noise, I started hearing these low, guttural growls. Not from my friend, not from any human throat. It sounded like something trying to form words, but not quite managing. The driver suddenly shouted, voice cracking, "This is really fucked up." He begged the paramedic for a cigarette just so he'd have something normal to focus on. For a second, I almost told him to light it. Fire, smoke, anything human, anything ordinary to break that moment. And then, just like that, silence. No more banging, no more growling. The smell faded like it had never been there. By the time we pulled up to the hospital entrance, everything was quiet. Too quiet. Later, when things calmed down and Amir was somewhat stable, he kept saying, "At least now I know I'm not crazy. You felt it too. She headed it too." And he was right. We did. We spent weeks trying to rebuild his mind. Medication, therapy, talking, grounding. Slowly, he stopped calling at 3 a.m. Slowly, he laughed again. Eventually, he could talk about that ambulance ride and half joke about it. But for me, it didn't end there. That night was like a door opening. Ever since then, I've been experiencing things I wish I could just write off as stress. When I try to sleep, I feel someone touch my shoulder or brush my foot under the blanket. I spin around. No one there. That same rotten smell shows up randomly. I'll be in the kitchen or sitting on the bus, and suddenly it's there, curling into my nose, just for a second, then gone. Sometimes I feel eyes on me in the dark. Not the normal, I'm a bit creeped out feeling. This deep, heavy awareness that something is watching, just outside the edge of what I can see. I hear whispering right next to my ear as I'm falling asleep. Not words I can understand, more like breath that tries to be language. I jerk awake, gasping, heart racing, lungs burning like I'd been underwater. Panic attacks, nights and nights of them. Sleep paralysis came next. I'll be lying on my side, totally awake in my mind, but my body won't move. The room is dim, the lights from the street coming through the blinds, and in the corner, always in the same corner, there she is. A tall woman. Too tall. Her head almost brushing the ceiling. Her hair hanging forward, hiding most of her face, but not her smile. She laughs, this low, cruel laugh that feels like it's inside my skull. She says things I can't repeat. Not because I'm scared, you can believe me or not, but because the words feel poisonous. Like if I say them out loud, something will hear me and answer. The worst dream I had was this one. I saw myself in a completely dark room. No walls, no floor, just black. But I knew I was chained to something, some kind of metal post. And then they started burning me. I felt it. I really felt it. The fire, the skin blistering, the smell of my own flesh turning into that same rotten stench from the ambulance. I screamed until my voice tore apart. I could hear them laughing, see hands pulling at me from the dark. When I woke up, my whole body hurt. My throat was raw. My sheets were twisted and soaked with sweat. Since that night, I can only sleep with all the lights on. Every lamp, every little LED. Doesn't matter. Even then, they're still there. I'll be lying on my side, staring at the wall, and I'll see movement in the corner of my eye. Shapes, sometimes a hand, sometimes a face. The moment I turn my head, they vanish with this sound, like a quick swoosh of air. I'm exhausted. For months now, I've barely managed 4 hours of sleep a night. My body is weak. My mind is frayed at the edges. And still, whatever I ran into that night, it hasn't let go. One more thing, and then I'll stop, okay? Since all of this started, it's like I see darker things in the world around me. Not just in my room, not just at night, outside, in the streets. I live in Germany, in a really rough part of Berlin. During the day, it's just loud and dirty and depressing. But at night, it feels different, heavy. When I walk my dog late at night, his name is Milo, this tiny dachshund poodle mix, barely 5 kilos. I feel it. The air gets thick. The streetlights look weaker than they should. It's like the whole neighborhood is holding its breath. Sometimes, I'm sure I see things move in places where nothing should move. A shadow stepping away from a wall, then melting back into it when I focus. Last week, I took Milo out around midnight. The streets were quiet, just distant traffic and a drunk guy arguing with himself a block away. Milo stopped to poop beside a parked car. The shadow of the car fell over most of his body, so only his head and a bit of his back were in the light. I wasn't really paying attention at first. I was just scrolling on my phone. Then I realized he wasn't moving. I looked up. He was standing completely still, in this weird, stiff posture. His eyes were huge, staring straight ahead, not blinking. His little body was trembling, but he wasn't making a sound. I said, "Hey buddy, you done? Come here." Nothing. No ear twitch, no tail wiggle, just that frozen stare. I tugged gently on the leash. Normally that's all it takes. He trots right over. But this time, it was like the leash was tied to a concrete block. So I pulled harder. Still nothing. And then, I saw it. In the shadow under the car, where his back legs were, it wasn't just darkness. There were hands. Several of them. Long, black hands reaching out from the shadow, wrapped around his hind legs, his belly, pulling him down. Clawing at him, trying to drag him deeper into that patch of darkness. My brain kind of broke for a second. It was like my eyes were arguing with my mind. This can't be real. While every instinct in me screamed, "Move." I panicked. I grabbed the leash with both hands and pulled with everything I had, shouting his name over and over. For a moment, I felt resistance, like I was in a tug-of-war with something on the other end. And then, suddenly, he came free. So fast that his little body flew through the air and slammed into my legs. He yelped in pain, and I dropped to my knees, scooping him up, apologizing, heart racing. When I dared to look back under the car, there was nothing. Just darkness. Just a normal shadow. But for 3 days after that, Milo wouldn't stop shaking. He wouldn't eat properly. He wouldn't wander off, not even a meter. He knows what he saw. And so do I. So when people ask why I won't touch a Ouija board, or why I sleep with the lights on, or why my dog is glued to my ankles, I just smile a little and say, because once you open that door, you don't get to choose who walks through. And I mean every word. So, let me just start from the beginning. We've only been in our new build place here in the UK since January. It's me, my husband Dan, and our 21-year-old son, Leo, all rattling around this very normal, very unhaunted semi. Or so I thought. The first weird thing happened on a Friday night, or technically, early Saturday morning. It was 12:57 a.m., and I shot awake because music was booming through the house, proper vibrating the walls loud. It took me a second to realize what the song was. It was Stronger by Kanye West. Just that heavy beat thumping through everything. My first thought was, oh, for God's sake, Leo's got his music on again. So I grabbed my phone and texted him from bed. "Leo, turn it down." He replied straight away, "It's not me. I'm just watching YouTube with my headphones." That's when I noticed how much bass there was. It didn't sound like it was coming from his room. So I opened our bedroom door, stepped out onto the landing, and just listened. The sound was coming from downstairs, from the living room, from our Sonos speaker. I stood there, half asleep in my dressing gown, absolutely confused. And then, after maybe 30 seconds, the music just cut off. Dead. Silence. I went back to bed, texting Leo a bit, both of us trying to make sense of it. When Dan woke up properly in the morning, I told him what happened and said, "I can't believe you didn't hear any of that. Our bedroom's right above the living room." We decided it must have been some random glitch. Annoying, but whatever. We kind of laughed it off. I really wish it had stayed that simple. The next night, just after midnight, 12:06 a.m., both of us woke up at the same time. This time it wasn't Kanye. It was Footloose blasting out like someone was having an 80s dance party in our lounge. Dan sat bolt upright and just went, "What the hell?" and leapt out of bed. He ran downstairs to see what was going on. While he was down there, the music stopped again. So he came back up and was like, "There's no one there. Nothing's on." He was literally just stepping back into the bedroom when the music started again. Same speaker, different song. Now it was Cyndi Lauper, "Girls Just Want to Have Fun," pouring out of our Sonos like we'd hit shuffle on some hen party playlist. Dan grabbed his phone and opened the Sonos app while we were both sitting on the bed. On the screen it said, "Recently played, family favorites." The music had gone quiet again at this point, so we were just staring at the app, trying to figure out who or what was controlling it. And then, right in front of us, family favorites just disappeared. The recently played section went completely blank and said, nothing. We just looked at each other. A second later, at the bottom of the app, a little bar popped up. Cyndi Lauper, song title, the volume slider, the play pause button, all the controls you see when someone is actively playing something. We hadn't touched anything. We were literally just watching. As we stared at the screen, it changed from paused to play all on its own, and the music started up again downstairs. Dan hit pause. It stopped. Then it flicked itself back to play. He paused it again. It turned itself back on. This went on for a few seconds. Play, pause, and then we watched, horrified, as the volume slider started creeping up. Not in little jumps, but smoothly, like someone was dragging it up. Dan pulled it straight back down. A second later, it started climbing again. Higher, higher, all the way to maximum. He kept fighting it, trying to drag the volume down, hitting pause, but it was like something else was fighting back. And then the song changed. That's when it stopped being funny. Suddenly, instead of Cyndi Lauper, this really eerie, old-fashioned voice came on. Tiny Tim, singing Tiptoe Through the Tulips. I don't know if you've ever heard it in the middle of the night, in a dark house, after your speaker has apparently developed a mind of its own, but it is horrible. The second that song started, something in me just snapped. I burst into tears. I wasn't even embarrassed about it. I just felt this cold, horrible dread in my chest. Dan went completely pale, and he is not a man who scares easily. He's 6'3", works with his hands, runs his own trade business, very practical, very there's always an explanation kind of person. And he just looked at me and said, "We're turning it off. Now." We both got up, went into Leo's room first, just to check. He was out cold, fast asleep, the proper deep breathing, tangled in his duvet kind of asleep. No phone in his hand, no smirk, nothing. There is just no way he was orchestrating any of this. It's not even his sense of humor. So we went downstairs together. The house felt wrong. I don't even know how to describe it better than that. Just heavy and still. The music was still playing that Tiny Tim song, quietly now, like it was taunting us. We walked into the living room, and there was the Sonos speaker, little green light glowing like everything was totally normal. Nothing else was on. TV off. No laptops, no other devices. Just that light. We both just stood there for a moment. For the first time in my life, I found myself silently saying the Lord's Prayer in my head. I'm not religious at all, but in that moment I was like, if anyone is listening, please make this stop. Dan unplugged the speaker at the wall. The music cut out instantly. No fade, just gone. The light went out. The app on his phone went blank. No recently played, no cue, nothing. It was like it had never been on. We went back over everything we could think of. The soundbar is only connected to the TV. Only Dan even has the Sonos app on his phone. We don't have any other smart speakers set up in the house. We've got 2 old Alexas in a box somewhere from the move, but they're not even plugged in. There's no Spotify or anything else directly linked to the singer. Our Wi-Fi is locked down with a strong password, no neighbors piggybacking or anything like that. And it wasn't our son. He had work early the next morning. He was exhausted, and honestly, it's just not in his nature to pull a stunt like that, especially in the middle of the night. So here we are. Logically, I know there must be some explanation, some glitch or hack or something that a tech person could walk in and point out. But in the moment, watching that volume bar drag itself to max, hearing that weird old song kick in by itself, feeling the whole house vibrating, it felt like something else. Like something was in our home with us, playing with us. I keep telling myself it's just a speaker, just software, just a bug. But if I'm being completely honest, when I think about that tiny green light in the dark and that voice singing "Tiptoe Through the Tulips" at 1 in the morning, yeah, it still makes my skin crawl. So, let me tell you about something that happened to me a while back. I still don't really know how to explain it. This was about 3 years ago. I'd just gotten home from a long night shift at the hospital. I'm a pediatric resident, so my shifts can get pretty brutal. That night had been one of those shifts where everything happens at once. Crying kids, worried parents, alarms, paperwork. By the time I got home, I was running on fumes. Anyway, I went straight to my room. My room has a bunk bed. My bed's on top, and my younger brother Marco uses the bottom bunk whenever he stays over. That night he was there, and so was his girlfriend Lena. They were curled up on the bottom bunk, watching some action movie on my laptop. I remember tossing my bag in the corner, kicking off my shoes, and climbing up to the top bunk. It was around 10:30 or 11 at night. I said something like, "You two don't stay up too late, okay?" And Marco laughed and said, Yeah, go to sleep, old man." I was so tired I didn't even make it halfway through their movie. I just knocked out. The next thing I remember is waking up in the dark. You know that weird feeling when you wake up and the world feels too quiet? That's how it was. No movie playing, no whispers, no one walking around. Just silence. My room was completely dark, except for that faint bluish light coming in from the street lamp outside. I reached for my phone under my pillow and checked the time. It was 4:47 a.m. At first I was like, wow, I actually slept. And then I thought, wait, did Marco and Lena stay the night? Because Lena's parents are really strict. They never let her stay past midnight. Ever. Curious, I leaned over the side of the top bunk and looked down. Marco was there on the bottom bunk, sleeping on his side facing the wall. I could see his messy hair and his arm hanging a little off the edge of the bed. And next to him, tucked in under the same blanket, was Lena. At least, I thought it was Lena. She was lying on her back, eyes wide open, staring straight up at me. At first it didn't bother me. I just assumed she couldn't sleep or she'd woken up when I moved. So I whispered, "Hey Lena, you okay?" Nothing. She just kept staring. No blink, no little smile, no "hey," just still. I tried again, a little louder this time. "Lena, you good?" Silence. That's when this little knot formed in my stomach. Because Lena is usually really polite, kind of shy even. If she couldn't sleep, she'd at least whisper something back, or laugh, or ask why I was whispering like a weirdo from the top bunk. But she didn't move. Not even a twitch. Her eyes were just locked on mine. For a moment I thought, maybe she's annoyed I woke her up. Then my brain caught up with the rest of me. Wait, her parents. Her parents would never let her stay this late. And it was almost 5 in the morning. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they made an exception. Maybe she texted them and they said it was fine. I was exhausted, and honestly, at that hour, your brain will accept almost anything so you can go back to sleep. I decided I needed to pee before trying to sleep again, so I started climbing down the ladder. The whole way down, I could feel her eyes following me. Not turning her head a bit to watch me walk, kind of following. I mean, From the moment my feet hit the floor to the moment I walked past the bed and toward the door, she didn't move her head at all. Just her eyes, tracking me. Still no blinking, still no expression. I didn't say anything else. I suddenly didn't feel like talking. I splashed some water on my face, tried to shake it off. Told myself I was just overtired and imagining things. Long shifts mess with your head. You start seeing shadows move, hearing your name when no one said anything. I tried to put it in that category. On my way back, I hesitated in the doorway for a second. The room was exactly the same. Marco, asleep. Lena, lying on her back, eyes open, still staring in my direction. At that point, you'd think I'd freak out, right? But I didn't. I was so drained that my brain basically went, "You know what? Nope, we're not doing this. We're going back to bed." So I climbed up to the top bunk, carefully, trying not to think too hard about the fact that someone who shouldn't be there was watching me. I lay down, turned my back toward the wall, and pulled the blanket over my head like a kid. I told myself, "Sleep. You have rounds in a few hours. Just sleep." Somehow, I did. In the morning, sunlight was leaking in through the curtains, and the whole thing felt like a fuzzy, uncomfortable dream. Marco was awake, sitting on the edge of the bed, on his phone. The bottom bunk was empty. So I asked him, "Hey, what time did Lena end up going home? Her parents didn't get mad." He frowned at me. "What do you mean?" "I mean, she stayed late, right? Like, really late. I saw her here at almost 5. He blinked a few times, then laughed like I was messing with him. "Dude, I took her home before 1. Her dad would murder me if she stayed later than that. You were already snoring when we left." I just stared at him. "No, I woke up at 4:45. I saw you sleeping and Lena lying next to you. She was awake. She was staring at me. I even talked to her." Marco stopped laughing. He pulled out his phone and showed me his chats with her. There was a message from around 12:40 a.m. "Just got home. Thanks for the ride." And his reply at 12:42. "Text me when your dad stops glaring at me." So, yeah, according to him and her, she'd been home for hours by the time I woke up. I remember feeling this cold wave wash over me. My room suddenly felt smaller, like the walls had moved in a little. That bottom bunk, where I'd seen her, where that thing had been, was just an ordinary bed again. Marco kept saying, "You must have been dreaming." But I know what dreams feel like. I know what it's like to wake up confused and piece together weird fragments. This wasn't that. I was awake. I checked the time. I climbed down the ladder. I walked past the bed. I went to the bathroom. I came back. I remember the cool tile under my feet, the sound of the bathroom fan, the way the hallway light looked under my door when I came back in. And most of all, I remember those eyes. Too still, too focused, like someone wearing a mask of a face I recognized, but not quite knowing how to use it. Even now, I don't know what I saw. I don't throw around words like ghost easily, and I'm not someone who jumps to supernatural conclusions. I work in a hospital. I believe in medicine, in facts, in test results. But that night, I can't explain it. I can't file it away neatly in the "just a dream" folder. All I know is this. At around 4:47 a.m., in my dark, quiet room, something was lying on the bottom bunk beside my brother. And whatever it was wearing Lena's face. So, this happened to me and my granddad Leon back in the late 80s. He'd been fishing this one lake since, I don't know, the early 60s at least. It was his place. The kind of spot you only find if someone shows you on an old paper map. The road up there was more rocks than road. You needed a beat-up 4x4 and a strong stomach just to make it in. For me, as a kid, that drive felt like it took half my life. Everything at that lake had his fingerprints on it, literally. The benches, the rickety cutting table made from 2 different trees, the old tin-roofed shelter, even the outhouse with the crooked door, that was all him. It was like his own little kingdom out in the woods. At family gatherings, he'd hold court with these stories about the lake. Tall tales, everyone called them. He'd talk about strange lights hovering over the water, weaving between the trees, and how he'd wave at them, trying to get their attention. He used to say his dream was to be picked up by a flying saucer one day. My uncles would sometimes nod along and say, "Yeah, we saw some weird stuff up there too." But there was always this feeling like maybe they were humoring him a bit. I'd been to that lake with him a handful of times. We'd had some weird moments, strange sounds at night, odd echoes across the water, but nothing truly alarming. The scariest thing I'd seen was a moose wandering a little too close to camp once. Granddad just clapped his hands, shouted, and fired a warning shot into the air, and the thing took off like it had an appointment somewhere else. Anyway, this one trip stands out. We'd already been there for 2 days. We'd set up camp, got the fire going just right. He was particular about his fires, said a good campfire was like a good handshake. It tells you the kind of person you are. That afternoon we were down by the lake, lines in the water, just that steady rhythm of casting and reeling, not saying much. It was quiet in that deep, heavy way forests sometimes are, where even the birds seemed to be listening. I got a bite, good one too. Rod bent, lines singing. I remember my hands shaking a little from the fight. I finally pulled in this beautiful, fat rainbow trout, big enough that Granddad let out this low whistle. We got it up on the old cutting table, and that's when things got weird. Right away, we both noticed the skin looked off. At first, I thought it was just the way the light was hitting it, but when I leaned in, I saw these raised patterns all over its body. Not just scars or bumps, patterns. The skin was bubbled out in these tight little lines, forming shapes that didn't look natural at all. There were spirals, perfect straight lines, little squares and triangles, shapes inside other shapes. It honestly looked like someone had etched crop circles into the side of this fish. You could run your fingers over it and feel the ridges. It wasn't just color, it was texture. I remember thinking it looked like some kind of underwater hieroglyphics. Granddad absolutely lost it, in the best way. He pointed at the fish and yelled, "You see? You see? I told you there's something about this place." He was laughing and almost crying at the same time, just overwhelmed. He kept saying, "They marked it, they marked it." And I had no idea who they were, but I knew he meant those lights he always talked about. Then, in the middle of all that excitement, he suddenly got real serious. "We gotta go," he said. "We have to take this back to town. We'll show the paper. They'll put it on the front page. People are finally gonna believe me." This was way before everybody had a phone with a camera in their pocket. If you didn't have a picture, you needed the local newspaper to vouch for you. We finally got everything loaded into the truck. The fire was out. Camp was just a flat spot again, and we were about ready to climb in and head back to town. Then Granddad paused, hand on the truck door, and said, "I want to look at it one more time." So we walked back to the ice chest, popped the lid open, and there it was, the trout. Only now, it looked completely normal. No raised lines, no spirals, no crop circle designs. Just a regular, slightly dull-looking rainbow trout lying on a bed of melting ice. I remember my whole body going cold. Granddad just stared at it. Then he looked at me and said, "You saw it, right? Tell me you saw it." His voice had this little shake to it. And I did see it. I remembered how it felt under my fingers, those ridges and shapes. I told him, "Yeah, I saw it. I swear I did." But even as I said it, there was this little voice in my head whispering, "Did you though? Did you really?" We went back and forth like that for a while. "Maybe the cold made it shrink down," he muttered. "Maybe we were just tired," I offered. Then he'd snap back with, "No, no, don't you start. I know what I saw." After a bit, we just kind of stood there in this weird silence, both of us doubting ourselves and each other, and also not wanting to. Eventually, he shut the lid and sighed. "Well," he said, "no one's believing that now." We ended up unpacking everything we had just packed and stayed another night. It felt ridiculous setting the tent back up in the same spot, like rewinding a tape. The mood was different though, quieter, more thoughtful. We still fished, we still cooked, we still talked, but there was this unspoken something hanging between us. The craziest part? Granddad cleaned that trout and fried it up in his old cast iron pan the next day. After all that, after the patterns and the panic and the almost trip back to town, he seasoned it like he always did, squeezed a little lemon he'd brought from home, and ate it with a grin. Said it tasted out of this world, then chuckled at his own joke. As I got older, that trip turned into one of our stories. We'd bring it up sometimes and just laugh. The way we packed up camp in a rush, the way we unpacked it all again, the way we questioned our own eyes. He'd still insist. "They marked that fish. I know they did." And I'd nod because, deep down, I kind of believed him. Later in life, he started slipping away because of dementia. Little pieces of him got lost first. Names, places, dates. Eventually, he stopped remembering the trout altogether. If I brought it up, he'd just smile politely, like I was telling him about something that had happened to someone else. But he never stopped talking about the lights. Even when most stories were gone, he'd still tell me, in this soft, almost childlike voice, about the lights over that lake. How they hung there without a sound. How the water underneath them would start to swirl like it was being stirred by an invisible spoon. His eyes would get this faraway look, and for a moment, he was right back there on the shore, watching. After that day with the trout, I stopped treating his stories like just tall tales. I don't know what we saw. I don't know why the markings vanished, or why we both remember them so clearly. I just know that, for a brief moment, it felt like we'd been let in on some kind of secret, and then it was taken back. One of these days, I'd like to go back to that lake. I don't even know if I could get there anymore. The road might be worse. The old benches probably rotted through. His handmade outhouse caved in. But I'd like to stand on that shoreline again, cast a line out, and just listen. Maybe I'd see nothing but a calm lake and some ordinary fish. Okay, deep breath. I've literally said a quick prayer before telling you this, so just know I'm not sharing it to scare you, just to be honest about what happened. So picture this. It's a rainy Friday night, and I'm at my Nana Rose's house with my best friend, Lena. We're bored out of our minds, curled up on the couch, binge-watching paranormal videos on YouTube. Those exploration channels where people sneak into abandoned hospitals and hear weird stuff through spirit boxes. And I get this brilliant, but not so brilliant idea. I turn to Lena and I'm like, "We should get a Ouija board." Now, important context. I've been obsessed with paranormal stuff since I was a kid. Ghost shows, real haunting videos, creepy forum stories. That was my jam growing up. So this wasn't some random impulse. I had wanted to try a Ouija board for years. Like, little kid me was low-key waiting for this moment. So the next day, I go out, buy one, and bring it over to my other best friend's house. Her name's Maya. So it's me, Lena, and Maya in her room, lights low, candles on the dresser, trying to act brave even though we're all a little jittery. We set the board down on the floor, sit in a little circle, fingertips on the planchette. At first, Nothing happens. 10, 15 minutes of just silence and us nervously giggling because it feels stupid. I'm almost embarrassed, like, wow, guess I wasted my money. Then it starts to move. At first it's slow, like it's testing us. It spells out that it's a spirit named Henry, who supposedly lived on that property in the 1500s and died from poison, which already didn't make a ton of sense, but we were trying to roll with it. And then the vibe shifts. It starts spelling a name, not its real name, but a name that instantly made my chest tighten because I recognized what it meant. I'm not going to say the real name. If you're into paranormal stuff, you probably know the one I'm talking about. But for this story, I'll call it Milo. Just know that is 100% a fake name I'm using, so I'm not actually saying it. The second the planchette spelled M-I-L-O, my heart dropped. Here's the thing. None of my friends knew anything about this specific demon. I'd learned about it when I was like 9, watching those dumb spooky videos I definitely shouldn't have been watching. It's known as the Ouija board demon in a lot of stories. The way it acts, the way it talks, there's a whole pattern to it. And I just remember thinking, there is no way they could be faking this right now. They don't even know what this is. Then it starts giving a message for Maya. Her dad had passed away a few years before, and suddenly the board spells Dad. Message for Kayla is car. Pray for Mom. Kayla, I love you. Promise, pray for Mom. Kayla is the name I'm going to use for my friend here instead of her real one. We all just stare at each other because her dad did die in a car accident and her mom does struggle with addiction. None of that is new to us, but the board didn't know that. There was this heaviness in the room like the air got thicker. Then it spells out her ex's name. Full name. Mentions little specific details about him. Stuff we hadn't talked about that night at all. We're freaked, but of course it's my turn next. Immediately, it goes back to M-I-L-O. Then it spells out my ex's name. Again, full name. After that, it spells cry and 17. Then the board randomly says, stop talking to Eli. Eli is the fake name I'm using for the guy I was talking to back then, who, funny enough, I did end up dating later on. It spelled his name clear as day. No hesitation, no guessing. Then it switches back, spells my ex's name again, and goes, not nice. And then a really creepy pattern starts. It keeps flipping between things about my ex and the words, open door. We're in Maya's room. The bedroom door is closed. Every time we ask who we're talking to, it jumps between my ex's name, emotional words like cry, and then open door, over and over again. Like something's trying to get us to let it in. A minute later, it spells, Dad here again. We realize we're apparently talking to two entities now, Milo and her dad. And then, clear as anything, it spells, don't open door for Milo. And that's when it hits me. This thing is doing exactly what that demon is known for. It keeps pretending to be people we'd know or care about. It keeps bringing up things that matter to us. It even spells its name the same way every time, but slightly altered. One letter off here, one letter off there. Just enough to be almost the same, but not quite. I hadn't thought about that demon in years, not since I was a kid. And suddenly every video, every warning, every don't mess with this thing story is coming back to me. I'm sitting there thinking, oh my God, I know exactly what this is. And I swear to you, I was not moving that planchette. I know everyone says that, but I genuinely wasn't. And my friends had no clue about any of this background. They weren't even into paranormal stuff like that. At some point, the board tells us, don't help demon. Maya and Lena are terrified at this point. They want to stop, say goodbye, be done. And here's the weird part. I did not want to stop. I got irrationally angry when they said they were done. That's not like me. I'm usually the cautious one. They both say goodbye and remove their fingers. I know the rule. Everyone has to say goodbye to close it properly. I know that. But something in me refuses. I keep my fingers on the planchette. I don't say goodbye. I can't explain to you why. It felt like I needed to keep going, even though I knew better. That week, everything went sideways. Within days, Maya dislocated her knee doing something super normal, nothing risky. I got horrible news back from my doctor about a health issue I had been ignoring. Kayla suddenly broke up with her boyfriend of 3 years, completely out of nowhere. Lena, who had never struggled with mental health before, spiraled into this intense depression. She said she felt like something was constantly watching her. At the time, we didn't put it all together. It just felt like a really awful week. But all of it, every single thing, happened right after we used that board. The weirdness didn't stop either. For over a month, we all had little things happen. Nightmares, knocking sounds, that feeling like someone's standing in the corner of your room when the lights are off. You know when you feel like you're not alone, but you can't prove it? It was like that, but turned up. Eventually, we were like, okay, this is not normal. We wrapped the board in an old pillowcase, took it to the house I stayed at with my grandma, and locked it in a closet. I shoved it way in the back and slammed the door. I have not opened that closet since. Here's where it gets extra creepy. She goes, "It was the strangest thing. Some kids came to the door the other day, and when I asked their names, they all gave me the same weird one. They said their name was..." And then she says the name. The actual name. Not Milo. The real one I refused to say. My stomach dropped into my shoes. There is no way she would have known that word, or known to say it to me. When I tell you I almost started crying right there at the table. After that, I reached out to a friend of mine who's a medium. I'll call her Riley. I didn't tell her much, just that something felt off and we'd messed with a Ouija board. She didn't know the details at first. She starts checking in with us one by one and later tells me she felt personally attacked, just trying to connect and figure out what was around us. She said it wasn't just passing through, it was tied to us, especially to me. That was enough. I was done. I will never touch a Ouija board again. Ever. I don't care how curious I am or how controlled it seems. I'm not saying everyone will have the same experience, but I know what happened to us, and I know how it made us feel. When we sat on that floor, all of us crying, none of us were moving that board. We were genuinely shaken. I haven't talked about this in years because, honestly, I didn't want to give it energy. I didn't want to feed into it. But I also felt like I needed to tell this story. Maybe as a warning. Maybe just to get it off my chest. So yeah, that's my Ouija story. I don't claim any negative energy from this. That spirit, that thing, whatever it was, has no power over me anymore. I've prayed, I've cleared my space, and I've moved on. If you're curious, you can look up the famous Ouija board demon and read how it behaves. The way it pretends to be familiar, how it targets your interests and soft spots, how it changes one letter in its name. It did all of that with us. Exactly. And the wildest part to me? I honestly believe it waited years for me to finally talk to it. From the moment 9-year-old me hit play on those creepy videos, to the night I finally put my fingers on that board. I'm done with it now, but I'll never forget. So, okay. Let me just tell this like I would if we were sitting on a porch somewhere. This happened in the summer of 2024, out in western Massachusetts, near where I live. It was one of those late July Saturdays, hot but not brutal, when the woods feel really alive. It had been a really good year for foraging. The year before, everything was just soggy and miserable. But that summer, the rain and sun actually cooperated for once. For context, my neighborhood backs right up to conservation land, so if I want to go into the woods, I don't pack up the car or anything. I literally walk out my back door, past the brush line, and I'm in it. That day, I took one of my dogs with me, my nervous one, the one who's usually kind of shy with new people. She's great off-leash though, so she was just tearing around, nose to the ground, while I poked under logs and checked fallen branches for mushrooms. We'd been out for a couple of hours and she was getting warm, tongue hanging way out, so I decided to walk us down to this little stream. It's maybe a mile or so behind my house if you follow the trail. The stream branches off from a bigger river in the area, but as long as there hasn't been a ton of recent rain, it's pretty gentle. Slow water, lots of rocks, perfect for the dog to splash around and cool off. I sat down on the bank. It was buggy, but not terrible. A few mosquitoes here and there, the usual buzzing. My dog was hopping in and out of the water, doing zoomies in the shallows. After a bit, I heard splashing from upstream. At first I thought it was my dog, but she froze, ears up, staring in the same direction. For a second my brain went straight to, oh great, this is how I meet a bear. Or maybe a moose, both of which have shown up out there before. But it wasn't an animal. It was this old guy, wading his way down the stream toward us. Now, to be fair, I have seen people back there before, but it's rare. I've lived in that house for about 7 years now, and I can count on one hand how many folks I've run into that deep in the woods. He was wearing chest waders, the kind that go up like overalls, with worn brown boots built in. Underneath, he had on this faded blue t-shirt with a goofy little sun and slogan on it. Not the exact brand I own a million of, but the same vibe. And he had a tan bucket hat on, cinched under his chin. His face was pretty red, the way somebody looks when they've been outside all day in the heat, part sunburn, part exertion. He was clearly older. His skin had that weathered, deeply lined look people get from years of being out in the elements. White beard, kind eyes. I'm sure if he'd taken the hat off, his hair would have been white too. He was old enough and moving slowly enough that I didn't get that immediate, oh no, feeling I sometimes get as a woman alone in the woods. I still had my little knife on me, and my dog, and he just didn't give off that kind of energy. If you know, that automatic mental checklist we do. All of that, and still, I just didn't feel threatened. What was strange right away was my dog's reaction. Normally she's skittish with strangers. Not aggressive, just shy. She'll try to back away or keep her distance. But this guy steps closer, stretches out a hand, lets her sniff, and she just lights up. She starts bouncing around him like he's her long-lost best friend, splashing and spinning in the water. He chuckles and goes, "Don't mind me, I'm just passing through." Then he looks at me, looks at my dog doing laps through the creek, and adds with a little smile, "Looks like you're just passing through too." For some reason, that phrasing stuck in my head. And this is the part that's really hard to explain. Being near him felt safe. Not just, oh, he seems harmless, safe, but this deep, full-body calm, like my nervous system finally took a breath. I almost never feel that way around people, especially strangers alone in the woods. But with him, it was like all the background anxiety just lifted. Not only about him, but about everything, like the world itself stopped pressing on me for a minute. We didn't trade names. We didn't talk about where we lived. It was just this shared appreciation for the forest. He asked normal mushroom questions. Are you ever worried you'll eat the wrong one? How'd you get into this? What do you usually find out here? All the stuff I'm used to answering. But with him, it felt less like small talk and more like, I don't know, like he was making sure I knew what I was doing. After a while, he stopped casting and nodded downstream, in the direction he'd been heading. He said something like, "If you keep going that way, you'll see some real strange mushrooms along the waterline. They like it damp, right up near the edge. Can't say I know what they are." Then he looked at me and added, in this quiet, matter-of-fact way, "Not everything out here is meant for you, but you already look like you understand that." I didn't really know how to answer, so I just kind of stood there letting that sink in. Before it got too awkward, he followed it up with, "You care about this place. I can tell. Same way I do." I remember saying something like, "If you love something, you take care of it. That's part of the deal, right?" He gave this little nod, like I'd passed some kind of test I didn't know I was taking, and said, "Good." At some point, I had stood up and moved closer without really thinking about it. I ended up just a few feet from him at the edge of the stream. And this is the part that bothers me when I think back on it. I know better. I am very aware of stranger danger. I'm a grown adult. I know the statistics. But there was never a moment when I felt like I needed to step back, or call my dog to my side, or end the conversation. I just stayed there. I don't know how long we talked. 10 minutes? Half an hour? An hour? Time kind of melted away. It was just this old man and me, in the water, in the trees, talking about mushrooms in the forest. Then, all at once, everything changed. You know that feeling when someone hits the mute button on a TV? It was like that, but for the entire forest. 1 second, there were birds calling, insects buzzing, leaves rustling, my dog splashing, and the next, it was gone. No birds, no cicadas, no bees, no wind, just the sound of the stream. My dog froze. Her ears went straight up, tail held high. Not growling, not bristling, just intensely alert, like every part of her was listening. I looked back at the man, and he was already looking at me. His whole demeanor shifted, not scary, not angry, just serious. Very, very serious. He said, calmly but firmly, "It's time for you to head back now." I opened my mouth to ask, back where, or why, or anything, but before I could get a word out, he repeated himself, a little more insistent this time. "It's time for you to go back now." Then he reached out and tapped me on the chest with 2 fingers, like making a peace sign and pressing the tips gently against my sternum. It wasn't a shove. It didn't feel threatening, but it landed with this weird weight, like the gesture went deeper than it should have. And then, I was standing in almost the exact same spot by the stream. My dog was a few feet away, calmly standing in the water like nothing had happened. The forest was loud again, bringing insects, the soft rush of the stream, distant leaves moving. My feet were wet, and right where he'd touched my chest, I could feel this dull ache, like a bruise forming under the skin. But he was gone. No old man in waders, no splashing footsteps downstream, no sign that he'd ever been there at all. I don't know how much time passed between him touching my chest and me coming back. It could have been seconds. It could have been longer. I checked my phone later, but there wasn't anything obvious, just that disorienting gap, like someone quietly removed a slice of my afternoon. I've told only a few people about this. The general response has been some version of, "You crossed paths with something on the other side," or "The veil was thin and you met a guardian of the forest." That kind of thing. And honestly, that's what it felt like. Not a random fisherman, not a creep, just something older, deeper, and very, very tied to that place. A couple of things people always ask, so I'll just say them now. I was completely sober. I wasn't sick before or after. I'd already eaten. I never eat anything I forage while I'm still out in the woods. I don't have any underlying medical conditions that could explain blacking out or hallucinating. And this isn't even the only strange thing that's happened to me in that forest. I don't know exactly what I believe about it. I just know that for a little while that day, I felt more at peace than I have in years. And then some old man in waders told me, very clearly, that it was time to go back. So, I've been carrying this story around for years, and I still don't really know what to make of it. I've told it a few times to friends, but I'm always curious how other people see it. Before anything, I should say English isn't my first language, so if I mess something up, please be patient with me. Anyway, here goes. When I was about 11 years old, I was in a youth scout group. It was honestly one of the happiest parts of my childhood. We spent a lot of time outdoors, learning how to tie knots, build small bamboo benches, light campfires, cook simple meals, and all that teamwork stuff that makes you feel very grown up when you're actually just a kid with a too big backpack. In my country, scout activities usually include short camping trips to quiet wooded areas. Nothing wild or far in the mountains, just small forests or nature reserves not too far from town. Peaceful places, lots of trees, crickets at night, that kind of vibe. This particular trip was at an educational nature center on the edge of a forest. The building itself was closed because it was school vacation, but they let us use the open field behind it to camp. It wasn't as big as a soccer field, more like a wide, grassy clearing. We set up our tents in a circle, tables in the middle, a campfire a bit off to one side. Our leader divided us into pairs for the tents, boys with boys, girls with girls. There were 3 girls in the group that year, me, my friend Lena, and another girl who ended up in a different tent with an assistant. So it was mostly just me and Lena together for everything. We had assigned duties. Someone handled cooking, someone gathered firewood, someone took care of the water, and so on. The one job everyone secretly hated was dishwashing, because we had to carry everything down a narrow path into the woods to a small stream. The rule was, always go in pairs, and you went with your tent mate. On the second night, we had a late dinner because one of the activities ran long. By the time we finished eating, it was close to midnight. The fire was just glowing embers, and everyone was tired and quiet. That night, it was my turn and Lena's turn to wash the dishes. But Lena had caught a bad cold earlier that day. She was pale, shivering, and had that heavy, blocked nose kind of voice. Our leader, Mr. Rafi, saw her and said, "No, you stay and rest. I'll send someone else with you," meaning with me. So instead of Lena, one of the boys came with me. I'll call him Jonah. He grabbed the plastic tub with the dirty plates and cups, and I took the flashlight. We didn't really talk much. We were just sleepy and a bit annoyed that we got the worst chore at the worst time. To reach the stream, there was only one way. A thin dirt trail that went between the trees behind the field. In the daytime, it was kind of pretty, with sunlight coming through the leaves. At night, though, it felt completely different. It was really dark, and the only lights were my little flashlight and a small slice of moon peeking through the branches. The path was just wide enough for one person at a time, so Jonah walked behind me, carrying the dishes, and I walked in front with the flashlight. We followed the trail for maybe 3 or 4 minutes, long enough for my heart to start beating a bit faster than usual. The air felt colder down there, damp from the stream. I could hear the water before I saw it. When we finally reached the stream, I lifted the flashlight to see where we could put the tub down. That's when we noticed someone was already standing there. For a moment, we both assumed it was someone from our group, but that didn't really make sense. Everyone should have been in their tents, and we hadn't seen anyone else leave the campsite. I remember Jonah whispering, "Who's that?" I didn't answer. I just squinted, trying to see better. I raised the flashlight a little, and my stomach dropped. The girl was wearing what looked like Lena's clothes, an oversized gray hoodie and dark shorts. Lena had been wearing that exact outfit earlier that evening, right before she went to lie down. My first thought was, Lena got up and came here? But that didn't make sense either. She'd been really sick, and we had left the campsite before seeing anyone else even sit up, let alone walk past us. We stood there, both of us staring at this girl across the stream. She had her back to us, hair down, almost reaching the middle of her back. She wasn't making any sound, just standing, looking at the water. Because we were kids, and kids don't always make smart decisions, we decided to call out to her instead of turning around and leaving. "Lena?" I called softly at first. No response. She didn't move at all. I tried again, louder. "Lena, are you okay?" Still nothing. Not even a flinch. At this point, I remember feeling two things at the same time: fear and this strange politeness. Like, what if this really is Lena and she needs help? I didn't want to just abandon her, but everything in me was starting to feel wrong. Jonah leaned a little closer to me and whispered, "Why isn't she answering?" We waited maybe 5, 6 seconds. It felt longer. The only sound was the stream and crickets. Then, for some reason I still don't fully understand, we decided to get closer. The stream wasn't very wide there, just a narrow crossing with rocks, and we were both used to going around that area during the day. So we carefully stepped on a couple of big stones to get closer to her side. My flashlight beam shook a bit because my hands were starting to tremble. We walked up behind her, slowly. She still didn't react. No turning, no shifting her weight, no sound. Just this small figure in Lena's hoodie, staring at the water. Jonah reached out first. I remember wanting to tell him, "Don't," but the word never came out of my mouth. He put his hand very gently on her shoulder and turned her slightly toward us. At the same time, I lifted the flashlight to her face. And that's the moment everything broke. Where her face should have been, there was just nothing clear. It was like my brain couldn't focus on it. I didn't see eyes, or a nose, or a mouth. Just a kind of pale blankness where all those things should be. It wasn't like someone wearing a mask. It didn't look plasticky or painted. It was more like my brain refused to make sense of what I was seeing. I remember feeling this cold wave run through my whole body in less than a second. Jonah made this noise, half gasp, half choke, and yanked his hand back. I couldn't even scream at first. My mouth opened, but nothing came out. The girl didn't move. She didn't react to him touching her or to the light in her face. She didn't tilt her head, didn't step back, didn't say a single word. She was just standing there, slightly turned toward us now, with that face, or non-face, in the beam of my flashlight. Then everything happened at once. I dropped the flashlight. Jonah dropped the tub with all the dishes, and they clattered on the rocks and splashed into the water. In that moment of chaos, my voice finally came back, and I screamed. I think we were both screaming, honestly. When we burst out of the trees and into the camp, a couple of kids sat up, confused, and our leader came running toward us, asking what happened. We were shaking so badly we could barely talk. The first thing I did was sprint straight to my tent and yank the flap open. Lena was there, sound asleep, curled up in her sleeping bag, breathing heavily through her stuffy nose. Her hair was a mess on the pillow, and her hoodie, the same gray hoodie, was right there on her. I just stood there, staring at her. I remember touching her shoulder gently and whispering her name, and she only groaned a little and turned over, still half asleep. The cold feeling in my chest got even worse. If she had been in the tent the whole time, who had we just followed into the woods? I went back to where Jonah was standing with our leader. He looked terrible, white as a sheet, eyes wide, hands still shaking. We tried to explain what we'd seen, stumbling over our words, interrupting each other. Our leader was skeptical, of course. From his perspective, it was two scared kids telling a ghost story after midnight. He scolded us for making such a scene and for dropping all the dishes in the stream. Then he told us we had to go back and pick them up. I did not want to go. Neither did Jonah. But we also didn't want to get into more trouble. So after a lot of deep breaths and nervous glances, we agreed to go, this time with our leader coming along behind us. Walking that same path again, so soon after, was horrible. Every shadow looked like it was about to move. I kept expecting to see that small figure standing in the distance again. My hands were clammy on the flashlight. When we reached the stream, everything was exactly like we'd left it, except there was no one there. No girl, no movement, just the sound of water and insects. The tub was overturned near the bank. Some of the dishes were half in the water, some on the rocks. We picked them up in silence. I kept shining the flashlight around, half hoping, half terrified I would see someone hiding in the trees. But there was nothing. No footprints, no rustling, no sign of anyone else. Our leader grumbled about us scaring ourselves, and on the way back, he insisted it was probably a trick of the light, or maybe we were confusing each other's stories in the moment. You know, the usual adult explanations. For a long time, among our scout friends, this story turned into something people joked about. Remember when you and Jonah screamed about a faceless girl? They'd laugh, or say we'd watched too many horror movies. And I get it. If I hadn't been there, I might think the same thing. But here's what still bothers me. We both saw the same thing, at the same time, before we had a chance to influence each other's memories. Jonah and I didn't describe it differently. We both said it looked like a girl wearing clothes like Lena's, standing by the water, not moving, and that when we saw her face, there was nothing. We were kids, yes, but we weren't trying to scare each other. If anything, we were trying very hard not to be scared. I'm not as frightened by it anymore. It's been many years, and I can talk about it without my voice shaking. I can come up with all kinds of maybe explanations now. Maybe it was some stranger living nearby. Maybe it really was a mask, and we just panicked too much to notice details. Maybe the flashlight's angle and the shadows erased everything in a weird optical illusion. Maybe our brains just filled in the blanks with something terrifying. All of those are possible, I guess. But whenever I think back to that night, what unnerves me the most isn't the blank face. It's the way she never moved. Not even a little. Not when we called out. Not when we stepped onto the rocks. Not when Jonah touched her shoulder and turned her. I still don't know what we really saw that night by the stream. And maybe I never will. But it stayed with me, clear as the sound of the water and the cold in the air, all these years later. So, let me tell you about the strangest job I've ever had. Last year, I was working as a compounding pharmacy intern. It was my very first time working in a real lab, and I was honestly so excited. You know that mix of nerves and pride? That was me, in my little white coat, thinking, wow, I'm really doing it. If you're not familiar, a compounding pharmacy is where they make customized medications, like tailored doses, different forms, special ingredients, very specific to each patient. My job wasn't glamorous or anything. I mostly bottled the medications, labeled them, checked the tags. Basic stuff. But for a first experience, I thought it would be great. I got the job because a friend of mine, Julia, recommended me. She was like, "You'll learn a lot, and the boss is chill." So I trusted her. The work itself was fine. The place, though? The place was wrong. The pharmacy was in this old 2-story building on a quiet street. From the outside, it looked more like someone's grandmother's house than a lab. It had that faded paint, narrow windows, and this tiny, squeaky gate. When I first saw it, I remember thinking, huh, are we sure this is up to code? But I was an intern, so, I kept that to myself. Inside, it felt like they had taken a normal family home and just forced it into being a pharmacy. The front, where the customers came in, was okay. But the back area? A chaos of boxes, old shelves, and patches of mold creeping along the walls. The smell of damp plaster never really went away. To get to the lab, you had to go up this narrow wooden staircase. Every step complained. I swear, it sounded exactly like the stairs in horror movies, those groans and pops that make you look over your shoulder even when you know no one's there. And then there was the last step. I started calling it the ghost step in my head. Every time I walked down the stairs, it felt like that last step wasn't really there, like my foot just dropped a little too far. I'd stumble, catch myself, and my heart would leap into my throat. It happened so often that it stopped feeling like clumsiness and started feeling like something was waiting for me to miss. The whole building had strange details like that. There were multiple doors that went nowhere. One was screwed shut. Another was blocked by a tall shelf full of dusty binders. Another opened into a wall that had clearly been built later. It was like the house had a layout once, a normal one, and then somebody decided to mutilate it. Upstairs, the lab itself was divided into several small rooms. One for capsules, one for creams and gels, one with the big machines, and a storage room. All of them were connected by this long, narrow corridor that was always darker than it should have been, even with the lights on. Light just didn't seem to stick to that hallway. And the people, well, let's just say they weren't the comforting kind. Most of the staff were polite on the surface, but very cold underneath. You know those coworkers who never actually help, but always complain? A lot of that. Very selfish energy. Everyone doing the bare minimum, always watching each other, but never really seeing each other. Now, here's an important detail. I was almost always the last one to leave the lab. At first, nothing super strange happened. The place creeped me out, but it was just a vibe. You know when you feel uneasy, but you can still explain it away? Old building, dark hallway, weird mold, unfriendly coworkers. Okay, fine. But a few months in, that changed. There was this guy who worked the shift before mine. Let's call him Paolo. He wasn't friendly, but he wasn't rude either. Just quiet, very serious. Every day when he finished, he'd pass by the doorway, look in, and say a simple, "Ciao," or "See you." Then he'd go down the stairs, and I'd hear his steps fading away. One evening, around a little after 6 p.m., I was alone in one of the smaller rooms. Door closed, finishing some labels. It was one of those evenings when the sky outside turns this grayish blue, and you can't really tell how late it is. And then I heard footsteps on the stairs. Slow, steady, coming up. Wood creaking under each step. My first thought was, oh, Paolo forgot something. So I called out, "Paolo, is that you?" Silence. The footsteps kept coming. Up the stairs, onto the hallway, past the door of the room I was in. They didn't stop. They just moved through the lab. No voices, no doors opening, nothing falling, no bags rustling. Just the sound of someone walking. You know that cold feeling that starts in your chest and spreads to your fingers? Yeah, that. I didn't open the door. I just froze. I held my breath and listened, hoping weirdly that I was wrong, that it was just the building creaking. But it wasn't. They were footsteps, heavy enough to make the wood respond. Eventually, the sound faded, and I forced myself to go downstairs and ask my boss, Ricardo, if he'd been up there. He looked surprised and said, "No, I've been here at the counter the whole time. Why?" I just laughed it off. Nothing. I thought I heard someone." Inside, though, I was rattled. After that day, things escalated. It became normal, too normal, for me to hear footsteps or soft whispers when I was alone in erupts. The whispers were the worst. because I could never quite make out the words. It was like standing next to a closed room where two people are talking very quietly. You can't hear what, but you know there are voices. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. That's when I began wearing headphones with music. It was against the rules because of biosecurity, but honestly, I didn't care anymore. Fear felt worse than getting scolded. I'd tuck one earbud under my hair, keep the volume low, and pretend everything was fine. But even with music, the feeling of the place wouldn't leave me. The air felt heavy, like something was pressing on my chest. Those blocked doors, the moldy corners, the way people treated each other, everything combined into this thick, bad energy. I'd go up the stairs already tense, shoulders tight, stomach knotted. And then my health started to fall apart. I stopped being able to eat properly. I'd sit down for lunch and feel nauseous just looking at the food. My stomach was always weird, painful, swollen, full of gas. And I spent more time in the bathroom holding back the urge to vomit than actually working. I lost a lot of weight without trying. My clothes became loose. I went to doctors, did tests, tried medications. Everything came back normal. On paper, I was fine. In reality, I felt miserable. One afternoon, something happened that I still think about. Not a little bump. A thud. My whole body went cold. I stood there for a few seconds just breathing, arguing with myself. Don't go. But what if something actually fell? What if it's important? Finally, I forced myself to open the door. The hallway looked the same. Dim, long, weird. I walked to the other room, and there, in the middle of the floor, was a wooden stool lying on its side. One of those simple, round stools with 4 legs and no backrest. Now, there was no open window, no fan. No one had been up there but me, and that stool was heavy. It wasn't the kind of thing a tiny breeze could knock over. I remember just staring at it, feeling this wave of adrenaline. I walked in, picked it up, and put it back the right way. And as I turned to leave the room, I glanced toward the corridor. That's when I saw it. A white shape, small, about the height of a child, moving quickly across the hallway. Just a pale figure passing from one side to the other, then gone. No face, no details, just that white form against the darkness. I didn't stay to negotiate with reality. I dropped what I had in my hands and bolted. I ran down the stairs so fast that, of course, the ghost step got me. My foot slipped on that last step that always felt wrong, and I stumbled hard, almost falling. Ricardo, my boss, came rushing over. What happened? Are you okay? I laughed it off again, said something about being clumsy, changed the subject as fast as I could. I was shaking, but I still didn't want to sound crazy. Later, when I'd calmed down a bit, curiosity beat fear. I asked him, "Hey, what was this building before it became a pharmacy?" He thought for a moment and said, "Oh, it used to be a house. An older couple lived here, and I think they had a granddaughter who stayed with them sometimes. That was, what, 20 years ago?" Then he hesitated and added, almost casually, "Funny thing, I had a dream about a girl in this place once. She was wearing white. She kept trying to talk to me, but I couldn't understand her. And her eyes..." He paused. Her eyes were completely black. Hearing that, I felt every little hair on my arm stand up. I told him about the footsteps, the stool, the white figure I'd just seen. I expected him to laugh or tell me I was overworked. Instead, he sighed and said, "You're not the first person to say something like that." He told me the pharmacist who used to be in charge, let's call her Louisa, had once seen a child walking around the pharmacy, a little girl. Louisa got so terrified she hid under a table and had a full-blown panic attack. They ended up having to take her out and drive her to the hospital. She resigned not long after that. After hearing all of this, I refused to stay alone upstairs anymore. I asked my friend Julia to stay with me whenever she could, even if she wasn't on the same schedule. On days when that wasn't possible, I'd rush through my tasks and then literally hide in the bathroom downstairs until my shift ended. just so I didn't have to be alone in that lab. The whole thing just felt wrong. Not, I watched a horror movie and I'm jumpy, wrong. More like, my body is screaming at me to leave, wrong. After almost a year there, I finally had a reason to quit. My college schedule changed to full-time, and there was no way to keep the internship. I told them I had to leave, and honestly, I felt relieved in a way that's hard to describe. Here's the part that still blows my mind. In the first week after I left that pharmacy, my appetite just came back. No nausea, no constant stomach pain, no running to the bathroom. It was like my body had been holding its breath the entire time I worked there, and finally, it could inhale again. Let's just say I'm very, very happy to be far away from that pharmacy on the hill. And if anyone ever invites you to work in an old house that's suspiciously cheap to rent and full of doors that go nowhere, maybe politely say no. So, before I jump in, let me set the scene for you. When all of this happened, I was still living in my childhood home. I don't live there anymore. I actually moved across town a couple years back. But this was the house my family built from the ground up. Fresh plot of land, no previous owners, no dark history anyone knew about. No ancient burial ground, no tragic deaths, nothing like that. Just a regular house at the end of a quiet street. At least, that's what we thought. The whole thing really starts with my Aunt Rosa. She loves flipping other people's junk for fun and profit. Storage units, flea markets, estate sales. If there's a dusty corner with someone's forgotten stuff in it, she's probably already been there. One weekend I went with her to help empty out a storage unit she'd just bought. We're hauling boxes and lamps and all kinds of random things, and tucked in the back, I see this glider chair. Not super old, but kind of vintage looking, with that smooth rocking motion I remembered from my grandparents' place. They had one when I was a kid, and I used to sit in it for hours, just zoning out. So I'm like, hey, can I have this one? And she shrugs and says, if you can fit it in your car, it's yours. I got it home that day, set it up in the corner of my room, and for a while, nothing happened. Just a comfy chair. I'd sit in it, scroll my phone, play games, no weird vibes at all. At first. Back then, my schedule was pretty brutal. I'd leave early, come back wiped out in the afternoon, and crash for a nap. It was usually around 1 or 2 p.m. when I'd lie down. My bedroom was upstairs, right by this little balcony that overlooked the living room, so I could always hear the TV or people talking downstairs if someone was home. One afternoon, I came home, dropped my stuff, and flopped onto my bed. Door open, TV murmuring faintly from the living room. Nothing out of the ordinary. I fell asleep almost immediately. At some point, I woke up to this sound. It was the very specific noise of footsteps, like 3 quick shuffles right at the foot of my bed. Shh, shh, shh. Not the creaking of the house, not the TV. This felt close, like someone had walked right up to me. I sat straight up. Nobody was there. So I'm trying to be logical. Okay, maybe it was just the TV. Maybe I was half dreaming. Maybe my brain stitched together some sounds. I brushed it off, told myself not to be dramatic, rolled over, and went back to sleep. 2 days later, it happened again. Same deal. Afternoon nap, this time with my bedroom door closed. No TV, no one else in the house. I wake up to that same pattern of steps. Shh, shh, shh. Right at the foot of my bed. I snapped awake, heart pounding. Door still shut. House completely quiet. And I remember thinking, okay, that's weird. After that, the footsteps stopped for a bit, and I thought maybe my mind was just playing tricks on me. A few days of silence. I'm starting to relax. Then the clicking starts. One night, I'm lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, and I hear this faint click, click, click. My first thought is that my mouse? My computer's on my desk across the room, so I roll over and look. No lights moving, no cursor, nothing. So I shrug it off. I turn back over. Click, 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 click. This went on every night. Some nights I could fix it temporarily by rolling over to face the computer. Other nights I did the classic pillow over the head move and tried to pretend it wasn't happening. But the clicking would come back. Always. For the record, I'm not gullible. I took the mouse apart, shook it, checked for loose parts, dust, bugs, anything. I even swapped it out once for a different mouse just to see if it would stop. It didn't. One night, desperate to prove to myself I was just losing it, I covered the mouse with a folded t-shirt. Completely covered it. I remember standing there thinking, I am officially insane for doing this. I got back in bed. A little while later, I hear it again, but this time, it's muffled. That same clicking, but as if it were happening under a layer of fabric, coming from the direction of my desk. That was the first time I felt that drop in my stomach. Like, oh, this might actually not be in my head. Eventually, my girlfriend at the time, let's call her Lily, started staying over more often. And one night, around 2 a.m., she nudges me awake and goes, "Babe, what is that clicking sound?" I'm half asleep and I mumble, "Oh, that's just the ghost that clicks my mouse." Then I froze. You hear it too?" She stares at me wide-eyed. "Yes, it's driving me nuts." That was the moment I realized, okay, this isn't just some private, sleep-deprived hallucination. Someone else is hearing it as clearly as I am. By this point, the clicking had become almost familiar. I started talking to whatever it was. I'd come home, open my bedroom door, and say, "Hey, I'm back. Please don't keep me up tonight." Crossing that threshold into my room always felt a little off. Not icy cold or horror movie dramatic, just heavy. Like walking into a closet packed tight with winter coats. The sound from the rest of the house always seemed to dull in there. Too quiet. A few weeks of this go by. The footsteps, the relentless clicking, the weird heaviness when I walked into my room. I tried to outsmart it by staying up late, gaming until I was so exhausted I'd fall asleep despite the noise. One night, around 3 a.m., I woke up to the absolute worst sound you can hear in the South in the middle of summer. Silence. The power had gone out. No AC, no fan. Just dead, sticky air and that thick humidity that feels like it's sitting on your chest. I'm sweating, uncomfortable, trying to flip my pillow over to the cool side that doesn't exist anymore. And suddenly I notice the clicking has stopped. It's completely silent. I'm lying on my side, facing away from the computer, one arm out, the other under my pillow, just staring into the dark. Then I feel it. This soft, slow sweep of cold air across my bare shoulder. Not like a draft from the window, not with the power out and the air totally still. This felt like a hand. Like someone had reached out and slowly dragged their fingers through the space my shoulder occupied. I lay there, absolutely frozen. My whole body was hot and sweaty, except for that one line of icy sensation across my skin. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next day, I finally told my family everything. The footsteps, the clicking, the cold breeze across my shoulder, all of it. My dad, his name's Mark, is a hardcore skeptic. He immediately started in with his list. House settling, loose wiring, electrical interference, maybe a bug inside the mouse. Maybe I'd been dreaming it. Maybe it was the TV. Maybe it was pipes in the wall. Maybe neighbors, you name it. He started telling my aunts and uncles about it as a joke, like, "Guess what my kid thinks is haunting their bedroom? A computer mouse. I didn't really blame him. Out loud, it sounded ridiculous. After the cold shoulder incident, though, I reached my limit. I went out and bought a small security camera, the kind that uploads clips to your phone, and pointed it at the corner of my room where the desk and chair were. I wanted to see if the sound happened when I wasn't home, or if anything actually moved. Was that extreme? Maybe, but I needed to know. Right around then, we decided to repaint part of the house. The painters came in and started with the living room downstairs. They covered the tile in those thick layers of paper, the kind that crinkles so loud you couldn't sneak across it if you tried. They moved all the furniture out, hauled in ladders and paint trays, and got a good chunk done on the first day. By evening, there was scaffolding set up, rollers stacked in corners, and one of those tall aluminum A-frame ladders left open near the far wall. The work area looked like a construction zone, but it was all neatly arranged. That night, for once, I wasn't trying to sleep. I was at my desk upstairs, headset on, laughing and talking with some friends online. It was around midnight. Out of nowhere, from the living room directly below my room, I hear this deafening slam. Not a knock, not something falling over gently. It was the kind of sound that makes your heart jump into your throat, like metal hitting the floor hard. I ripped my headset off and bolted out of my room. At the same time, my dad's bedroom door downstairs flew open. His room is right off the living room. I got to the balcony railing and looked down. He was already standing in the middle of the paper-covered floor, scanning the room. Paint cans, trays, scaffolding, everything still in place. No obvious disaster. He looked up at me, and I looked down at him. We both knew, instantly, that neither of us had made that sound. I watched the color drain from his face. He said, very quietly, "Okay, I believe you now." We spent the next 20 minutes playing detective. We started testing things, moving them, bumping them, trying to recreate that exact noise. At first, everything either scraped or thudded or clanged, but nothing matched. Then we got to this tall aluminum ladder, probably around 8 feet, that had been left open in the middle of the room. My dad picked it up a few inches off the floor and let it drop. Slam. Both of us froze. That was the sound. Perfectly. Except neither of us had touched that ladder when the noise first happened, and nobody else was awake. My dad just stood there, staring at it, and then he looked at me and said, "If something wanted my attention, it's got it." Eventually, the house got finished, the ladder went away, the living room looked normal again. The clicking in my room slowly faded and then stopped. I moved out not too long after. I don't know if it was the chair, the repainting, some weird coincidence, or something that just wanted to be acknowledged for a bit. I never saw anything, never caught a great clip on the camera, no dramatic horror movie moment. But I'll tell you this. To this day, if a computer mouse starts randomly clicking on its own, I still get that same little chill down my shoulder. And I can hear my dad's voice in my head saying, "Okay, I believe you now." Welcome to Paranormal M. Feels good to do what you love, right? For me, that's grabbing the mic, sitting down, and sharing creepy, mysterious stories with you. Thank you so much to everyone who's already sent in their own paranormal experiences. Keep them coming, don't be shy. And hey, don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new video. Now, switch on your nightlight, and let's dive into today's mysteries. So, this happened when I was 15, and it's one of those memories that never really lets go, you know? Growing up, I had a few little weird moments here and there, nothing dramatic. I'd catch a shadow slipping past in the corner of my eye, or feel something lightly brush the back of my shoulder when no one was behind me. I always wrote it off as an overactive imagination, stress, maybe just my brain being weird. I never really believed in anything paranormal. Around that time, my parents divorced. My dad moved into this small apartment complex across town, and my mom moved into a townhouse with her new boyfriend and his 2 kids. We all got along okay at first, but as we got older, everyone kind of retreated into their own corners of life. Different schools, different hobbies, different rooms with doors closed. Before I get to the main part, there's some important background. My mom was in the army before I was born. She made it through her service without any serious injuries, thankfully, but it left a huge mark on who she is. Even after leaving, she stayed really involved, donating to veterans organizations, going to events, volunteering at fundraisers. It was more than just respect. It felt like a promise she was keeping. Part of that came from her dad, my grandfather, Raymond. I never met him. He enlisted when he was young, and he died during a deployment. I don't know a lot of details about how it happened. My mom doesn't talk about it much. I just grew up knowing that he was this quiet, missing piece in our family. Fast forward a few years after the divorce. I'm a freshman in high school, and I'm not doing great mentally. The schoolwork felt like this constant pile I could never dig out of. At home, there were a lot of arguments, small things that escalated quickly, sharp words that lingered long after people left the room. I was always tense, always tired. One Friday night, I decided I was just going to tune everything out. I stayed up late in my room watching movies on my laptop, eating chips and candy, just trying to forget how overwhelmed I felt. By the time I finally paused the movie, it was around 1:40 in the morning. The house was quiet. Everyone else was asleep. I realized I was really thirsty, so I headed to the kitchen. I didn't bother turning on the lights. By then, I knew the layout of the house by heart, the distance from my doorway to the kitchen tiles, where the edge of the counter was, where the fridge handle was. The only light was this faint bluish glow from the microwave clock. I grabbed this old blue plastic cup from the counter and started filling it with water from the fridge dispenser. And while I'm standing there, half zoned out, I hear it. A faint screech. It came from the darkness to my left, where the hallway opened up toward the living room. At first, it sounded almost like furniture scraping against the floor, the kind of sound you get when you drag a heavy chair without lifting it. But there was something off about it. It was too sharp, too thin. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I froze. My first thought was, okay, it's nothing. Calm down. We had 2 cats at the time, and they were always squeezing into places they shouldn't, knocking things over, scratching at stuff. I told myself it was just one of them jumping off the couch or pushing something around on the floor. But the longer I stood there, the colder I felt. My cup wasn't even full yet, and I just thought, you know what? I'm done. I pulled the cup away, not even bothering to stop the drip, and started walking back toward my room. I'd only taken a few steps when I heard it, a raspy, human cough. It came from behind me, from the direction of the living room. I turned around without thinking, and that's when I saw him. There, standing in the shadowy outline of the living room, was a man. He had a short, prickly beard, tired eyes, and his mouth hung just slightly open, like he was about to say something but didn't. He didn't look transparent. There was no glowing aura, no horror movie stuff. He looked solid, real. Like if I walked up to him and pushed him, I'd actually feel him. For a few seconds, my brain was just trying to process stranger, intruder, danger. But then something clicked. I knew that face. It was my uncle, my mom's younger brother, Daniel. He'd died in a car accident the previous winter. The realization hit me like ice water. I remember this rush of chills crawling over my entire body, like my skin suddenly didn't fit right. I didn't scream. I didn't say anything. I just stared, and he stared back, and I couldn't tell if he looked sad or tired or something else. The next part is fuzzy. It's like my brain didn't want to remember it clearly. I remember backing away. I remember turning and walking as fast as I could down the hallway, my legs feeling heavy and light at the same time. I shut my bedroom door and locked it, even though I wasn't sure what a lock would do against whatever that was. I put my movie back on, but I wasn't really watching it. I just needed noise. I stayed up until the sun started to slide through the blinds. Every little creak in the house made me jump. I told almost no one about it. The few people I did tell, they tried to be kind, but you could hear the skepticism. They said things like, "You were exhausted," or "Shadows can play tricks on you," or "Grief does weird things to the mind." And honestly, I wanted to believe them. It was easier to think my brain misfired than to accept that I'd seen my dead uncle in the living room. Life went on. I finished high school. I moved into my 20s. The memory faded into the background. Still there, but covered up by new routines, new problems. Then, a few weeks ago, now that I'm in my early 20s, something happened that pulled it all back. My mom and I went out to this small family diner not too far from where she lives now. You know the kind. Laminated menus, coffee that smells strong but tastes okay, old songs humming softly from a speaker somewhere near the ceiling. It was just a casual lunch. We were talking about work, about my siblings, about nothing super deep. At some point, I noticed my mom looking past me, her attention fixed on something over my shoulder. I turned around and saw this older man walking slowly down the aisle between tables. He had a worn camouflage jacket on, and there was a small veteran patch on his chest. He looked tired in that way you sometimes see in people who've lived a lot of life. Creases around his eyes, slight limp in his step. As he walked by our table, my mom looked up and said, very softly but clearly, "Thank you for your service." He smiled at her, just a little, nodded, and kept walking. I turned back to my mom, and her eyes were full of tears. Like, not just misty, she was really struggling to hold them back. I asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" She took a shaky breath and said, "That was my father." Not, "He looked like my father," not, "He reminded me of my father." She said, "That was my father." I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to correct her, to gently remind her that her dad had died years before I was even born. But the look on her face stopped me. She wasn't confused. She wasn't joking. She was overwhelmed, like she'd just seen a ghost and a miracle at the same time. We didn't finish our food. We paid, left quietly, and drove home. So I can't prove anything. Maybe it was just a stranger with similar features. Maybe her grief welled up and latched onto a familiar shape. Or maybe it was something else. I don't know. I probably could have let it go as one of those strange, emotional coincidences if it weren't for what happened this morning. I was in the kitchen again, making breakfast. It was early, sun just starting to light up the curtains. I was standing at the stove, waiting for eggs to finish, scrolling on my phone, half awake. And then I heard it. That same faint, scraping screech. This time it wasn't coming from the living room. It was right behind me. It sounded like something being dragged slowly across the floor. That sharp, thin noise that hits a nerve you didn't know you had. My whole body tensed up instantly. I turned around fast, hoping to see a cat, a dropped utensil, literally anything I could explain. There was nothing. The kitchen was empty. The hallway was empty. No one else was awake yet. I just stood there, staring at the space behind me, feeling that same cold, hollow sensation I'd felt all those years ago with the blue plastic cup in my hand. I still don't know what any of this means. I don't know if it's stress or grief or some leftover piece of my mind replaying old fears, or if it's something we don't have words for yet. All I know is, when I heard that screech again, it felt like the past had reached out and brushed the back of my shoulder one more time. And I can't quite shake the feeling that, somehow, I'm not the only one in the room when it happens. So, hey. First of all, I'm from India, and English isn't my first language. So just be a little patient with me, yeah? I really want to share this properly with you. I've had some weird experiences in my life. Like the kind that stick in your mind so clearly it feels like they happened last week, even though years have passed. Tonight I just felt like, okay, I need to say this out loud to someone, and that someone happens to be you. You know, one of my earliest memories is from when I was a kid, maybe 9, something like that. It was early evening, around 6 p.m. I was at home, completely alone, just chilling in the living room and watching Shin-chan on TV. There was this really silly scene, and I started laughing at it, like genuine belly laugh kind of thing. And right after my laugh, I heard another laugh. It was this eerie, creepy laugh, just a little bit delayed after mine, like an echo, but wrong. And it came from right behind me. Not from the TV, not from outside, from behind me. The whole room suddenly felt colder. I remember my body just locking up for a second, and then my brain finally caught up like, nope, we're not doing this today. I bolted. I ran straight out of the house, didn't even bother turning off the TV. I can still feel that sensation, that someone was standing there, laughing with me, but not in a friendly way. And this wasn't just a one-time thing. All through my life, I've had this weird, recurring experience of people calling my name when nobody is actually there. Like, I'll be at home, or walking on an empty street at night, or turning around a corner, or even up on rooftops, and I'll hear my name, clear as day. You know how your own name sounds, right? There's no confusion. It's not like I might have misheard something. This is my name, in a familiar tone, like someone who knows me is calling. I'll turn around, expecting to see someone, and nothing. Just empty space. After a while, it stopped feeling like a simple hearing things moment, and more like something trying to get my attention. One of the experiences that really shook me happened in 2022, sometime around June, in the late afternoon, about 5 p.m. or so. I was on my bed, kind of half lying down, half sitting, scrolling on my phone like we all do. The light was still coming in through the window. It wasn't dark or anything. It was just a normal, lazy day. My bed was pushed up against the wall, and my feet were towards the foot of the bed. I remember I was so focused on my phone that everything else sort of faded into the background. Then I saw it. From the foot of the bed, this human hand slowly came up over the edge. Just the hand. No body. It bent at the wrist and started feeling around on the mattress, tapping lightly, as if it was searching for something. The way you pat around when you've lost your keys or your phone. I just stared. I didn't even scream. I froze. Then, as if it didn't find what it was looking for, the hand straightened back up, moved down, and disappeared over the edge again. That's when my body finally reacted. I jumped up and stood on top of the bed, like the floor was lava. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. I checked the foot of the bed. Nothing. I checked the left side. Nothing. Then I jumped off the right side, closer to the door, and looked under the bed. No one. Nothing. No place where someone could be hiding. Just empty space and dust. A couple of my more recent experiences happened when I was staying in a PG, like a hostel, during college. One of them was on the rooftop, and the other was in a park nearby. Let me tell you the rooftop one first. It was around 2:30 in the morning. I couldn't sleep, so I went up to the rooftop to get some fresh air and talk to a friend. I was sending voice notes on Instagram, just walking back and forth, You know, absent-mindedly pacing like we do when we're deep in conversation. If you've seen typical Indian houses, you know how the rooftops look. Water tanks, little boundary walls, narrow ledges near the stairs. I was walking near the area where the water tanks are, and that's when I noticed it. There was this humanoid shadow figure sitting on the edge of the small gateway structure that leads onto the roof. At first, I thought it was just some trick of the light, like maybe a cloth or something hanging. But it was shaped like a person, sitting, still. While I was looking straight at it, the figure stood up. No face, no features, just this solid, shadowy outline of a person. It stood up on the edge, paused for a second, and then it walked. Not along the ledge, not down the stairs. It walked off the edge of the rooftop, into the air, like the ground just continued out there, invisible to me. My whole body went cold. I didn't go closer, obviously. I just turned and ran down the stairs. I went straight to my room, shut the door, locked it, and crawled into my bed. I pulled the bedsheet over myself like that thin fabric was somehow going to protect me from anything. I was lying there, trying to convince myself it was nothing, that I was just tired or imagining things, when I started hearing it. Knocking. At first, it sounded like it was coming from somewhere above, like from the rooftop. A slow, deliberate knocking. Then it seemed to move. The sound shifted toward my room, toward my window. It felt like it was tracing a circle, roof, wall, window, back again. I put my earphones in, blasted music as loud as I could, and tried to drown it out. I didn't get up to look. I didn't want to see anything. Eventually, I somehow fell asleep, but that feeling of something searching for me stayed. Now, about the park. There was this park I used to visit regularly near my PG. I'd go there almost every night to walk for an hour or two, trying to lose weight and also clear my head. It became a sort of ritual for me. One night, it was around 11 p.m. I remember thinking, maybe I should skip today. I'm tired. But then I was like, no, consistency is important, and I forced myself to go. At first, everything was normal. Streetlights, a few distant sounds from the road, some stray dogs lazing around. I put on my earphones, turned up my music, and started walking laps around the track. After 3 or 4 rounds, I noticed something. I started smelling this foul odor. It was strong, like the smell of rotting flesh or a dead animal somewhere nearby. I assumed it was probably a dead dog or a rat in the bushes. You know how it is. These things happen, right? So I tried to ignore it and kept walking. But the smell didn't go away. It stuck to me. It followed me through the entire loop, like it was attached to the air around my body, not just one spot in the park. No matter where on the path I walked, the stench stayed with me. That's when my brain went from, this is gross, to, this is wrong. A few minutes later, I started hearing footsteps. The strangest part? I could hear those footsteps clearly, even though I had music blasting in my ears. The sound was just there, right behind me. Not too fast, not too slow. Matching my pace, as if someone, or something, was walking exactly 1 or 2 steps behind me, keeping rhythm with me. The mixture of the smell, the footsteps, and that feeling of being watched finally got to me. I just thought, yeah, okay, not today. I'm done. I turned around and headed straight out of the park. Didn't run, but I walked fast. I didn't look back again. I went straight home, locked my door, and sat there for a while, just trying to calm my breathing down. These are some of my horror experiences, the ones I feel ready to share right now. There are a few more that I've left out, partly because this is already a lot, and partly because I'm still not fully ready to talk about all of them. But you? You're actually one of the first people I've ever told all this to in this much detail. So, thank you for listening. I don't know what any of it means. I don't know if it's spirits, my mind playing tricks, or something in between. But if anything I said connects some dots for you, or reminds you of something you've experienced, well, at least we're not alone in this. So, I never really know where to start with all of this. I'm 42 now, and for as long as I can remember, there's just been this extra layer to my life. Nothing big and cinematic, nothing that left me traumatized. Just these small, strange moments that don't quite fit anywhere. Lately, they've been looping in my head, and I keep wondering if there's something I'm supposed to understand that I've been missing. When I was about 6, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw my dad's mom standing in my bedroom. I was at my mom's house. My parents divorced when I was little, and there was absolutely no reason my grandmother would have been there. She was just standing by my dresser, quiet, not moving. And next to her was a man I'd never seen before. He was maybe in his 50s, kind of serious looking, but not scary. I remember just sitting up and thinking, well, that's weird. And then I got out of bed and went straight to wake up my mom. I told her, "Nana is in my room." She looked confused but followed me back down the hall. Of course, the room was empty. The next day, after school, my brother and I were supposed to walk to my dad's, but a family friend pulled up instead and told us to get in the car. My dad wasn't home, they said. My grandmother had passed away overnight. My dad had been with his brother making arrangements. After the funeral, we were at my grandmother's house going through old photos. Everyone was talking and pointing and telling stories. I was flipping through an album when I stopped at a picture. I recognized the man immediately. Same face, same expression as the man standing next to my grandmother in my room. I pointed and said, "Who's that?" My uncle, let's call him Dave, leaned over and said, "Oh, that's your grandpa, Leo. He died when your dad was in high school." I'd never seen a picture of him before that moment. Growing up after that, there were always little odd things in our house. Random creaks in the hallway when nobody was there. That soft murmur of voices you can't quite make out when you're home alone. Doors that absolutely refused to stay shut, even the one with that stubborn lock. None of it ever felt like a horror movie. It was more like just another quirk of the house, like the kitchen drawer that always stuck halfway. I don't remember being terrified, just vaguely aware that our home was a little busier than it looked. When I was about 9, my mom remarried. My stepdad, let's call him Ray, was actually the first adult to openly say, "Okay, something is off in this house." He told us that ever since he was a kid, he'd kind of seen things, felt things. Nothing dramatic, just aware. And we noticed something. When Ray was home, the house was quieter. Still not totally normal, but toned down. When he traveled for work, though, the weird stuff ramped up. More sounds, more doors, more that feeling of being watched that you're always trying to shrug off. Fast forward. I'm 23, and my then boyfriend, now husband, let's call him Matt, and I are moving into a new rental. It's in a really rough neighborhood, and honestly, the house itself was kind of a disaster. But the rent was cheap, and we were young and stubborn. We fixed it up way more than anyone should ever fix up a rental. We painted, put in new laminate floors, updated the bathroom. It wasn't fancy, but we made it ours. My parents weren't thrilled. Ray, especially, was very tense about it. I assumed it was just the neighborhood. You know, safety and all that. Pretty quickly after we moved in, though, something shifted between me and Matt. We started fighting. A lot. Over really small, petty things. We just felt prickly. At each other, at the world, at everything. We only ever fought like that inside the house. We'd be mid-argument, voices raised, feeling that awful tightness in our chests, and then one of us would need something from the car, or we'd decide to go grab food. The second we stepped outside, it was like someone turned a dial down. The energy between us just softened. The anger felt artificial, like it didn't belong to us. Back in the house, it cranked up again. We brought our oldest daughter home to that house. I'll call her Mia. She was born 6 weeks early and spent some time in the NICU. Those first weeks were such a blur. Fear, hope, exhaustion all tangled together. When she finally came home, she was just over 3 weeks old. One morning, after what felt like the longest night in history, I finally got her to sleep around 6:30 a.m. Matt's alarm went off around then too. I gently moved Mia into the bassinet next to our bed and sort of collapsed onto the mattress, facing away from the bedroom door. I felt the bed dip behind me, like when someone sits down carefully. Then I felt a hand, warm and gentle, start rubbing slow circles on my back. I relaxed instantly. I didn't even question it. Of course it was Matt. And then I heard the shower turn on in the bathroom. I froze. I rolled over. No one was on the bed. No one was between me and the bathroom. The bedroom door was still mostly closed. A few months later, we moved to another state for Matt's job. The day we moved out of that house, Ray asked me if I'd walk through it one last time with him. Just the two of us, in the empty rooms. He stood in the living room and closed his eyes for a second, like he was listening to something far away. Then he said, "I felt this place the second I pulled into the driveway the first time." He told me he could never get a clear picture, but that there was something dark there, angry and heavy and possessive, that really didn't want him there. But there was also something else, a softer presence that stayed very close to me, almost protective. He said that one felt relieved we were leaving, and almost grateful. I didn't know what to say to that. I still don't, honestly. Jump ahead again. I'm 30, and one of Matt's childhood friends, let's call him Jordan, is fighting cancer. We get the call in the middle of the night that he's gone. We sit up in bed together, talking and crying, making plans to bring food to his family the next day, trying to wrap our heads around the fact that someone our age, someone we'd just seen at a barbecue months earlier, is simply gone. Eventually, Matt gets up to use the bathroom. I watch him walk into our ensuite. He closes the door most of the way. While he's in there, our bedroom door opens. The hallway light spills in, and a shadow, like the shape of a person but not solid, moves through the room. It crosses between the door and the bed, and then goes out. The bedroom door closes behind it. I heard the click of the latch. A moment later, the bathroom door opens, and Matt comes back out, completely unaware of anything. I just stared at him, thinking, okay, was that him saying goodbye? Was that something else? When I was 32, Ray got very sick. He'd been struggling for a while, but that year he started hospice care. My mom often stayed with us because our house was closer to the hospital. We had this unspoken routine of trading off nights. One evening, she said, "I feel like I need to be home tonight," even though there wasn't any particular reason to think it would be the night. At 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of Ray screaming my name. Not calling it, screaming it. I bolted upright so fast that it woke Matt. I was already reaching for my phone when it lit up and started to ring. It was my mom. Ray had just passed away. Every single night during that time, I dreamt of Ray. There was nothing particularly symbolic or dramatic about it. He was just there, sitting in a chair, standing in a doorway, walking beside me, quiet but present. The night they put my mom on the ventilator, he was different. In that dream, he was pacing, anxious, almost agitated. I woke up feeling like my chest was full of static. On December 13th, the hospital called. They told us one of her lungs had collapsed. The damage was too much, and she wasn't going to survive. My brother and I were lucky, in a way. So many people didn't get this chance. We were allowed to sit in the ICU hallway, just on the other side of the sliding glass door from her room, while they removed the ventilator. We knew it was only a matter of minutes. I sat in the plastic chair, watching the monitors, watching her chest, feeling my brother pacing behind me. I remember the scuffed floor, the harsh lighting, the faint beeping from nearby rooms. And then, all at once, there was this piercing ringing in my ears, so loud it felt like it was inside my bones. My vision went dark around the edges, like someone was dimming the world, and I had this overpowering sensation that everything had just shifted. Not just my world, the world. The hallway tilted, the spinning got worse, and I slipped out of my chair onto the floor. My brother was at my side when the doctor came out and told us she was gone. Nothing has felt quite the same since that moment. It's like life continued, but slightly out of alignment. Last summer, when I was 40, my oldest, Mia, was gone for a few months chasing her drum corps dreams. If you know, you know. It was the night before she was due to come home, and we were all buzzing around the house trying to get everything ready. We live just outside a small, rural town. We have neighbors, but not close enough to casually lean over a fence and chat or anything. We don't have trash pickup out there, so once a week we load up the bags and take them into town. That evening, Matt and our younger two, let's call them Emma and Jack, went to run the trash while I stayed behind to clean out Mia's car. It was still light out, but heading toward dusk. I grabbed the shop vac, opened the car doors, and for a moment I thought, maybe I should wait until they're back. I won't be able to hear anything with this vacuum running, and I'm all alone. But then I brushed it off. I told myself, it's fine, it's early, you're being dramatic, and started vacuuming the front passenger floorboard. I was bent over, focused on that one stubborn little corner of dirt, when I heard 3 loud knocks on the side of the car. Not faint, not maybe it was an animal. Loud, solid. I felt the vibration through the door. I turned my head so fast I nearly hit it on the door frame. Nothing. No one there. Nothing moving in the yard. No wind, no car passing by. No branch nearby that could have hit it. Everything went weirdly still. I could hear coyotes way off in the distance. That's totally normal for us. But up close? Nothing. Just this thick quiet. And then I heard it, clear as if someone was standing right next to me. Go inside. It wasn't a voice I recognized, but it wasn't in my head either. It felt external, calm, but firm. So I listened. As I walked toward the house, our motion lights clicked on. The thing is, they're set so they usually don't come on until it's properly dark. But they lit up then, early, following me up the path like they were leading the way. I went inside, shut the door, and just stood there. My heart was pounding, but there was also this feeling like I just avoided something I should never meet. I can't explain it better than that, but that moment, I think about it almost every week. There's something about it that lodged itself under my skin. And now, we're back to where I started. I keep replaying all these things. My grandparents in my room, the house that made us fight, shadows in doorways, Ray calling my name, dreams of him when Mom was dying, that shift in the hallway, the knocks on the car, the voice telling me to go inside. Any one of them, by itself, I can kind of rationalize away. Sleep, stress, grief, the brain being weird. I know all the logical explanations. But when I lay them all out next to each other, like beads on a string. I don't know. It feels like too much to just be coincidence, and yet I have no idea what else to call it. The person I wish I could talk to about all of this is Ray. We never really went back to the topic after we moved out of that one house. Life got busy, kids were born, jobs changed, years blurred together. But he would have understood. He wouldn't have laughed it off or told me I was being ridiculous. Sometimes I wonder if there's some message I've missed, or if it's less about a message and more about proof? Reassurance that the people we love don't just vanish. Or maybe it's something else entirely, and I'm just not connecting the dots. I don't have a neat ending here. I don't have answers. I just needed to let it all spill out, in one place, in order. To say, this is my life, braided with these little hauntings. And to ask, quietly, does any of this sound familiar to you? Okay, so let me just talk to you like we're sitting at my kitchen table, because I still don't totally know what to make of all this. It started really small. One afternoon in my apartment, my daughter, Mia, suddenly goes, "Mama, there's a ghost here." Just once. Super casual, like she was pointing out a chair. I laughed, my partner Leo laughed, and we just sort of brushed it off. Kids say weird stuff, right? But after that, these little things kept happening. Me and Leo would be in the apartment, sometimes literally less than 3 feet apart, and I'd hear him say my name. Clear as day. I'd answer, turn to him, and he'd be like, "I didn't say anything." Then it would happen to him too. He'd swear he heard me call him from right behind him when I hadn't opened my mouth. At first we joked we were just tired, hearing things. I've also seen my bedroom door slowly push open while I'm lying on my bed, facing it. You know that lazy kind of swing? Every time, I'd blame it on the breeze from the windows. Must be the wind, I'd tell myself, even though sometimes the air felt completely still. Then work slowed down, and I started being home alone more, which is when it really got under my skin. One day I was standing at the little bar counter in my kitchen, eating instant noodles straight from the bowl and staring at Mia's drawings on the fridge, these bright little scribbles everywhere. The apartment was quiet. No TV, no music, just me. And then I hear it. The microwave door pops open. You know that soft click and then that slow, heavy swing? It did that. All by itself. I hadn't touched it. I hadn't even moved. I froze right there at the counter. I wouldn't look at it directly because I was genuinely scared that if I saw it open, it would make it real. I finally made myself glance over. The door was hanging open. I was completely home alone. The last time we'd used the microwave was like 2 days before, and honestly, we're kind of rough on it. We usually slam it shut. I grabbed my phone and took a photo from exactly where I was standing, like I needed proof that I wasn't making it up. Then I called Leo, then my family, basically freaking out, like, I didn't move. I swear I didn't move. I'm not someone who's into paranormal stuff. I don't read ghost stories for fun. This is not my thing. So I just felt unprepared. Like I'd missed some life class on what to do if your appliances open themselves. Then about a week later, I'm on the couch, just scrolling and relaxing, when I hear this loud thud from my little bookshelf. It sounded like a book falling, solid, heavy. I wasn't anywhere near it, so I just sat there for a bit, pretending I didn't hear anything. You know that, if I ignore it, it didn't happen, kind of logic? Eventually, I got up to look. One of my books wasn't on the floor in front of the shelf like you'd expect. It was tucked under the bottom shelf, like pushed in. The way the sound came from, it should have just dropped straight down and out. And we have these heavy iron bookends, and the books are wedged in there pretty tight. So how did it get out, fall, and end up all the way under? That one really bothered me. Same couch, different day. I had this little clear bag with the screws from my wrist surgery sitting in front of me. My doctor let me keep them from the first surgery, kind of like a weird souvenir. I'd been cleaning earlier and left the bag near the end of the couch, but not right on the edge. Then I sat down with my laptop and forgot about them. They'd been sitting there for a while. Suddenly I hear this soft rolling sound. Inside the sealed bag, one of the metal screws was rolling from one end of the bag to the other. Slowly. Back and forth. The bag barely had any air in it. I hadn't moved. I'd been sitting still for a long time with that bag just lying there. No open windows either. There were people gardening outside, so everything was shut. That messed with me. There's something about something inside a closed bag moving on its own that feels very wrong. Then, just recently, I decided to rest because I've been sick. I remember getting up and actually slamming my bedroom door shut because I just wanted darkness and quiet. I got back into bed, put on TikTok, and I'm just half watching video after video. In the middle of a video, I hear a door handle, like the metal turning and a door opening. I thought it was just the audio in the video, so I paused it. The sound had stopped. And when I looked over, my door, the one I know I slammed shut, was now cracked open. Just slightly, like someone had carefully opened it and then stopped. And here's the thing, I don't have a long list of dead relatives or anything. There are 2 estranged grandparents I barely knew, and my abuelo, and that's pretty much it. But I do have a cadaver bone in my wrist from surgery, which occasionally pops into my mind when this stuff happens, like, what exactly am I carrying around with me now? My dad, Luis, thinks I just need cats in the house. He swears cats chase away whatever this is. We grew up with cats, always at least one, so maybe that's why nothing like this ever happened before. But now I'm allergic. My chest tightens up and my eyes puff, so that's not an easy option anymore. At this point, I'm honestly over it. It started out scary, and now it's just making me mad. It feels like I can't relax in my own home. I just want to be left alone. So, let me tell you about this thing that happened to me a few years back. At the time, I was in my early 30s, living in this little prefab house on about 3 acres of land. On the same property, there was this old farmhouse, original to the land, built sometime in the early 1900s. We didn't live in it. It was too run down, so we just used it for storage. But honestly, that place gave me the creeps. I would never go in there alone, and definitely not at night. It had that heavy, watching kind of feeling, you know? One night, I'm asleep, and I have this really vivid dream. In the dream, I wake up, and there, standing on my side of the bed, is a young couple. They looked like they'd stepped straight out of the late 1940s or early 1950s. The woman had on this simple, floral day dress, her hair curled and pinned in that vintage style. The man was wearing what looked like an old military flight jacket, like something a pilot would have worn. They weren't threatening or anything, but they were sad. Just this deep, aching sadness. They were talking to me, both of them, kind of urgently, like they really needed me to understand something. But in that weird, dreamlike way, I couldn't quite make out the words. The only clear sense I got was, find it. That was it. Find something. I woke up with that heavy, sad feeling stuck to me. For a minute, I just lay there, staring at the ceiling like, okay, that was intense. But eventually, I did what we usually do with weird dreams. I shrugged it off. The next day, my husband, Evan, asked me to help him with something out in the old house. He was fixing some wiring and moving boxes around up in the attic space. I didn't really want to go in there, but I went anyway. He climbed up first, poking around with a flashlight, while I stood at the bottom of the pull-down ladder, trying not to think about all the horror movies I've ever seen. After a minute or two, he called down, "Hey Maya, you should see this." So I climbed up into the attic with him. It was dusty and cramped, full of old trunks and boxes piled everywhere. He reached into one of them and handed me this worn, leather-bound photo album. It looked old. The leather was cracked, the pages kind of yellowed and delicate. I sat down on one of the beams and started flipping through it, and my heart just dropped. There they were, a young couple standing together, wearing the same kind of clothes as the people in my dream. She had on that sort of floral dress. He had the same style of bomber jacket. The way they were standing, the way they looked at the camera, it was them. I just froze for a second. My eyes started to sting, and my whole body did that cold, prickly thing. There were more pictures too, not just of them when they were young, but later. Wedding photos, photos with kids, family gatherings in front of that same old farmhouse. You could see them aging slowly, but always together. And I just kept thinking, this is their life. This is their whole life in my hands. Along with being really creeped out, I suddenly felt sad. Deeply sad. Like I was intruding on someone else's memories. I remember saying to Evan, "These are the people from my dream. I swear to you, this is them." He kind of gave me that look, like he believed me, but he didn't totally know what to do with that information. I couldn't stop thinking, I wish I could find their family. Someone should have this. This belongs to them. But it didn't feel evil in any way. Just sad. Lonely, almost. So I kept it there. The very next day, there's a knock at our front door. I open it, and there's this older man standing there. Late 70s, maybe. Kind eyes, work-worn hands. He introduces himself as Jack and says, kind of shyly, "Hey, I'm a handyman. I live not too far from here. Just wondering if you needed any help with repairs or yard work. I used to live on this property a long time ago." And in my head, I'm just going, you have got to be kidding me. I ask, "You used to live here? Like, in the old farmhouse?" He nods and smiles, but it's this bittersweet smile. "Yeah, that old place out back. That was my childhood home. My parents raised us there." At that point, I'm practically buzzing. I tell him, "Jack, I think I have something that belongs to you." I invite him in, go to the bookshelf, and pick up the photo album. My hands were actually shaking a little as I handed it over. He looks at the cover for a second, then opens it, and he just breaks. His eyes flood with tears, and he presses his fingers to one of the pictures. He's whispering, "Oh my God, Mom, Dad." He tells me his family had been looking for that album for years. They thought it was lost forever, misplaced during a move when the house changed owners. We just stood there for a moment, me watching him reconnect with these faces on the page, his parents as a young couple, him and his siblings as kids in front of the house, Christmas, birthdays, random, ordinary days. I told him quietly about the dream I'd had, about the couple waking me up, asking me to find something, about seeing them in those photos. He didn't laugh. He didn't look at me like I was crazy. He just nodded and said very softly, "That sounds like something they'd do. They were always trying to hold us all together." After a while, he thanked me over and over. Then he took the album, still wiping his eyes, and headed back down the steps. I watched him walk away, clutching that book like it was the most precious thing in the world. That night, I had another dream. The same couple appeared again, this time not beside my bed, but standing in front of this bright, warm light. The kind of light that doesn't hurt your eyes, it just sort of wraps around you. They were smiling. All that heaviness and sadness I'd felt before, it was gone. They looked peaceful, grateful. I didn't hear them speak with their mouths exactly, but I heard the words as clearly as if someone had whispered them in my ear. "Thank you." And then they turned toward the light and walked into it together. I never saw them again in my dreams after that. I never ran into Jack again either. He just disappeared back into his life, I guess, with his parents' memories back in his hands where they belonged. Every now and then, I still think about them. The couple, the old house, that strange little chain of events. And I really do believe that whatever was left unfinished for them, it isn't unfinished anymore. I think they got what they needed. And I think, wherever they are now, they're happy. I've had other things happen on that property, some of them not so gentle, not so easy to talk about. Maybe I'll share those someday. But this one feels like a goodbye that finally got to be said. So, what do you think about ghost tours? Personally, I love them. Not because I'm obsessed with ghosts or anything like that, but because they make history feel a little more alive. Or, I guess, unalive. Whenever I travel, if the city offers a ghost tour, I'm absolutely that person who signs up. A couple of years ago, I took one in Raleigh, North Carolina. I've got to be honest with you, it wasn't the best one I've ever done. I'd done tours in places like Savannah and New Orleans that were way more dramatic and spooky. This one in Raleigh felt kind of mild. It might have just been our guide, though. His name was Marcus. Nice guy, but not exactly dripping with theatrical flair. Anyway, we're near the end of the night, maybe the last 2 or 3 stops. The group had just walked a few blocks from this old historic house, one of those beautiful white homes with the big columns, down toward the state capitol building. It was a warm autumn night, a little breezy, and everyone was kind of tired but in good spirits. Marcus starts into his usual spiel about the Capitol. Who designed it, the fires, the rumors about some lawmaker's ghost pacing the halls at night, when, suddenly, this woman in our group just breaks down crying. Like, full-on sobbing. It completely cuts him off. He stops mid-sentence and just looks at her, and the whole group kind of freezes. You know that awkward moment where everyone pretends they're not staring, but absolutely everyone is staring. That was us. But to their credit, people were really gentle about it. No eye-rolling, no, ugh, come on. Just concern. Marcus walks over to her and asks, softly, if she's okay. She can't even get a word out at first. She's shaking, covering her face. Her shoulders are just heaving. Her name, I later found out, was Linda. One of the people with her, her adult son, Daniel, starts rubbing her back, trying to comfort her. The rest of us are just standing there in this weird, heavy silence, in front of a government building at like 10:30 at night. After a few minutes, she calms down enough to breathe normally again. Marcus gently pulls her a little aside, and they have this quick, quiet conversation out of earshot. You can see him nodding, asking a couple of questions, really listening. Then they come back over to us, and Marcus says, So, Linda would like to share what just happened, if that's okay with everyone. Of course we all nod. At that point, the tour about haunted politicians suddenly feels like the least interesting thing on the menu. So Linda takes a breath, wipes her face with a tissue, and starts talking. She tells us that her dad passed away about a year before. He'd been sick for a long time, in and out of the hospital, and he spent his last days in a small hospice center just outside the city. On his last night, she sat by his bed and made him promise, really made him promise, that if there was anything after this life, he would find a way to let her know he was okay. Not in a vague, I'll send you a sign sort of way, but something that felt like him, something she would recognize. Fast forward to that night on the tour. She said that as we left the historic house and started walking toward the Capitol, she suddenly felt this presence. That's the word she used. Presence. Not like she saw anything. Not yet. Just that the air around her changed. She felt this wave of warmth and safety roll over her, like a heavy, comforting blanket. And along with it came this very familiar feeling, the sort of quiet peace she used to feel when she was a kid and her dad would sit with her during thunderstorms. But then, when we stopped in front of the Capitol and Marcus started his story, she looked up toward the building, and that's when she says she saw him. There, against the darker part of the building, she saw the silhouette of a man, her father's height, her father's build, standing just on the edge of the light. Not fully detailed, not like watching a movie, but enough for her to recognize him. She said he raised one hand and placed it over his heart, and then brought both hands together in front of his lips, in that little prayer gesture he always used to do when he wanted to show gratitude or say a quiet thank you. Apparently, it was a little habit of his, something small and specific that only their family really knew. And when she saw that, she said, her knees almost gave out. She told us, I just knew, right then, that he was keeping his promise, that he was okay, that he'd crossed over, whatever that means, and he took the time to tell me. And then, just like that, the figure was gone. While she was telling us this, her son Daniel and the friend who'd come with them both started tearing up too. None of them looked like they were putting on a show. It felt raw, real, like we were intruding on this very personal moment that somehow we'd all been invited into. Marcus, our guide, stood there listening with his mouth slightly open, holding his little lantern like he'd forgotten he was on the clock. When she finished, he said he'd been doing ghost tours for over 10 years and had never had anything like that happen on one of his routes. You could tell he was trying to be respectful and sincere, but I also got the sense he was a bit thrown. This was way beyond the usual orbs showed up in my photo kind of thing he was used to. He tried to pick the tour back up afterward, but the whole energy had shifted. Nobody really cared about the ghost of some long-dead official pacing the hallways anymore. We were all still back there with Linda and her dad, standing in that quiet space between grief and relief. After a few more sentences of his rehearsed story, Marcus just kind of sighed and said, "You know what? I think we're going to end the tour here tonight." He thanked us all for coming and told Linda privately that he hoped she found some peace in what she'd experienced. We all drifted off into the night in little clusters, talking softly. Some people offered their condolences. Others just gave her those small, understanding smiles you share with strangers when words feel inadequate. Here's the thing, though, and I'll be honest with you because that's why I'm telling this story. I don't want to downplay whatever closure Linda might have found. If that moment helped her soften the sharp edges of her grief, then it was important. Part of me absolutely wants to believe her dad reached out from wherever he is and kept his promise in the most him way possible. But another part of me wonders if her mind created that experience for her. Grief can be so powerful, and the human brain is incredibly good at giving us the stories we need in order to heal. We were on a ghost tour at night, in front of this dramatic old building, talking about spirits and tragic deaths. If there's ever a time for your subconscious to stage a meaningful scene, that's it. So did we witness something genuinely supernatural? Or did we witness the moment her heart finally allowed itself to feel at peace? I don't know. What I do know is that for Linda, it was real. Her hands were shaking. Her voice cracked. Her son held her like he'd watched her carry that weight for a long time. Whether it was her father's spirit or her mind's way of keeping his promise for him, it gave her the comfort she'd been waiting for. Odd place for it to happen, maybe. But I guess grief doesn't really care where you are. On your couch, in a hospital, or standing under the streetlights in front of a state capitol, listening for ghosts. So, I want to tell you something that's been freaking me out, and I really just need you to listen for a bit. For most of my life, I never really dreamed. Like, I'd close my eyes and it was just this blank nothing until my alarm went off. No nightmares, no flying dreams, nothing. Just off and then on again. Then about 2 months ago, I moved into my boyfriend Eli's apartment. And since then, it's like something flipped a switch in my brain. Or in the house. I'm not sure which. Before I get to the really recent stuff, I need to go back to the first weird thing that happened. It was sometime late last year. I want to say around October or November 2024. I don't remember the exact date, but I remember the feeling. Eli loves horror movies, like lives for them. Me, I'm a bit more cautious. It's not just that they're scary. I always had this fear that horror movies carry, I don't know, bad energy? Like they soak into you somehow. But I wanted to make him happy, so I said, okay, let's watch one. He put on this really intense foreign horror film about possession. I won't go into too much detail, but it was heavy. Lots of curses, demons, chanting, that kind of thing. The whole time I felt off. My chest felt tight, my skin felt prickly, and I kept wanting to look away, but I didn't, because he was enjoying it, and I didn't want to be a buzzkill. We finished the movie, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. A few hours later, I woke up. Only it was wrong. I felt awake, but it was like I didn't have eyes. Everything was just black. No shapes, no shadows, just darkness. But I could move. I could feel the bed under me, feel the blanket, feel Eli's warmth beside me. So I reached out to hug him, just wrapping my arm around his waist like I always do. And then he yelled. He shouted, "What are you doing?" Like really startled, and his voice snapped me fully awake. My vision came back all at once, and I looked down and saw my hand on his stomach. And there were scratch marks, deep ones. His skin was torn, and I could see beads of blood. I just froze. I had no memory of scratching him. I didn't feel my nails drag across his skin. I didn't feel that resistance you get when you accidentally scratch someone. Nothing. It was like my body did something and my mind wasn't there for it. That was the first time I felt like, okay, something isn't right. Fast forward to this year. Around late June 2025, everything escalated. I started dreaming. Not just regular dreams, lucid dreams. Not the fun kind either. I couldn't control the world around me, but I was fully aware I was dreaming. I could think, I could talk, I could move, but the rules weren't mine. It started with these loops, false awakenings. I'd wake up in bed with Eli next to me, but we weren't in his apartment. We were in this unfamiliar house. Everything looked normal enough, sunlight coming in, furniture, the usual, but something felt shifted. I'd get up, walk around, maybe check my phone, do normal things, and then at some point, I'd lie back down. And then I'd wake up again. Same bed, same unfamiliar house, same sequence of normal stuff. The first time this happened, I think I looped maybe 5 times before I actually woke up in my real bed, in the real apartment. After that, these loops became regular. Not every night, but often enough that I started dreading sleep. Then things got worse. One night, about a week later, I had this dream where I was being chased by these things. I can't even describe them properly, like shifting shadows with too many limbs. I was terrified. My heart was pounding, even though I knew it was a dream. And in the dream, I tried something. I forced myself to sleep. Like, I lay down inside the dream and told myself, go to sleep. Just sleep. And somehow, I did. I felt that dropping sensation, like when you drift off on a really bad day. When I woke up, I was back in that same strange house. Only this time, I could tell instantly that it wasn't real. Everything had that too sharp texture dreams sometimes have. The colors were slightly off. The air felt thick. I pinched my arm to check, and instead of pain, I got this weird, tingly numbness, like when your foot falls asleep. That's when I knew for sure I was still dreaming. That night, I looped again and again, waking up in the same house, going through some variation of a day, realizing I was in a dream, and then snapping out into another one. I counted 29 loops before I woke up for real. After that, a new pattern started. There was this man who kept appearing in my dreams. At first, he looked just like Eli. Same hair, same build, same way of standing with his weight on one leg. But when I looked closely, little things were wrong. His eyes were slightly the wrong shade. His smile was a bit too wide, or his voice had this weird echo to it. It was like someone had studied my boyfriend and tried to copy him, but didn't quite get all the details right. This thing started giving me tests. Sometimes they were like quizzes, riddles, logic puzzles, questions that made my brain hurt. Other times they were physical, having to move objects a certain way, climb something, push through invisible resistance. I can't remember the exact details now, just the feeling of being constantly challenged and judged. He told me, and I don't remember if he said it out loud or if I just knew, that if I got everything 100% correct, I'd be allowed to wake up. And weirdly, it seemed true. There was one time I solved everything he gave me. Every question, every task. I finished the last one, and the moment I did, the dream snapped like a rubber band, and I was suddenly awake in my real bed, heart racing, drenched in sweat. Another time, I messed up one part. Just one. I felt it. I knew I got it wrong. And instead of waking up, I got thrown into another loop. Different quiz, different tasks, same fake Eli watching me. Now, today, this is the one that really shook me. In the dream, I woke up already in the middle of something. There was no gentle beginning, no build-up. I just became aware, and when I did, I realized this thing was on top of me. It looked, at first, like Eli, but my body knew it wasn't him. The way it moved, the way it felt leaning over me, everything in me recoiled. I tried to push it away, tried to fight, but my arms felt like they were moving through syrup. I could feel everything it was doing, and none of it was okay. I knew I hadn't agreed to any of it. I knew I was being violated. I remember thinking, even inside the dream, this isn't him. This isn't him. This isn't him. Eventually it stopped. Not because I made it stop, just because it decided it was done. And then, just like that, the scene changed. And then they weren't. They were just gone, like someone deleted them. The fake Eli came back and gave me this strange watch. It looked normal at first, like something you'd buy in a store, but when I looked closer, the face of it was some kind of shifting puzzle. Symbols sliding around, numbers rearranging themselves. He told me I needed to solve it. I remember at least 2 loops there, maybe more. There's one whole loop I just can't recall at all. It's like that part of my memory has been erased. Then I shifted into what I think was the final loop. This time, instead of appearing in a house or room, I became aware in this in-between place. I didn't really have a body. I couldn't feel my arms or legs. The only part of me that existed was my head, and it was being dipped in and out of water. When my head went underwater, everything changed. I could see these massive structures that looked kind of like skyscrapers, but they weren't quite buildings. They were stacked, layered, glowing from the inside. Each window was pouring out bright white or blue light, and behind all of it was this endless blue horizon. It didn't feel like a city. It felt like data, like some kind of enormous archive. My brain labeled it as a data center, even though it was underwater and made no logical sense. Every time my head dipped below the surface, I'd feel this shift in the atmosphere, like I was being scanned or sorted. Then my head came back up, and I wasn't in the water anymore. I was in a body again. A vessel is the word that came to mind. I could feel weight, gravity, pain, and I had this strong sense that I could choose to leave that body if I wanted. Like I could just step out, disconnect. For a second, I tried. I felt this terrifying pulling sensation, like my soul was peeling away from my skin. It was the most intense vulnerability I've ever felt. Like if I went any further, there'd be no coming back. And I don't know how I knew this, but I had this instinct that if I left, I wouldn't wake up somewhere better. I'd wake up somewhere worse, or not at all. So I panicked and let myself sink back into the body. When I did, the scene solidified around me. I looked down at my arm and just froze. From my elbow downward, there was another arm stitched onto mine, like someone had attached it, Frankenstein style. I could feel the weight of it, the tug of the stitches. Every tiny movement sent sharp, burning pain up my arm. The skin was swollen and angry, and the seam where the two arms met was raw and messed up. Then this assistant appeared. Not the fake Eli, but someone who worked for him, I guess. They looked tired and bored, like this was just another day at the office. They told me to walk over to the fake Eli so we could run a test or do an experiment, something like that. I don't remember the exact words, but I remember the dread. This heavy, sinking knowing that whatever they were about to do to me was going to hurt. A lot. I started walking toward him, feeling every stitch pull in my arm, my whole body screaming that this was wrong, wrong, wrong. And then I heard it. Eli's real voice. He was calling my name. Not from the dream, from outside it. I realized I was on a call with him in real life. We'd fallen asleep while we were still connected. His voice cut through the entire scene like a knife. The dream melted, like when you wipe steam off a mirror, and I woke up for real. In my bed, phone beside me, his voice in my ear asking, "Are you okay? You were making weird noises." I just lay there, shaking. I don't have answers. I don't have some big conclusion. I just know that I went from never dreaming at all to being trapped in these looped, lucid nightmares with someone wearing my boyfriend's face and making me earn my right to wake up. And if you've listened all the way through this, thank you. Really. Even just telling someone makes me feel a tiny bit less alone in it. Okay, so let me set the scene for you. I live way out in the sticks. Like, if you missed the last gas station, that's on you, because my place is another 20 minutes past that. It's just me, a handful of farm animals, too many reptiles, and my big goofy Belgian Malinois, whose name is Jasper. Jasper is about 95 pounds of pure muscle and unfiltered joy. He looks like he could end you, but in reality, he loves everyone and everything, except coyotes, snakes, and the occasional possum that wanders too close to the chicken coop. Out here, he's kind of become the unofficial mascot for our little EMS station. I work these long, multi-day shifts as a paramedic, so sometimes I'm gone for a couple nights. When that happens, Jasper takes his job of ranch security officer extremely seriously. The firefighters swing by to check on him, and a couple of my neighbors will stop in, give him treats, throw a ball so he's not lonely. I've got cameras all around the place so I can peek in on him when I'm at the station and make sure everything's all right. Now, Jasper has a routine. Around 9:30 or 10 every night, he does his patrol. He runs the fence line, checks the goats and the chickens, gives a suspicious stare to the tree line, and then he comes back and flops on the front porch like a furry gargoyle. When he's finally ready to come in, he does this very specific thing with the back door. He throws his shoulder into it and drags one paw down the frame. It makes this loud, scraping thump that you could pick out of a hurricane. I call it the Jasper noise. So anyway, this was last Thursday. I let Jasper out for his usual patrol. I hear him take off across the yard, nails on the deck, then silence as he disappears into the dark. I head to the bathroom, take my time, then wander back to my chair in the living room. I'm working on a new reptile enclosure design on my laptop, trying to figure out where I'm putting the next lizard condo, you know? I'm just kind of half focused, half zoned out when I glance down the hallway. And Jasper is lying there on the floor. He's on his side, facing away from me, stretched out like he always does after a big run. His breathing is a little off, not panting, but these deep, slightly irregular breaths. If you're in the medical field, it's just enough to make you go, okay, that's odd, without quite being an emergency. My brain does this quick little stutter, because I did not let him back in. And there is no way into my house that doesn't involve a locked door or a closed window. No dog door, no open anything, just me, and apparently, Jasper. So I do what I always do to get his attention. I clack my tongue against my cheek. He reacts exactly like Jasper would. He lifts his head, gets up slowly, and starts walking down the hallway away from me, toward the back room where I keep most of the reptile racks and an old sofa. He's moving calmly, like he's just going to find a spot to crash. And as this Jasper is walking away down the hallway, I hear it. The Jasper noise. That exact shoulder thump, paw scrape combination, loud and clear at the back door. I freeze for a second. Then I walk to the back door, and through the glass I see Jasper. Outside. Tail wagging, ears perked, doing his happy little tight circle because he knows I'm about to let him in. That's my dog, no question. Tongue out, eyes bright, excited to see me. That's the real Jasper. And there's no way out of that room. No doors to the outside. Just the sofa and the cages. At this point, my heart rate has joined a drum line. I clack at the Jasper outside, and he gives his usual quick little yip like, "Hey, open the door already." Exact same sound he always makes. That's all the confirmation I need. I unlock the door and let him in. And as soon as he crosses the threshold, everything about him changes. He goes from happy doofus to full-on tactical mode. Hackles straight up. Low, ugly growl in his chest. He barrels past me down the hallway, nails digging into the floor, barking like he's ready to tear something apart. He rushes into the back room. Nothing. No dog. No raccoon. No person. Just the sofa, the reptile racks, and air that suddenly feels way too heavy. Jasper checks under the furniture, behind the racks, every corner. Then he does another sweep. And another. For the next hour, he is on high alert, pacing, sniffing, growling at empty doorways, running back to the hallway, back to the back room, then to each window like he's trying to find whatever it was he smelled or sensed. I didn't let him outside again that night. I didn't want whatever this was to become a game of chase. That was my first real run-in with what I've started calling Other Jasper. I've seen it twice since. The last time was just after midnight, a couple of nights ago. I'm half asleep, scrolling on my phone, when I hear it at the back door. The bump and scratch. The Jasper noise. Exact rhythm, exact weight. Real Jasper is already inside, asleep at the foot of my bed. At the sound, he snaps awake like someone flipped a switch. He doesn't even look at me first. He's on his feet, hackles up, teeth bared, that deep, furious bark he only uses when he thinks something is seriously wrong. He charges the back door like he's ready to go straight through it. I get up, heart in my throat, and flip on the porch light. There's nothing there. No dog, no shadows moving, just the empty porch and the yard beyond it. And here's the part that really gets me. Whatever other Jasper is, it doesn't trigger my alarms. I've got motion sensors and cameras, good ones. They'll pick up a moth flying too close or a stray cat sneaking around. But every time I've heard that noise and gone back to check the recordings, there's nothing. No alerts, no motion detected, no figure, no dog. Just the sound and the way my very real Jasper reacts like something is trespassing in his world. So I'm looking into getting a different kind of setup. Maybe some trail cameras, a few more angles, see if I can catch anything that my regular system is missing. Part of me is curious. Part of me really isn't. I'm not terrified exactly. I've dealt with enough real-world emergencies that I don't rattle easily, and I'm pretty confident in my ability to handle a problem if it decides to become tangible. But I will say this. If you ever come visit me out here, especially after dark, do me a favor. If you see a dog outside that looks like Jasper, big Malinois, serious eyes, murder dog face, don't just assume it's him. Don't go petting him or calling his name. Shoot me a text or give me a call first. I'll tell you whether Jasper is supposed to be inside or out. Because my dog, my real Jasper, he absolutely does not trust whatever that other one is. And I've learned to trust his instincts. So, let me tell you about something that happened a few nights ago. Even now, just thinking about it, I can feel my shoulders tense up. It was a Thursday night, close to midnight. I was curled up on the old sofa in my little cabin, reading a book and trying not to think about the wind rattling the trees outside. It was one of those quiet nights where the whole house feels like it's holding its breath. And then, someone pounded on the front door. I actually jumped. The book slipped out of my hands and slapped onto the floor. No one ever comes by that late. Out here, in this area outside Hammervik, if someone's at your door after midnight, it's either an emergency or something you really don't want to deal with. My first thought was that maybe a neighbor's car had broken down on the road. So, a little worried but trying to be sensible, I got up and headed toward the hallway. The only light on was the lamp in the living room behind me, but the hallway outside the cabin has this cold fluorescent light that spills in through the glass of the front door. It lit up the veranda just enough for me to make out shapes. I stepped closer and peered through the little window in the door. What I saw made my stomach drop. Pressed close to the glass was a chalky white face, too pale to look alive. Most of it was hidden under a dark hood, but the lower part of the face was clearly visible. A wide mouth, lips almost too thick, and teeth that looked blackened and long, like they were rotting or sharpened. The chin was unnaturally long, smooth, completely hairless. It didn't look like any human face I'd ever seen. The eyes were in shadow at first, and honestly, I was grateful for that. I just froze there, staring. Then it hit me what I was looking at. I'd heard the stories. Everybody in the area has. Rumors about a creature wandering at night around Hammervik, and that its nest was somewhere deep in Norham Forest. People had found animals in the pastures near Bjorkdal, mutilated, drained of blood. The kind of thing people mention in low voices and then laugh off because it sounds ridiculous. They call it the vampire of Hammervik. And now, God help me, it was standing outside my front door. Before I could move, it spoke, this strange, guttural voice that sounded like it was dragging up the words from somewhere wet and broken. "Let me in. I'm freezing out here," it said. "I just need to borrow a phone." The way it talked, the mouth didn't move quite right. When it spoke, the lips pulled back too far, and I could see those long, black teeth. It wasn't a normal grin. It was like every word it said tasted bad. I stumbled backward and nearly bumped into the shelf behind me. My heart was hammering. The thing stepped closer to the glass, angling its face so I could see more. That's when I saw its eyes. Dark red rims around bloodshot whites, like they were raw from crying or not sleeping for years. And when it stared at me, it was like its gaze reached straight through the glass, trying to hook onto mine, drag me in. I could almost feel it pulling at my will, trying to reel me toward the lock. "Open," it rasped, more forcefully. "Open the door. I'm freezing. Help me." The handle on the door jerked, up and down, like it was testing the lock. The wood of the door creaked as it leaned its full weight against it. The whole frame shuddered. For a moment, I felt this awful urge to just do what it said. Open up. Let it in. A weird calm started to spread through me, like someone had turned down my fear with a dial. And then, almost like someone whispered it in my ear, I remembered. The crucifix. I tore my eyes away from that creature's stare. Honestly, it felt like ripping Velcro, and ran back through the living room into my bedroom. I could still hear the handle rattling, like it wanted to tear itself off the door. The pounding started again, harder this time, and the cabin walls trembled. In the bedroom, I yanked open the top drawer. Nothing. Second drawer. Socks, receipts, useless junk. My hands felt clumsy, like I was wearing gloves. Finally, in the bottom drawer, under a tangled scarf, my fingers closed around the cool shape of the crucifix. The door banged again. The sound echoed down the hallway. I wrapped the chain around my hand, clutching the little cross so tightly it dug into my palm, and walked back toward the hall. My legs were shaking. I could feel them. When I stepped into view of the door again, the creature was still there, pressed up against the glass. It looked even more desperate now, lips peeled back over those awful teeth. I held the crucifix out at arm's length in front of me. My voice surprised me. I didn't think I'd be able to speak, but the words just came. "In the name of Jesus Christ," I said as loud and clear as I could. "Depart from here. Leave this place, you unclean thing." As I spoke, something strange happened. My right arm began to tingle, then thrum, like electricity running through it. A white glow started at my shoulder and moved down, pulsing toward my hand, into the crucifix. The little metal cross lit up, not like a reflection, but from within, like it had swallowed lightning. The hallway exploded in bright white light. It was like someone had set off a camera flash that never faded. The air felt charged, humming, and my arm pulsed like I'd grabbed a live wire. Outside, the light hit the creature full in the face. It shrieked. I'll never forget that sound. It let go of the handle and threw its arms over its head, stumbling backward off the porch. I could just make out its contorted shape, writhing in the glow spilling through the window. It scrambled to its feet, turned, and bolted down the path that leads from my cabin to the main road. In a few seconds, it was swallowed by the darkness between the trees. The only thing left was the echo of that horrible screech fading into the night. Slowly, the pulse in my arm eased. The light from the crucifix dimmed, then went out, leaving just the ordinary yellowish glow from my living room lamp. I stood there for a long moment, breathing hard, listening. Nothing. Just the wind in the trees again. The door handle was still, the wood no longer creaking. It was gone. After a while, I locked the door again, double-checked it actually, 2 or 3 times, and finally allowed myself to breathe properly. My hand was still trembling around the crucifix. My first thought was, I should call the police. My second thought was, right, and what exactly am I going to tell them? Hi, yes, hello, a vampire just tried to get into my cabin. In the end, I did call, but I said there had been an attempted break-in. I gave a vague description. Tall person in a hood, aggressive, rattling the door, then ran off toward the forest. They said they'd send a car to drive through the area and keep an eye out. I didn't mention glowing crucifixes or red-rimmed eyes. I may be scared, but I'm not stupid. The next night, when it was time to go to work, I realized something else. I work nights. That means going out into the dark to get to my car. Since that night, I've made it a habit to park my car as close to the front steps as I can. I don't leave big gaps of shadow anymore if I can help it. Before I step outside, I make sure the crucifix is in my hand, not in some drawer, not hanging on a hook. Right there, fingers wrapped around it. But I'll tell you this, especially if you live anywhere near Hammervik or those forests. Don't open your door after dark to anyone you don't recognize. If someone's out there, insisting, begging, trying to talk you into it, trust your instincts, not their voice. And maybe, just maybe, keep something holy nearby. Just in case the stories aren't just stories after all. Alright, so, let me tell you about the one thing that still makes me second guess myself. I've worked in the funeral business for about 8 years now. I'm not religious, I don't believe in an afterlife, and I usually roll my eyes at ghost shows. I've always considered myself an atheist and a skeptic through and through. But there's this one funeral home I worked at where things were just off. Most days it was subtle. That feeling like someone's watching you when you're locking up, the hairs standing up on the back of your neck for no good reason, or hearing footsteps overhead when you know you're the only one in the building. You learn to shrug it off. Old buildings creak, pipes make noise, your brain fills in the gaps. But there's one day I can't shrug off. I've tried. I still can't. It was a slow afternoon. All of us who were working that day were downstairs in this little office off the crematory. Me, my manager, and 2 coworkers, Maria and Devin. The front doors were locked because we weren't open to the public at that time, and we have a door chime that rings every single time someone opens any exterior door. It's annoyingly loud, which is the point. We were all sitting there just talking, paperwork spread out, coffee cups everywhere. Nobody was upstairs. Nobody was by the entrance. Every door was locked. We were basically tucked away in the safest, quietest corner of the building. And then we hear it. From directly above us, at the top of the staircase that leads up to the funeral director's office, we hear someone moving around, like the floorboard creaks you get when a person is shifting their weight. We all go quiet and kind of look at each other like, did we unlock the door and forget? And then we hear it. 3 clear, deliberate knocks. Not a boom, not something falling over, not pipes. It was that exact polite, "Hi, I'm here. Can I come in?" kind of knocking. The same way a family would knock if they came in and weren't sure where to go. All of us froze for a second. We all heard it. My manager, Mr. Lee, immediately stood up and said, "That's someone at the office door." No hesitation. We all just assumed a family had somehow gotten in. He goes up the stairs, and Devin heads toward the hallway to check the front door, and Maria says, "That's weird. Why didn't the chime go off?" So she walks over to the little box on the wall where the door chime is, thinking maybe the batteries died or someone turned it off. A few seconds later, Devin calls down the hallway, "Front door's still locked." Maria checks the chime and goes, "It's on. It's working. I just opened the back door to test it. It chimed." I'm still downstairs in the office, just kind of sitting there with my heart going a little faster, listening to them move around. Then Mr. Lee comes back down the stairs, looking confused. He says, "There's nobody up there. Doors locked. Offices are empty." So now we've got all of us accounted for in the same room, No one at the front door, no one upstairs, the chime working perfectly, and no cars in the lot besides our own. But the four of us all heard those footsteps, and that very specific, intentional knocking at the door at the top of the stairs. We just kind of stood there in the hallway, looking at each other like, okay, so what did we just hear? That's why that day sticks with me. It wasn't just me, half asleep on a night shift, hearing things. There were multiple witnesses. We all heard the same sound, interpreted it the same way. A normal human knocking exactly where a customer would knock if they were looking for us. And yet, no one was there. No open door, no chime, no car pulling away, nothing. That was just one incident at that funeral home. There were plenty of smaller things. Doors that would slam when there wasn't a draft. Those faint, muffled voices you'd swear were coming from the next room when you know the building is empty. That really specific feeling like someone is standing right behind you, close enough that you can almost feel the air shift. And then you turn around and it's just hallway. What gets me is that different people experienced those things without us all swapping ghost stories first. Maria once came downstairs pale and said, "I swear someone was right behind me by the arrangement room, but when I turned around, no one was there." I just nodded because I'd had the same experience in a different part of the building and hadn't told anyone. Now, I'm still not ready to say, yes, ghosts are definitely real. My logical brain wants an explanation. Faulty wiring, acoustics, old wood, stress, something. I want there to be a clean, rational reason. But I'll be honest, that knocking at the top of the stairs, with all of us hearing it, all of us reacting like it was a real person, and then finding absolutely nothing, that's the closest I've ever come to thinking, maybe there's something we don't understand going on here. And if there are ghosts, I have to laugh a little and ask the same question I always do. Of all the things they could do, why just knock on doors? Okay, so let me just tell this to you the way I remember it. When I was a little kid, my younger sister Lena and I shared a tiny bedroom. We had these metal bunk beds that creaked every time you moved. I slept on the top bunk, she was on the bottom. Back then, I had sleep paralysis and nightmares a lot. Almost every night, really. I'd wake up frozen, unable to move, with this heavy feeling that something was in the room with us. Sometimes I'd see a shadowy, human-shaped figure standing in the corner or by the door, always when I was paralyzed or right after I snapped out of it. Eventually, I learned to soothe myself. I'd lie there, heart pounding, and whisper in my head, "Monsters aren't real. This is just my brain. It's just a sleep thing." And as an adult, I know that, yeah, hallucinations during sleep paralysis are common. That part at least makes sense. But there was this one night that still doesn't fit neatly in that box. That night, the feeling in the room was different. Way more intense. It wasn't just that vague sense of being watched. It felt like something had stepped into the room. The air felt heavier. I remember staring at the ceiling, absolutely still, trying not to breathe too loud. I didn't cry. I never did back then. I wasn't the kid who screamed for my parents. I was just quietly terrified. I don't know how long I lay there, just trying to calm my breathing and convince myself it was all in my head. Eventually, the feeling eased up a bit, enough that my body started to relax. And then I heard Lena. She was on the bottom bunk, and I could hear her sobbing, soft at first, then harder. I didn't say anything, but it really threw me because she never cried like that at night. A minute later, the bunk shifted, and she climbed up to my bed, still crying, and just wrapped her arms around me. I remember asking, "What's wrong?" even though I think I already knew. She just clung to me, shaking, and as she held on to me, I started crying too, because in that moment, It felt like she had felt it too, whatever that thing was in the room. And then we heard it. This low, loud growl came from the direction of the doorway. It didn't sound like an animal. It didn't sound like anything I'd ever heard in our house. It sounded wrong, like something trying to imitate a growl. We both turned our heads at the same time and looked at the bedroom doorway. There, crawling over the threshold, was this humanoid, shadowy figure, darker than the dark around it. And it had red eyes, like two embers, low to the ground, moving towards us. Lena and I screamed at the exact same time. The second we screamed, we heard my dad's footsteps pounding down the hallway toward our room. The figure stopped, turned away from us, and slipped back out through the doorway like it had been caught. My dad burst in, flicked on the light, and demanded, "What's going on?" We were both talking over each other, trying to explain, pointing toward the door, telling him about the shadow thing on the floor, the red eyes, the growl. He insisted it was just a reflection, maybe from the hallway. He said that's all it was, some light, and that we were scaring ourselves. But there was no light on in the hallway. There was nothing that could have made that red glow. And he said he hadn't heard any growl. Fast forward to when I was about 14. Sleep paralysis and hallucinations came up in some random family conversation. I don't even remember how. I just remember saying, "Yeah, I used to get that a lot." There was this one time when Lena and I both saw something at the door. I started telling the story, and I mentioned the red eyes, and before I even finished, Lena cut in and said, "Wait, I thought that was a dream." So I asked her, "What do you remember?" And she described it almost exactly the way I remembered it. The growl, the shape crawling in, the red eyes, both of us screaming, everything. We were just sitting there, staring at each other, realizing that whatever that was, it wasn't just in my head. At least that part was real to both of us. For more context, we grew up in a really abusive household. There was a lot of fear and tension, a lot of yelling, a lot of walking on eggshells. My dad was abusive toward me and my mom, but for some reason he never laid a hand on Lena. That imbalance, that constant stress, it was just the background noise of our lives. Around that time, I'd figured out something about my sleep paralysis. If I woke up frozen, I had two choices. I could fight as hard as I could to fully wake up, and then I'd be left with this bad feeling hanging over me for a while. Or I could stop fighting it and let myself slip back under. If I didn't fight it, something strange would happen. The moment I let go, I'd see this bright orb appear. It wasn't just a simple ball of light. It had rings around it, and these eyes, lots of eyes, that seemed to move and focus, like it was studying me. It would rush toward me, grab me somehow, and then carry me through this endless dark, straight into a very lucid dream. While it was happening, I'd hear a voice. It wasn't like someone whispering in my ear. It sounded huge, like it filled the space, but it was gentle. It would say, "Be not afraid." And every time it said that, the panic in my chest would ease a little. In those dreams, it would take me to places. Some of them were places I recognize now as an adult. Cities and landscapes I hadn't seen in real life back then. Even other countries with terrain I definitely didn't know about as a kid. I couldn't see the orb in those dreams, but I knew it was there, right beside me, talking to me. Sometimes I'd ask, "Am I dreaming?" And it would say, "Yes." I'd ask, "Can I wake up?" And it would say, "Not yet." And then, when the dream had run its course, the voice would finally say I could wake up. I'd snap back to my body, and here's the weird part. Instead of feeling terrified like I did after the shadow figures, I'd feel safe, calm, like I'd just been watched over. As a kid, I didn't have any framework for that, other than vague church stuff. I grew up going to church every Sunday, but all I ever saw were the typical angel images, human-looking figures with wings, maybe a halo. I didn't connect the orb and the voice with anything religious at the time. I just thought it was something my brain made up so I wouldn't freak out. It wasn't until I was an adult that I stumbled across these old descriptions of angels from biblical texts. These beings described as wheels within wheels, full of eyes, surrounded by light. And that hit me kind of hard, because that's exactly what I'd been seeing. I also realized how often the phrase, "be not afraid," shows up in those stories. So in my mind, that was an angel. That's how I've chosen to understand it. The other thing, the thing my sister and I saw crawling over the threshold with the red eyes, that's what I still don't have a neat label for. The easy word is demon, right? That's what most people jump to. But I honestly don't know. I've heard all kinds of ideas. Some people say it's just a shared hallucination. Some say it's an entity attracted to negative energy. Others say it's something that feeds off fear. All I really know is this. In a house full of screaming and fear and violence, my sister and I both saw something that shouldn't have been there. Something that growled. Something that watched us. And in that same season of my life, when everything felt unsafe and chaotic, something else, something bright and full of eyes, would show up, tell me, "Be not afraid," and carry me through the dark until it was safe to wake up again. I'm not asking anyone to believe what I believe. I'm just telling you what happened to me, as honestly as I can. Okay, so let me tell you one of my favorite stories that my mom, Claire, used to tell me. She grew up in this tiny coastal town in eastern Canada, in an old creaky house that sat on a hill overlooking the bay. The kind of place where the wind never really stops and the fog just lives there. From the time she was a kid, she swore that house was haunted. Not in a cute Halloween way, but in the "something is definitely watching you from the corner" kind of way. She has a whole catalog of weird things that happened there when she was a teenager, but this one story has just stayed glued to my brain. So, in their living room, my grandparents had this huge old grandfather clock. You know the kind, towering, dark wood, heavy brass pendulum. It ticked so loudly it practically ran the house. My grandparents jokingly called it King George because they said it ruled over the living room. The clock stood just to the right of the big, sagging couch, and to the left of that couch was this massive front window that looked out over the yard and the gravel driveway. During the day, it was pretty. Sunlight, kids biking by, neighbors walking. At night, though, it just turned into a big, black mirror. You couldn't see out, but you'd swear something could see in. One night, when my mom was about 16, she was sprawled out on that couch, talking on the phone with her friend. Her name was Dana. This was back when the phone had a long cord, and you were basically tethered to the wall if you wanted to talk. They'd been chatting for ages. Homework, gossip, whatever teenage girls talked about back then. The house had that late-night quiet to it. Her younger brother was already in bed, the TV was off, and all you could really hear was the steady, heavy tick-tock, tick-tock of King George in the corner. After a while, though, my mom got this feeling. You know that creeping sense that something's off? Like the air changes before you even know why? She told me it felt exactly like eyes on the back of her neck. Not just one pair, like more than one. She kept glancing at that front window, even though she couldn't see anything but her own reflection and the faint outline of the trees. She tried to brush it off. She joked with Dana, tried to keep talking, but the feeling wouldn't go away. Finally, she said, "Hey, this is gonna sound weird, but I feel like someone's outside or something. I'm gonna hang up, run upstairs, and I'll call you back from my room, okay?" Dana was like, yeah, sure, now I'm freaked out too, thanks." But they laughed it off. So my mom hangs up, puts the receiver back on the hook, and then she bolts. She said she didn't walk, she didn't jog. She sprinted through the hallway and up the staircase, skipping steps 2 at a time. You know that feeling when you're running up the stairs in the dark and you're absolutely sure something is right behind you? That's what she described. She said she could practically feel the back of her neck burning the whole way up. She reaches her bedroom, slams the door behind her, and locks it. Like that little lock is going to do anything against a ghost, but hey, it's something. Immediately, she feels safer. The room is smaller, familiar. Her posters on the wall, the glow of the small lamp on her bedside table. She picks up the extension phone in her room, another old corded one, and calls Dana back. "Okay," she says when Dana answers. "I made it. I'm alive." They both laugh, talk a bit more, and eventually the tension starts to fade. My mom's sitting on the edge of her bed now, legs crossed, phone cord twisted around her fingers, a little click on the line. If you've ever used an old landline, you know that sound. The tiny, crisp click that means someone has picked up another phone in the house. They both go quiet. Dana whispers, "Did someone just pick up?" My mom hears the sound too, clear as day. So she calls out, casual as she can manage. "Dad? Is that you?" Silence. No breathing, no shuffling, just the faint hiss of the line. She tries again. "Mom? Ben?" That's her younger brother. Still nothing. Now both of them are just sitting there, not saying a word, listening. And that's when it starts. Tick, tock. Tick, tock. My mom says the hair on her arms stood straight up because she knew that sound. She'd heard it almost her entire life. But what really got her was that Dana recognized it too. Dana says, really slowly, "Claire, is that your clock?" It was exactly the loud, hollow ticking of King George. The same way it sounded if you were standing right next to it downstairs in the living room. But they were hearing it through the phone line. The clock was nowhere near the upstairs bedroom phones. There was no phone mounted by it. The nearest phone to that clock was the one on the living room wall, a few feet away. But even then, you wouldn't hear it that clearly through the receiver unless someone was literally holding the handset up to the clock case. My mom is sitting there on her bed, frozen, listening to the ticking echoing down the line. She told me it felt like the sound was coming from right beside her ear, like someone was holding the phone just inches from the clock downstairs. And then, just as suddenly as the extra click had come, there was another click. The line went back to normal. The ticking stopped. It was just my mom and Dana again, breathing into the silence. That was it. My mom slammed the phone down, shot out of bed, and ran to her parents' room. She bursts in, panicked, trying to explain. Someone picked up the phone. The clock was on the line. They both heard it. My grandparents got up, a bit annoyed, a bit worried, and checked the house. They looked in on her brother, fast asleep. My grandfather, who worked nights as a paramedic at the local clinic, hadn't used the phone at all. He'd been half dozing with a book in bed. My grandmother hadn't moved from her room. They checked the doors, still locked. Windows closed. The living room empty. The clock just standing there in the corner like it always did. Pendulum swinging, ticking away. In the end, they told her she must have dozed off and dreamed it. You know how adults can be. Tired, practical, not wanting to open the door to anything weird. But the thing is, Dana heard it too. My mom wasn't alone. And Dana had spent enough time at their house to know that clock sound like it was its own person. There was no mistaking it. After that night, my mom said she never looked at King George the same way again. Every time she stepped into that living room, she felt like the clock was aware. Like the ticking wasn't just keeping time anymore, it was watching. She said sometimes, if she sat on the couch by herself, she'd get that same prickling feeling she'd had before she ran upstairs. that sense of 1,000 invisible eyes pressed against the walls, peering at her from all directions. She never sat alone in there late at night after that if she could help it. They sold it to some antique dealer a couple towns over. No one in my family has seen it since. Sometimes I think about that, about some stranger browsing old furniture, seeing this beautiful, towering grandfather clock, thinking, wow, what a great find. They get it home, set it up in their hallway, wind it up, and late one night, when the house is finally quiet, the phone rings. Hey everyone, welcome to that Paranormal channel. How's your day going? I've been looking forward to this, just sitting down with you and sharing paranormal experiences from all over. Thank you so much to everyone who sent in their stories, and please keep them coming. They're the best gifts you could give this channel. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any of our latest videos. I honestly love this job. Now, turn on a small nightlight, pull the blanket up around you, and dive into today's paranormal experiences. So, let me start by saying this up front. I'm not someone who goes looking for ghosts. I'm pretty skeptical about anything afterlife or supernatural. I like explanations I can touch and measure. But then there's this story. I still don't know exactly what happened. There was no clear sighting, no booming voice from the sky, just an experience that left a crack in my certainty. This was a little over 20 years ago. It started with a fire. My wife at the time, her name was Hannah, and I lived on the 3rd floor of this old apartment building. We were young, broke, and just figuring life out with one toddler and another baby on the way. One night, the apartment below us caught fire. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. The fire didn't reach our place structurally, but the smoke did. Thick, black, oily smoke. It crawled into everything: clothes, books, furniture. The apartment reeked. It was basically unlivable. The complex felt bad about it and worked with us. They let us move into an upgraded unit for the same rent. Honestly, at the time, it felt like a lucky break. The new place was a 2-story unit. 1st floor was the living room and kitchen. 2nd floor had the bedrooms. The stairs went up along a wall that our bedroom shared, so at night, you could hear every creak and footstep in the stairwell. It felt kind of cozy, actually, like the house itself was breathing around us. For about a week, it was fine. Stressful because, moving plus pregnancy plus toddler, but normal. Then one morning, Hannah came to me looking shaken. Not just had a weird dream shaken, more like I just saw a car accident shaken. She said, I had this dream last night and I can't stop thinking about it. In her dream, she said she woke up in our bed, in that exact apartment. Same dim light from the window, same cheap blinds, same shadows on the wall. It didn't feel like a dream to her. It felt like she had just woken up for real. At the foot of the bed, she saw 3 people standing there. Not glowing, not monstrous, just people. Watching her. Studying her. She couldn't move or speak, but she could see them clearly. Then she heard something on the stairs. She described it as heavy, like something big was coming up the steps. Not a person. The sound had weight to it. She said it reminded her of an excited dog, those quick, eager steps, but it sounded bigger, and it was making these strange, happy, almost playful noises. Not quite a growl, not quite a bark. Behind the bedroom door, she could hear this thing getting closer with each step. And the 3 people at the foot of the bed started getting excited. Their breathing changed. Their shoulders tightened. It was like they were waiting for it. like they'd been anticipating this thing finally reaching the room. Just as Hannah felt that it was about to burst through the doorway and into our bedroom, she woke up. Heart pounding, drenched in sweat. Now, here's an important thing to know about her. She's a very devout Christian. The kind who believes that a moral, faithful person shouldn't fear the devil. The devil should be the one trembling. She's not dramatic. She doesn't share every anxious thought. So for her to sit there and admit, "I'm scared. This dream rattled me," was a big deal. Honestly, it was a little humiliating for her to even say it out loud. I did what I could. Listened, held her, told her it was just a dream. I figured it would fade in a couple of days, the way most dreams do. It didn't. About a week later, she came to me again. She looked worse, tired, wired, like she'd been holding her breath for days. She said, "I feel something in here with me, all the time." Not like a normal, "this place feels a little creepy" kind of vibe. She described it as an intense presence, like someone standing just over her shoulder, watching her. She said it was strongest when she was alone in the apartment, and especially near the stairs and our bedroom. And the really disturbing part? She said it felt like it was getting stronger every day. She told me straight up, "I don't know how long I can handle this." Now, moving again at that point was not realistic. New lease, new baby coming, money tight. Explaining to the landlord that we wanted to transfer apartments, again, because the place felt haunted, didn't feel like a winning strategy. But I took her seriously. Not because I suddenly believed in ghosts, but because I believed in her. She was clearly not making this up for attention. I'm skeptical, but I didn't grow up in a skeptical house. My mom is very open to spiritual and supernatural things. She'd told me a few stories over the years, experiences she couldn't explain, things that scared her. So I asked Hannah, "Do you want me to talk to my mom? See if she has any ideas?" Hannah does not like asking my mom for help. Let's just say their personalities didn't blend well. The fact that she immediately said, "Yes, please," told me just how shaken she really was. I called my mom and told her everything. The fire, the move, the dream, the feeling in the apartment. She listened quietly the whole time, which was rare for her. Usually she'd jump in with questions halfway through. When I finished, she paused and said, "Do you remember that thing that used to hang over our hallway when you were a kid? That round piece with the design on it?" I did. Growing up, we moved a lot, but that thing followed us from house to house. It was always hanging somewhere high, above a staircase or near a ceiling. It was about the size of a large dinner plate, woven out of thin, dark reeds. In the center, the strands formed this almost geometric wolf shape. As a kid, I thought it looked cool and kind of mysterious. I never really asked what it was. She said, "That's not just decoration. That was given to me." She went on to tell me something I'd never heard before. Around the time I was born, she said she'd gone through what she called a very bad spiritual situation. That's all she called it. No details. And that was unsettling because she'd shared other weird stories pretty openly, but not this one. Anyway, she said she ended up talking to a Native American medicine man someone had connected her with. He listened to what she was going through, made this talisman, and told her, "Hang it at the highest point in your home." She did. According to her, whatever had been tormenting her stopped. Just stopped. The feeling lifted. Life settled down. And the talisman had hung in our house ever since. She said, "I'm going to send it to you. Put it in the highest place in your apartment." The next day, a package showed up. Inside was that woven circle from my childhood. Seeing it again actually made me feel weirdly emotional, kind of like bumping into an old friend who knows things you don't. Our highest point in the apartment was above the stairwell, near the ceiling that overlooked both floors. So that's where we hung it. It looked almost too small for the big white wall, but it was there, watching over the stairs. Hannah stood under it, just looking up at it for a minute. Later that evening, I asked her, "How do you feel?" She took this deep breath and said, "Better, a lot better." Like something loosened its grip. For a while, things were normal again. The talisman just became part of the background, like a weird family heirloom that happened to live with us now. Several months later, I got a job offer in another state. It was a good opportunity, so we decided to move. We slowly packed up the apartment, boxes everywhere, kids' toys in random bags, that phase where everything looks worse before it looks better. On our last day there, we were down to the final odds and ends. Cleaning supplies, lamps, the stuff you always underestimate. We'd packed the car pretty tightly. Hannah buckled both kids, our toddler and our now newborn, into their car seats. They both fell asleep on the drive over, so she stayed in the car with them while I went in to finish up. The talisman was still hanging above the stairs. I remember standing at the bottom of the steps and thinking, if I don't take that down now, I'm going to forget it. And honestly, while I had taken Hannah's fear seriously, I still wasn't convinced the talisman was anything more than a powerful placebo. So I went upstairs, carefully took it down, carried it out to the car, and set it gently on the floor behind the driver's seat. Then I went back inside to grab another armful of stuff. As soon as I stepped into the apartment, something felt off. The air felt thicker. The silence sounded different, if that makes sense. Like the whole place was holding its breath. I brushed it off, told myself I was just tired, stressed, overthinking things. I grabbed a box, took it to the car, and came back in. The second time in, the feeling intensified. I felt like I'd walked into a room where someone had just been screaming and then abruptly stopped when I opened the door. No sound, just this leftover vibration of anger. I could feel my heart rate climbing, and I hadn't even done anything yet. By the third trip, it was bad. I walked in, and every hair on my arms and neck stood up. It felt like the walls were leaning in. The best way I can describe it is this. It felt like something in that apartment was aware of me, and furious. Not just irritated, not just, "I don't like you." It felt like seething rage focused right between my shoulder blades. And it didn't feel unfamiliar. It felt like something that had been there quietly in the background, numbed or muffled, was now fully awake again. And it knew I'd taken away whatever had been keeping it in check. I remember thinking, very clearly, oh, it wasn't gone. It was sleeping. I was supposed to mop the kitchen floor, vacuum one more time, just basic move-out cleaning. I tried to push through the fear. I told myself I was being ridiculous. But my body was not buying that logic. My stomach knotted up. My hands were shaking a little. I felt genuinely nauseous, standing there with a vacuum in my hand. At some point, I just hit a wall internally. I set the vacuum down, left the mop and cleaning supplies in the corner of the kitchen, and walked out. On my way past the leasing office, I dropped our keys into the after-hours drop box. I didn't look back at the building. I remember thinking, they can keep the mop. I got in the car, trying to act normal. Hannah looked at me and said, "You okay?" I just said, "Yeah, we're done. Let's go." We drove away, talisman in the car, kids sleeping in the back, and that was it. We never set foot in that apartment again. To this day, I don't have a clean explanation. I can line things up and say, maybe it was stress, maybe it was suggestion, maybe Hannah's fear rubbed off on me. Maybe growing up with that talisman made my brain connect dots that weren't really there. And for a skeptic, I'll admit, that's a hard feeling to shake. So, let me take you back a bit. This happened, a little over 10 years ago now? And even today, my dad and I still bring it up like it was last week. We're from England, right? And that year we'd gone on holiday to the States. We flew into Los Angeles, stayed with some family friends just outside the city to save money, and one evening we all decided, let's drive down to this pier and boardwalk area by the ocean. You know the kind of place. Fairy lights strung overhead, street musicians, loads of little shops and restaurants, the whole thing buzzing. There were about 7 of us in total. Me, my dad, my mom, my little brother Jame, and our family friends. By the time we got there, it was properly dark. The air was still warm, there was music drifting in from somewhere, and the smell of food everywhere. We eventually found this busy restaurant, some kind of grill place, and joined the line outside to wait for a table. So my dad, Mark, is standing in front of me, holding Jame on his hip. Jame was maybe 3 at the time, half asleep, clinging to him. I'm just behind them, kind of zoning out, people watching. And then, this guy appears. Now, I say appears, but I did see him walking toward us in my peripheral vision. He was wearing this faded red t-shirt with a little logo on the chest, dark cargo shorts, and battered trainers. He had a bit of a belly, looked like he might be in his late 30s, maybe early 40s. Skin tone kind of brown, maybe Latino, maybe native, hard to tell in that lighting. He was carrying a big shopping bag in one hand and a smaller paper bag in the other. Totally ordinary guy, right? Except his eyes. At first I didn't clock it because you don't expect it, but when he got close and lifted his head properly, I could see them. They were completely black. I mean, no whites at all, just 2 solid jet black orbs, like someone had drawn them on with ink, like holes. And the second I registered that, something in me just switched on. I can't really explain this part logically. On paper, he did not look threatening. He's got shopping bags, he's alone, he's not shouting or anything. But my body reacted before my brain did. My whole nervous system just went, danger. Hard up, muscles tight, that buzzing feeling in your chest when you know something's not right. I remember thinking, I'm going to have to step in. I might actually have to fight this guy. Which is ridiculous because, again, he wasn't doing anything yet. But then I glanced at my dad, and I could see he felt it too. Now, my dad and I both trained martial arts for years, and there's this very particular way someone shifts their stance when they're ready for trouble, even if they're trying to be casual. He did that. Weight slightly adjusted, shoulders loose but prepared, eyes tracking every little movement. He still had Jame in his arms, but it was like his whole body was quietly saying, if something happens, I'm ready. The man with the black eyes walks right up to my dad. He doesn't look at anyone else, doesn't even glance my way at first. He stops just inside that bubble of personal space where someone's now close enough to grab you if they want to. Then he says, in this weirdly calm voice, what do you think is the difference between a man and a human being? Now, this is the part that's hard to explain without sounding completely mad. I remember the rhythm of his voice, the way his mouth moved. I remember my dad answering slowly, struggling to find words, asking him what he meant. I remember the pauses, the feeling that it was a very strange, intense conversation. But the actual content? Gone. Completely blank. It's like he put up some kind of mental curtain and I was stuck on the outside of it. What makes it even stranger is that, apparently, no one else saw him. We were near the back of the line, but not far away from the others, maybe 3-4 meters max. There were people walking past us constantly, waiters weaving through, families queuing. You'd think someone would have turned their head and gone, who's that bloke with the weird eyes talking to them? But they didn't. Afterwards, when we sat down and I brought it up, my mom was like, what, man? Our friends were the same. They remembered us stepping out of the line a little, maybe, but no one recalled seeing him at all. While we were talking to him, it felt like time changed. That's the best way I can put it. Not in a dramatic sci-fi way with everything freezing, but more like the whole world went a bit syrupy, slower, muted. The sound of the crowd seemed to pull back, like we were under a dome. I remember being hyper-aware of tiny details, the way the fairy lights flickered, the feeling of the wooden boards under my feet, the weight of the humid air. Like everything around us was on slow motion, but the conversation was happening in its own pocket. At one point, my dad said later, it felt like they were just standing there for ages. I remember these long pauses where my dad was trying to answer whatever the man was asking. Something about what we really are, and if we think we're only flesh, or something along those lines. But when I try to replay it, I just get that first question, and then static. Eventually, my dad told me his side of it. He said the guy kept circling around this idea that there's a difference between man, in the everyday sense, and human, in some broader sense. Like there are things that look like us but aren't quite us, or that we ourselves are more than we understand. He mentioned things like altered genetics, or beings that slip between what we'd call physical and something else. My dad was trying to follow, trying to answer honestly, but he said he was just as on edge as I was the whole time, ready to protect me and my brother if needed. And then there was this one moment that really stuck with him. Apparently, while the man was talking, my dad thought, if this goes sideways, I'll have to put Jame down and hit him first before he can hurt the kids. It wasn't a plan he said out loud, obviously. It was just a protective dad thought. Right after that, the man stopped mid-sentence, looked at my dad directly, and said, I am not your enemy. Just like that. Very matter of fact. Not offended, almost reassuring. And then he turned his head to look straight at me. Now, from my point of view, all I saw were those black eyes. But Dad told me later that when the guy looked from him to me, he saw, this is going to sound wild, something like a vortex of light behind the man's eyes. Not a glow, not a reflection from the restaurant sign, but a sort of swirling tunnel, like he was looking through the man's face into something else. Dad swears he wasn't imagining it. He said it was there for a second or two, and then it was gone, and the guy's eyes just went back to being these empty black pools. And literally, as he stepped out of our little bubble, the world snapped back. The noise of the crowd rushed in again, clattering dishes, laughter, music. The hostess from the restaurant suddenly called our name, like it had been timed to the second. "Table for 7, she shouted, cheerful, totally unaware that my dad and I were standing there in that aftershock feeling of, what just happened? We went in, sat down, and the first thing my dad and I did, before we even looked at the menus, was stare at each other like, did you just? And we both started talking at once. We compared notes right there at the table. The feeling of danger, the fight response, the time distortion, the way no one else saw him, the black eyes, the first question. Dad told me what he remembered of the conversation. I told him how I couldn't recall anything after that opening line. We both had that same strange sense that the man wasn't normal, whatever that means. And then life just went on. For years, I barely thought about it. Every so often, something would trigger the memory. A crowded street at night, someone asking a deep question out of nowhere, and it would all flood back. And I'd text my dad, or he'd bring it up over a beer, and we'd go, still can't explain it, can we? We still can't. All I know is, that night, on a busy boardwalk in California, surrounded by hundreds of people, it felt like time bent, the world tuned out, and someone, or something, stepped in just long enough to ask us a question we still don't really know how to answer. What's the difference between a man and a human? Okay, so And let me tell you something that still kind of freaks me out. In a good way. When I was a kid, I was about 11, so this was around 2010. I had this really strange dream. Not scary, just different. It felt weirdly familiar, like remembering a place you're sure you've never been to. In the dream, I'm just sitting on this old wooden bench in a park. Thing is, I never went to that park, not in real life. It's quiet, a little cloudy, and I'm just sitting there, doing nothing. Then this older man, maybe in his 70s, walks over. He's wearing this dark green suit that looks slightly old-fashioned, like something from an old photograph. He sits down right next to me, like he's done it 1,000 times. What really stuck with me was his throat. There was this thick, pale scar curving around his neck, like something tight had been around it for too long. Even in the dream, I remember thinking, that must have hurt. I don't remember every word of our conversation now, just flashes of it. I remember feeling completely calm with him, like I'd known him forever. We were talking about my mom, about school, normal little things. At one point, I remember asking him, "What happened to your neck?" And his face changed. He looked sad and tired, but also sort of proud. Near the end of the dream, he turned toward me, reached out, and took my hand in both of his. His hands were warm and a bit rough, like he'd done a lot of work in his life. And then he said to me, very clearly, "I'll always look after you, you and Lenny." And in that moment, when he touched my hand, I got chills all over my body. That's actually the part that still gets me, because that feeling was so intense it woke me up. And even now, telling you this, I can almost feel it again. The next morning, I wandered into the kitchen while my mom was emptying the dishwasher. I was still kind of shaken up, so I just started telling her about the dream, every detail I could remember. The bench, the suit, the scar, how he spoke to me. She turned to look at me, and I will never forget her face. She went completely pale, and she actually dropped a plate on the floor. It shattered, and she didn't even react to the noise at first. She just stared at me. She asked me to describe him again, slowly. So I did. The way he looked, the way he sat, the scar on his neck. And then I mentioned that he said he would always look after me and Lenny. My mom's eyes filled with tears instantly. She asked me, "He really said Lenny?" I said, "Yeah, why?" And that's when she told me that Lenny was her childhood nickname, a nickname that only her father used. Here's the thing, I never met her father. He died years before I was born. I'd seen maybe 1 or 2 photos of him in passing, but we never really talked about him much. I didn't even remember his name then, just that in the dream I somehow knew who he was. I told her about the scar and how I'd asked him what happened. In the dream, he'd told me he'd been tortured while he was in captivity, but he hadn't gone into all the details, just enough to make me feel the weight of it. My mom just broke down crying. Through the tears, she said, "He never told me that, not like that." She explained that her father had been part of the Dutch resistance during World War II and that he'd been captured. He'd been held in a building near a square in Groningen, she named the place, like it was burned into her memory, and that he'd been interrogated by collaborators. After that, my mom started talking more about the sensitivity in our family. She says she sometimes feels negative energies in the house, and every now and then she burns incense or does little cleansing rituals. I used to roll my eyes at that stuff, honestly, but she told me her mother, my grandmother, was the same way, that she would sometimes talk to people in her sleep or wake up and know things she shouldn't know. She told me that I might have the same thing, that if I wanted to talk to him again, I'd have to open up or reach out. I didn't really know what that meant, but as a kid I tried. For years I went to sleep hoping I'd see him again on that bench, hear him call my mom Lenny one more time. But he never came back, not in that way. I kind of filed it away as a weird, powerful childhood experience, One of those family stories that only gets told late at night when people are already emotional. I didn't fully believe it, but I didn't fully disbelieve it either. It just lived somewhere in the back of my mind. Then today happened. Today we had a funeral for my dad's uncle. It was held at this cemetery I'd never been to before. Actually, it was my first time at any graveyard in my entire life. I'm almost 25 now, and somehow I'd managed to avoid them until today. From the moment we walked in, I felt off. Not terrified, just really uncomfortable. Heavy, like the air was thicker somehow. I tried to brush it off as just nerves and sadness. After the service, when everyone was kind of standing around in that quiet, awkward way people do after funerals, I suddenly thought of my grandfather, my mom's dad, the man from my dream. I knew he was buried in the same cemetery, so I asked my parents if we could go find his grave. We walked around for a bit until my mom recognized his name on a stone. It was simple, not flashy or anything. Just his name, his dates, and a small symbol. I stood there, and for the first time in my life, I was physically in front of him. I didn't know what to say, so I just kind of awkwardly introduced myself, out loud. I said something like, "Hi, I'm your granddaughter. We, met once, in a dream." I felt ridiculous, but also strangely emotional. And then, as I'm standing there, this gust of wind blows through the trees. It's chilly, like you'd expect in a graveyard, but on my right shoulder, I suddenly feel warmth. Not just, "Oh, the sun came out," warmth. It felt like the weight and heat of a hand being gently placed there. Firm, comforting. Like someone standing slightly behind me saying, without words, "I'm here." I froze. My whole body lit up with goosebumps, but my shoulder felt safe. I didn't see anything, and I didn't hear some booming voice from the sky or whatever. It was just that touch, that impossible, gentle pressure that lasted a few seconds and then faded away. I stood there, staring at his name, and I just whispered, "Thank you." I didn't even fully know what I was thanking him for. Looking after my mom? Watching over me? Showing up once when I needed him? All of it, maybe. It's been about 6 hours since then, and I'm still sitting here with chills running up my arms every time I think about it. I've gone back and forth my whole life between believing and not believing in this kind of thing. But after today, I don't know. It's harder to just shrug it off as coincidence. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe it was grief, or suggestion, or the wind doing something weird at exactly the right moment. But maybe, just maybe, it really was an old man in a dark green suit, still keeping his promise to look after me and his little Lenny from wherever he is now. And honestly, I kind of hope it was. So, it's 7:54 in the morning right now, and I still haven't slept. I've just been lying here replaying everything that happened last night, and honestly, I'm still freaked out. Okay, let me back up a bit. There are 4 of us living in this apartment. Me, my older brother Marco, my younger brother Eli, and my little sister Lena. It's a cozy 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom place we moved into about 6 months ago. Nothing fancy, but it's home. We've never really had any serious issues in this building. No rats, no possums in the walls, nothing like that. The worst we've seen has been a couple of earthworms that snuck in when it was raining, and the occasional cockroach that we immediately declare war on. Past tenants apparently didn't have any rodent problems either. So, last night, well, technically this morning, it was around 12:10 a.m. or so. Things were pretty normal. I was in the shared bedroom with Lena, and Eli, who works this weird 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. remote shift with people in different time zones, had just finished work. He came into our room, dropped onto his mattress, and said something like, "Wow, it's already past midnight?" Lena heard that and was like, "Okay, we should really go to sleep now." I usually sleep when Lena does, habit from us getting ready for bed at the same time. But then I realized I hadn't brushed my teeth yet. So I told her, "I'll be right back, just gonna brush," and headed downstairs. And literally the moment I stepped off the last stair, I got this weird, heavy feeling, like the air had changed somehow. For context, this wasn't the first time I'd gone downstairs alone at night to brush my teeth. I do it all the time. And yeah, it's normal to feel a little creeped out when you're alone in the dark. I'm not new to that. But this was different. It wasn't just, oh, it's dark and spooky. It felt off. So the layout is kind of important here. When you come down the stairs, the bathroom is to the left. The kitchen is a bit farther down, on the right. And then there's this weird little empty room outside, like a storage room or something, that you can see through the kitchen window and through this tiny, high-up window in the bathroom. That little room has no light. At night, it's just pure black, like someone cut a square out of the world. Even in the daytime, it's a little unsettling, but at night, it's just pitch darkness. You feel like if you stare too long, something might look back. So I go to the kitchen sink to brush my teeth. Yeah, we do it there because the bathroom sink is tiny and the water pressure is pathetic. And while I'm brushing, I get that prickly feeling that something is watching me through the window over the sink. Again, not the first time I've had that feeling. I tell myself, "You're just paranoid, chill," and keep going. I finish up there and head to the bathroom because I really don't want to wake up at 4 a.m. needing to pee. And in the bathroom, it's calm, completely normal. That's actually what weirded me out. Usually, late at night, I get this creepy sense like something is hovering on the other side of that little upper window, just out of sight. But this time, nothing. It felt like daytime, calm, quiet, still, like the calm before a storm. Anyway, I finish my whole routine, face, skincare, bathroom, all that, and by the time I'm done, it's a little before 1 a.m. I turn off the kitchen light and start heading upstairs. Normally, I switch it off from the top before going into our room, but that night, I didn't. The switch is near the little foyer, not right by our bedroom door, and the idea of standing in the dark hallway, turning off the light, and walking blind to my room? Absolutely not. Our room light was already off because Lena was asleep, and I didn't want to wake her, so I just left the hallway light on. I go into the room, flop onto my bed, and scroll through TikTok like a responsible adult who definitely isn't ruining their sleep schedule. Eventually, my eyes start to feel heavy. I put my phone down and I'm in that half asleep, half awake zone where your brain is still kind of listening. And then I hear it. This sharp little click. It sounded exactly like when someone tries to open a locked door and the lock just catches. My immediate thought was, okay, calm down. It's probably just my glasses shifting on my messy desk. They make a similar sound if they slide against something. So I force myself not to overthink it. And then, a few seconds later, something starts scratching at our bedroom door. At first, I freeze, completely. My heart is pounding so hard I can hear it in my ears. I try to be logical. Maybe it's a mouse. Maybe this is the one time a rat found its way in, and I'm just unlucky. It happens, right? But I know this building. We've never had rats. Ever. The scratching doesn't sound small. It's not a light little skitter at the bottom of the door. Whatever it is, it's moving around, like it's testing different spots. They're scratching around the doorknob, then in the middle of the door, then back toward the knob. I get up, because my brain is screaming at me, what if the door isn't locked? So I stumble over in the dark, my legs feeling like jelly, and reach for the knob. It's closed, locked, and I just stand there with my hand on the doorknob, listening. The scratching keeps going. It's not gentle. It's not an angry clawing either. It's insistent. Like something wants in but isn't in a rush. Almost like a dog pawing at a door. But here's the thing. We don't have a dog. Marco's girlfriend has a small dog, yeah, and sometimes she stays over with her and they sleep in his separate room. But before I went into my room, I only saw one pair of slippers outside Marco's door. Just his. No girlfriend, no dog. And even if the dog had been here, she's tiny, very clingy, and very vocal. She would have been whining or barking. Also, she definitely couldn't reach as high as the middle of our door, let alone around the knob. And then it gets worse. There's this thin strip of light at the bottom of our door because the hallway light is still on outside. I'm staring at it, trying to calm myself down, and suddenly that strip of light just disappears. Like something big is blocking it, standing directly in front of our door. It's like whatever is scratching is now also standing there, right on the other side. At this point, I am done. I'm not trying to be brave. I'm not trying to be the main character. I'm just a terrified person in pajamas who does not want to get dragged into some horror movie side plot. So I do the only thing that makes sense to me. I wake up Lena. I crawl over to her bed and start whispering urgently. Lena, wake up. Wake up, please. My voice is shaking so badly that I wake Eli up too. They both sit up and listen, and I can tell immediately that they hear it because their faces change. It's not one of those moments where they're like, it's just the pipes, or you're imagining things. The scratching is loud. Wrong. It's circling the door like it owns the hallway. Then Eli decides he's going to be that guy, the horror movie character you scream at through the screen. He grabs his flashlight, stands up, and starts walking toward the door like he's about to negotiate with the unknown. I whisper, "What are you doing? Don't open it. Seriously, Eli, don't." I'm imagining the door flying open and something just rushing past him straight at us. He puts his hand on the knob. I'm standing there holding my breath, absolutely convinced this is the moment my life turns into one of those based on a true story documentaries. He twists the lock, opens the door, and nothing. The scratching stops instantly. The hallway is empty. The light is still on. No rat, no dog, no person. Nothing on the ceiling, nothing in the corners. Just silence. There's this weird mix of relief and panic inside me. On one hand, thank God, there's nothing there. On the other, if it wasn't there, where did it go? And what if opening the door just let it in? Eli, being Eli, steps fully into the hallway. He checks the staircase. He goes downstairs, looks in the kitchen, in the bathroom, even peeks through the window into that dark little outside room. He checks the front door. Everything is locked. Everything looks normal. He comes back up after a while and shrugs like, "There's nothing. It's fine." We close our bedroom door again. A few minutes later, the scratching starts up. Same door, same pattern. At that point, I'm holding back tears. My brain is just playing every horror movie trope I've ever seen on repeat. You know that scene where everyone investigates the noise, finds nothing, and then 5 minutes later something jumps out of the closet? That's exactly what it felt like. Lena and Eli keep trying to comfort me. It's probably the pipes. Maybe the wood is settling. It's the wind. All the classics. But none of it matches what we're hearing. Wood settling doesn't move around the doorknob. Pipes don't block the light under the door. By then, it's around 2 a.m., and I am absolutely not sleeping. I tell them straight up, I'm not closing my eyes with that thing out there. So we compromise. Eli helps me push our dresser against the door. It's not the world's heaviest dresser, but it's something. Mentally, it helps. If something tries the door again, at least it won't just swing open. Eventually, pure exhaustion wins. My body basically forces me to pass out. But the night isn't done with me yet. I wake up again sometime between 3:40 and 4 a.m., covered in cold sweat. You know when you bolt awake with that awful feeling like someone is standing right next to your bed? That's how it felt. I didn't hear anything this time. No scratching, no clicking. Just this deep, heavy dread, like the air in the room had changed again. People call it the witching hour, and honestly, in that moment, it felt exactly like the kind of time where everything is just wrong. I'm lying there, heart racing, too scared to move, absolutely convinced something is in the room with us now. Not outside the door, not in the hallway, but inside. I reach over and turn my little nightlight back on. Yeah, I have a nightlight at my big age. I'm not embarrassed. At that moment, it felt like a tiny shield between me and whatever might be watching. I kept that thing on until the first light of morning started creeping in through the curtains. I don't know how much I actually slept after that. It was more like dozing with one eye open. When the sun finally came up and the room was bright again, everything felt normal. No scratches on the door that we could see. No weird marks. The dresser was still in place. The hallway looked the same. The apartment looked like just our apartment. I'm not saying it was definitely something paranormal. Maybe there's some weird logical explanation, some animal we've never seen before, some strange building noise I don't know about. Honestly, at this point, I don't even care if the explanation is boring and logical or straight up supernatural. I just want something that makes sense, because lying awake with no answer, replaying the sound of those scratches over and over, that's the part that scares me the most. So, hey, I'm recording this on the 26th of October, 2025, and I want to tell you about something that happened over the last few nights. I'm from India. Right now I live in a small town in Maharashtra, and we just had Diwali. This year, the main celebrations were on the 19th and 20th of October. If you don't know, Diwali, Deepawali, is called the Festival of Lights. It's connected to the epic Ramayana, and it's usually such a happy, bright time. Diyas everywhere, sweets, family, all of that. But there's this other side people talk about too. They say Diwali night is heavy, spiritually heavy. That spirits are stronger, that people do black magic and witchcraft on that night. We're told not to leave clothes outside, not to keep shoes lying around, not to step over weird powders on the road. All that stuff. And in our house, we tie fresh mango and ashoka leaves on the door for protection. My grandma swears by it. So, before any of this started, I'd moved into a separate room to study because my exams had started. It became my little safe place, you know? My comfort room. I used to actually sleep better there than with everyone else. No fear, no weird vibes. Just me, my books, and my playlists. On Diwali night, the first night, my mom, who I'll call Anita here, told me, "Tonight you're not sleeping alone. Come to our room. It's not good to sleep alone on Diwali." I was stubborn, like peak stubborn. I told her I was fine, that I had to wake up early and I'd sleep better in my own room. She tried to convince me more. This is not good. This is not that kind of night. Listen to me. But I still didn't listen. I grabbed my phone, went to my room, and decided I'd sleep there alone. That first night wasn't dramatic or anything, but that's where the fear started. See, the door in my room sometimes makes these small noises. A light creak here, a little tap there. Our area had really heavy rains and mild flooding a while back, so there's dampness and moisture everywhere. Wood swells, walls crack, things expand and contract. Logically, it makes sense. But that night, with all the stories my mom had just told me echoing in my head, every tiny sound suddenly felt important. I kept telling myself, it's just the weather, it's just the wood, it's just in your head. And I did manage to brush it off and fall asleep. But a seed of fear got planted right there. Second night, 20th October. This was the second day of Diwali. Same kind of thing. I slept in my room again. The little creaks and taps were still there. And again, I tried to ignore them. But now, instead of feeling like random sounds, they were starting to feel noticed. Like my brain was waiting for them. Still, I got through the night. Third and fourth nights, 21st and 22nd October. These two nights were similar, but the feeling changed. The door kept making those soft creaks, nothing super loud or dramatic. But my fear started increasing bit by bit. You know when the room is quiet and your mind is not? The shadows look a little darker, the silence feels heavier. That's what it was like. By the fourth night, the fear became a little sharper. Not a full-blown panic, but like this constant uneasiness. I started double-checking things. Is the window locked? Is the door properly shut? Why does that corner look darker than usual? Nothing happened exactly, but inside, I wasn't calm anymore. Fifth night, 23rd October. This is where things got really weird for me. So evening comes, then night. Everything's normal at first. I get ready for bed in my room. The main light is off, and there's this small, warm, orange night bulb on. It usually makes the room look cozy. But that night, it just made everything look strange. Like the shadows were softer, but also more alive. I lay down on my bed. By the way, my mattress is on a wooden manja bed, and pulled my blanket up. I put on some random YouTube video for background noise, thinking it would help. Then I started noticing the door again. At first, it was the familiar, tiny creaks. I tried ignoring them, but my attention kept getting pulled back. And slowly, those little creaks started sounding less like random wood noises and more like knocks. I remember thinking, don't overthink. You just watched a horror movie. This is what happens. But the sounds kept going, and they started becoming clearer, more intentional. Meanwhile, everything in the room began to feel uncomfortable to look at. The Almirah door was slightly open, just a small gap, but in that dim orange light, it looked like this dark slit, like something could peek through any second. My mattress had gotten a little flat in the middle over time, but that night, it didn't just look flat. It looked like it was sinking, like something heavy was sitting right there in the center, pressing it down. I actually got up and sat on the bed, just staring at it. And then, the knocking changed. It wasn't random anymore. It wasn't just creaking. I could hear it clearly now. Knock, knock. Then a pause. Knock, knock, knock. Another pause. Then knock, knock. It formed this pattern in my head. 2, 3, 2. Not super loud, but clear. Too clear to ignore. At this point, my heart was racing. My body felt tense, like every muscle was on alert. I tried to reason with myself again. The wind, the wood, the house settling, anything. But something inside me, this strong gut feeling, was just screaming, leave, leave the room, right now. It wasn't a gentle suggestion. It felt like a survival instinct. I was so scared I didn't even want to put my feet on the floor. My phone was right next to me, so I grabbed it and called Ria, who was literally in the next room. I didn't even bother texting. I just called and said, "Can you come to my rooms? Please, right now. Just stand outside my door." My voice was shaking and she could hear it. She didn't even ask too many questions. She just came. I still couldn't bring myself to walk to the door until I heard her voice from outside. "Hey, I'm here. Open it." The moment I unlocked that door and stepped out, it felt like my whole body could breathe again. I'm not exaggerating. It actually felt like leaving a locked cage. We walked back to her room together, and I remember thinking, I don't know what that was. I don't know if it was all in my head or something else, but I do know I'm not sleeping in there tonight. Even now, talking about it, I'm not claiming anything for sure. I don't know if it was just overthinking after a horror movie, the leftover energy of Diwali night, the house creaking from old damp wood, or something I can't explain. All I know is how it made me feel, trapped, watched, and completely on edge in a room that used to be my safe place. So yeah, I've decided one thing for sure. My room definitely needs a deep cleaning, and maybe a proper cleansing too. Physically, energetically, everything. And next Diwali, if my mom tells me, don't sleep alone tonight, I think I'm actually going to listen. You know, for a long time I lived with this tight knot in my chest. Years of intense anxiety, these deep fears I couldn't put into words, and a kind of inner pain that made even ordinary days feel heavy. On the outside, I was functioning. On the inside, I felt like I was always bracing for something terrible. My grandfather, my Nono Leo, was the one person who made me feel completely safe. We had this quiet understanding between us, like we didn't need many words to get each other. At the end of 2019, he started showing signs of dementia. It was subtle at first, forgetting small things, repeating the same story twice. Then it got worse. I stayed close to him all the way until he passed in 2021. I was there for hospital visits, confused conversations, and also for these unexpectedly tender moments, when he would squeeze my hand and suddenly look perfectly clear, just for a second, like he'd come back from far away to say, I'm still here. After he died, I started dreaming about him. At first, they were just dreams, but then they became different. They were sharp, structured, almost more real than being awake. In these dreams, he was lucid, present, and so gentle. It started to feel like he wasn't just visiting, he was trying to show me something. Over time, I understood it as a kind of plan. A very big, very precise plan to save me. One afternoon, I went to visit his grave. I remember the sky was that pale, washed-out blue you get in early spring. Someone had put artificial roses there, bright and plastic, almost too perfect. And right in the middle of them, pushing through the gravel, there was a single, real dandelion. I don't know why, but it stopped me in my tracks. That night, I dreamt of him again. We were sitting at his old kitchen table. He looked at me with that same knowing gaze and said, almost playfully, next time you go there, blow on the dandelion. Do it as a sign that you want to be free. The next time I visited, I actually felt a bit silly, but I did it. I leaned down, took a breath, and blew the seeds into the air. As they scattered, something inside me shifted. Very quietly, but unmistakably. From that moment on, things began to speed up. I started receiving what I can only describe as concrete signs. Once, I was walking along a mountain trail in northern Italy, a place where I used to hike with my grandfather. The path was empty, quiet, and I was lost in my thoughts. Out of nowhere, a folded note fluttered down right in front of my feet, like it had fallen from the sky. I picked it up. Inside, written in a shaky hand, were expressions my grandfather used to say only to me. Little phrases, almost like our private language. It felt impossible to dismiss as a coincidence. And that wasn't the only time something like that happened. Around this period, I started having out-of-body experiences. They were different from dreams. In them, I found myself in his garden, the one from my childhood. Everything was exactly the way it used to be. The jasmine climbing up the wall, the smell of damp earth after he watered the plants in the evening, the way the sunlight filtered through the fig tree. and he was there. Sometime later, I went to visit a care facility just to spend time with the residents, to help out a bit. That's where I met an elderly man named Emilio. From the very first second, something about him reminded me of my grandfather. Not his face exactly, but the way he moved his hands when he talked, the way his eyes softened when he listened, the rhythm of his speech. Being near him felt oddly familiar, almost like sitting beside an echo. One day, I got this strong urge, almost a push, to show him a photo of my grandfather. So I took out my phone, found a picture, and held it out to him. He looked at the screen for a long time. Then he smiled and said, very calmly, "Oh, I know him. I know him very well." I felt this wave of chills run through my whole body. From then on, Emilio started telling me things. Little truths about my life, about struggles I hadn't spoken out loud, about fears I kept hidden. He would make very specific predictions, tiny details about upcoming days, situations, encounters, and they kept happening exactly as he said. But what mattered more than the predictions was what he helped me see. Day by day, conversation by conversation, he guided me to this understanding. My grandfather had a plan to help free me from my anxiety, that there was nothing random about the way our lives had intertwined, or even about the way his illness had unfolded. I began to affectionately call Emilio the Herald, because it felt like he was carrying messages that didn't entirely belong to him, like he was delivering something that had been prepared for me. Through all of this, the dreams, the signs, the garden visits, the meetings with the Herald, a strange idea began to take shape inside me. As unusual as it sounds, it felt like my grandfather had, in some way, offered up his mental clarity so that I could eventually reclaim mine. I started to see his dementia not just as a cruel, senseless disease, but as a kind of sacrifice. Almost as if, on some level I don't fully understand, he had carried the confusion, the fragmentation, so that I could one day find coherence, so that the pain I carried inside me could finally loosen its grip. I'm not saying I have everything figured out. I'm not saying I have all the answers. But what I know is that I am not the same person I was before all this started. My anxiety isn't completely gone, but it no longer rules me. There's more space inside me, more softness, more trust. And when I feel that familiar knot in my chest trying to tighten again, I remember the dandelion. I picture those seeds lifting into the air, carrying my will to be free to a place I can't see, but somehow still believe in. And in those moments, I feel my grandfather close. Not as a memory, not as a ghost, but as someone who loved me so much that he wove a whole hidden plan through illness, symbols, strangers, and dreams, so that, little by little, I could learn how to live again. Okay, let me just walk you through this because I'm still trying to make sense of it myself. This happened early this morning, out in the Alabama hills. It was around, 2-ish? Something like 2:15, 2:20 a.m. And I can't stop replaying it. I grew up on the east side, born in Independence, raised in June Lake. So I've been up and down that stretch of 395 my whole life. Almost 3 decades now. A couple years back, rent got ridiculous, so I built out a van and moved into it. Honestly, it suits me. I love being out in the middle of nowhere. I feel more relaxed when I'm away from other people, tucked down some dirt road where nobody's going to bother me. Last night, I was driving back up from Southern California and decided to break up the drive by camping in the Alabama hills. The plan was pretty simple. Pull in late, sleep a few hours, then wake up, have some coffee, read a bit, wander around the rocks, and then finish the drive back home to June. By the time I found a spot, it was already late, like 12:45 or so. I ended up on this little spur road on the opposite side from the creek. No trees, no water, just those weird, rounded boulders and sand. I remember thinking, perfect. It's ugly but quiet. I'll crash. I probably fell asleep around 1:15. At some point later, I kind of floated up out of sleep because I started hearing birds. And not just one or two. It sounded like morning. Like I was camped by a lush creek with cottonwoods and willows, and the sun was just about to come up and everything was waking up at once. But that wasn't where I was. I was in this barren little turnout on the rocky side. Nothing around me that would have been bird heaven. I rolled over, grabbed my phone, and the time was 2:27 a.m. And I remember frowning at the screen like, no way, it's the middle of the night. But I was so tired that a part of me just went, whatever, weird, and I tried to drift back down. Then the birds faded out, and almost immediately it was crickets. Just this wall of cricket noise, like someone had turned one sound off and switched another one on. It was loud, way louder than I remembered when I parked. It felt artificial, or like somebody was messing with the volume knob on nature. I barely got through the thought, did I just not notice this before? When I felt something lean into the side of my van. You know that feeling of weight pressing in? The metal flexed just a little, and then this sound. I don't even know how to describe it. It was like a scream, a whistle, and a wail all at the same time. High and piercing, but there was this weird depth under it. It felt like it went straight through my chest. And then my van started shaking. Not just rocking a bit, full-on violent shaking. Earlier this year, a bunch of my friends thought it would be hilarious to mess with me and rocked the van back and forth while I was inside. That was annoying, but it felt like people. It was playful, rhythmic. This was not that. This felt like the whole van was in a storm, like something huge had grabbed it from every direction at once. If that was an earthquake, it was bigger than anything I felt in California, and I've been here my whole life. The movement wasn't rolling. It was like the ground and the van were each trying to go in different directions. And I just broke. Usually, when bears mess with my van, I know what to do. I grew up with black bears around. If they try to get into my vehicle, I'll yell. I'll hit the side. I'll bang on the window. I've always been able to stand my ground with them. But in that moment, I couldn't move. I wanted to scream stop and slam my hand against the glass, and I just couldn't. My body would not cooperate. I was lying there, totally rigid, with tears pouring down my face, listening to this thing happen around me. The fear was different too. I'm used to normal fear, adrenaline, heart racing, brain making plans. This wasn't that. This felt like something heavy in the air, pressing down on me from the outside. Like the whole space around the van was saturated with this, I don't know, presence. It felt evil. I don't use that word lightly, but that's the only way I can describe it. It didn't feel like my own anxiety spiraling. It felt like stepping into a room where something terrible has happened and your body knows before your brain does. Just this objective, crushing dread. I honestly thought, okay, this is it. I'm going to die here, in my stupid van, in this random turnout off Whitney Portal Road. I have no idea how long it lasted. It might have been 30 seconds. It might have been a few minutes. In my head, it felt like forever. The shaking finally stopped, the sound cut off, and then there was nothing. No crickets, no birds, not even wind. The silence was almost worse than the noise. It was that thick, ringing silence you get after something explodes, where your ears are trying to catch up. I stayed under my blanket like a little kid, shaking and sobbing, listening to absolutely nothing. After a while, I'm guessing 10 minutes, maybe more, I realized I couldn't just stay there. The fear was still there, but underneath it, there was this clear thought. You need to leave. Now. So I forced myself to move. I got some clothes on, grabbed my little combo knife/shovel I used to dig cat holes, and cracked the van door open as quietly as I could. Part of me was terrified something would be standing right there, but outside, it looked normal. I turned my headlamp on low and started checking around my van. I expected to see something. Bear tracks, shoe prints, fresh tire tracks, anything. The dirt out there usually records whoever's been around. Nothing. No bear prints, no human prints I hadn't already made, no new tire marks. I hadn't heard another vehicle pull in or leave while all this was happening either. If a truck had been messing with me, I would have heard it drive off. That was the moment my fear turned into this cold, unsettled feeling. I climbed back in, started the engine, and just left. I didn't even bother pulling my bedding together. I just threw it aside and drove. When I finally got service, I pulled over and checked the earthquake reports for that time, somewhere around 2:30 to 3 a.m. in the Lone Pine area. Nothing. No recorded quakes that matched what I felt. Driving down from Whitney Portal, past town, I could still feel that oppressive heaviness sitting in my chest. And then, as I got farther south on 395, it started to loosen. By the time I was passing Manzanar, it felt like whatever had been on me was finally wearing off. Normally, I hate sleeping at rest stops. I don't like being packed in with strangers. I'm way more nervous about people trying something than I am about animals. But when I pulled into that rest stop south of Big Pine and saw other cars with people sleeping in them, I could have cried from relief all over again. Nothing. I checked again in the morning light, really carefully. No new gouges, no dented panels, nothing bent or twisted. From the outside, it was like the night had been completely uneventful. And that's honestly the part that keeps bothering me. If it had clearly been a bear, or an earthquake, or some drunk person messing around, I'd still be shaken up, but I would have a box to put it in. Instead, I'm left with this experience that feels like it doesn't fit anywhere. For what it's worth, I was camped just east of this rock formation people call Nightfall Rock, in a little side canyon folks around there sometimes refer to as Ranger's Cut in the Alabama hills. I know it's close to LADWP land, and yeah, I probably wasn't supposed to be exactly where I was. The plan was to pull in late, leave early, and just catch a few hours of sleep. After what happened, I don't think I was there even 3 hours total. I'm not trying to jump straight to, it was something supernatural. That's not usually how my brain works. The real reason I'm telling this is because I'm hoping someone who knows the Lone Pine area better, especially around that part of the hills, might have some stories or some kind of explanation. Maybe there's local lore, or maybe someone's had something similar happen out there. Right now, I'm just rattled. It was honestly traumatizing. I've never felt fear like that, and I've never cried the way I did in that van. So yeah, that's what happened. If you've heard anything about that area, or if you've had your own weird night out near Ranger's Cut or around Nightfall Rock, I'd really like to hear it. Okay, so this all really starts a long time ago, when I was still a teenager. I grew up in one of those tiny towns where there's absolutely nothing to do. You know the kind. One blinking stoplight, the same 3 restaurants, everybody knows who your grandparents dated. Back then, my friends and I were really into urban exploring and chasing ghost stories. If someone even whispered that a place might be haunted, we were already in somebody's car, halfway there. There was this old bridge just outside of town, out in an unincorporated community folks around there called Willow Creek. The story was that if you drove onto the bridge at night, your engine would die or your headlights would flicker out. And some of the older folks swore they'd seen a woman step out in front of their car, just standing there in the middle of the road. So of course we had to go. We decided we were going on Halloween night, because apparently we were determined to make the horror movie setup as obvious as possible. There were 5 of us: me, Lena, Marisol, Derek, and Cal. I remember we were getting ready to leave my house, and I had this weird knot in my stomach. I turned to Cal and said, "I don't know, this trip feels different. Like, whatever's out there already knows we're coming." He stared at me for a second and said, "Yeah, I kind of feel that too." But we laughed it off. It was Halloween. We were spooking ourselves, right? On the way out there, a couple of us started passing a bottle around. Lena was always the one who overdid it, and she was already getting loud. I didn't want her to get wasted and ruin the whole night, so I took the bottle from her and stuffed it in my bag like, "All right, that's enough, party girl." We turned off the main road onto this old red dirt road that twisted through the trees. That's when Derek, who was driving, slowed down and said, "Hey, look." I glanced up from the passenger seat, and the road ahead was just swallowed in this thick fog. Not a gentle little mist either. It was like a wall of smoke. I remember muttering, "Well, that's convenient," trying to sound brave. Nobody was really talking at that point. The air felt heavy, like when a storm's about to break, but there wasn't any thunder, just that quiet, thick kind of silence. We rolled onto the bridge and Derek stopped us right in the middle. We all sat there for a second, waiting for something dramatic to happen. But nothing. No screaming ghost, no flashing lights, just the hum of the engine. Finally, I said, "Why don't we get out and look around?" Everyone kind of shrugged and agreed, because we hadn't come all that way to just sit in the car. Lena climbed out from the back seat and stumbled a little. I hurried over and grabbed her arm. "Easy," I said, and we started walking together. We were maybe a car length away from Derek's old sedan when the headlights suddenly blinked off, then on again. Marisol whispered, Nope, let's go. I've seen this movie." But Cal shook his head. "Isn't this literally why we drove out here? We should at least look around." Lena decided she wanted to go down under the bridge, by the water. Of course. So I motioned to Derek to grab her other arm, and the 3 of us started walking down the little slope. As we got closer to the creek, Lena suddenly lifted her head and started talking to the darkness like it owed her money. She goes, "So what, you're not going to show yourself? You scared or something?" Then, "Come on, do something." But she just kept going, waving her arms around, calling whatever was there a coward. The closer we got to the water, the more I felt this static, like the air itself was buzzing under my skin. I knew, deep down, that she had crossed a line. Lena inhaled to start another taunt, and before she could even finish the sentence, something shoved her. Hard. It wasn't like tripping on a rock. She was ripped straight out of mine and Derek's grip. One second she was between us, the next she flew forward and slammed onto her knees, right at the edge of the cold, black water. She screamed, "It pushed me!" I snapped, "I told you not to provoke anything. You never disrespect a spirit." My stomach did this slow roll, and I got really nauseous. That happens to me sometimes around whatever this kind of thing is. I've always been a little sensitive. Cal saw the look on my face and hurried over. "Hey, what are you feeling? Do we need to leave?" Before I could answer, an image slammed into my mind, like someone just dropped a photograph right behind my eyes. I saw a woman standing in front of me. Dark hair, wet clothes clinging to her. Her face was tired, sad, angry, all at the same time. I swallowed and said, "She's here. We need to go. And Lena, don't say another word." We scrambled back up the incline toward the car. As we were getting in, Derek froze with his hand on the door and whispered, "I just saw her. She was right there by the railing. Oh my God." We piled into the car, and as soon as Derek turned the key, the engine died. Just went dead. He tried again. Nothing. Third time, it finally coughed, sputtered, and came back to life. The way the road was laid out, we had to drive off the bridge, pull into this little gravel patch to turn around, and then go back over the bridge to get home. So we eased forward, turned around, and started crossing it again. Right as we got to the middle of the bridge, every light on the car went out. No headlights, no dash lights, nothing. Just darkness and fog. I panicked, grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and leaned half my body out the window, holding the light out so Derek could see the road at least a little. It was ridiculous and terrifying at the same time. Eventually, we made it back into town, all shaking and pretending we weren't. We went to my house, ordered pizza, we needed something aggressively normal, and decided to just put on some movies and crash there. But you could tell we were all still wired. Nobody wanted to admit how freaked out they were, but the energy was off. We made this giant blanket pile on the living room floor, all of us sleeping there together like little kids at a sleepover. At some point in the night, I heard someone say my name, soft but clear. Alex. I opened my eyes, looked around. Everyone was out cold. No one had moved. I kept drifting in and out of this restless sleep, and every time I closed my eyes, my dreams shoved me back onto that bridge. The fog, the water, that woman. Before the sun had fully come up, the doorbell rang. It was so early, it made all of us jump upright. I looked at the clock. It was 6 a.m. I got up, crept to the front door, and peeked through the window. Standing on the porch was a longtime family friend, my Aunt Rosa. Now, she's not my aunt by blood, but we've called her that our whole lives. And she's a clairvoyant. That's just always been part of who she is. I opened the door and let her in. She looked at me with this narrowed, suspicious expression and didn't say a word. Then she went straight past me and headed up the stairs. "Alex!" she shouted. We all sat up at once. "Yeah?" I answered, heart racing. Aunt Rosa appeared behind my mom, calm as anything, and asked, "Alex, where were you last night?" I hesitated. Part of me wanted to lie, but this is a woman who has known things about me I'd never said out loud. If she was asking, she probably already knew. My mom said, "Get upstairs and talk to your Aunt Rosa. Now." So I dragged myself upstairs to my room. Aunt Rosa was already sitting on my bed like she'd been waiting there for an hour. She patted the mattress. "Sit," she said. "Where did you kids go last night?" Because she followed you home. My skin went cold. "We went to the bridge," I started. She cut me off. "The one out on Willow Creek Road?" I nodded. She shook her head and sighed. "Why would you go out there, after what happened?" I blinked at her. "What happened?" She called out, "Maria, come here a minute." My mom came into the room, already looking guilty. Aunt Rosa asked her, "You never told Alex about what happened out on that bridge?" My mom shook her head and said quietly, "No, I didn't think it was my place. I thought their dad would have told them." My mom sat down on the other side of me, and I remember the bed dipping under her weight. She took a deep breath. "In the late 50s, she began, "you had a cousin on your dad's side. Her name was Elena. She'd gone through a rough divorce and started working at a little bar near Willow Creek. It was close enough that she could walk home and still keep an eye on her kids." She paused, looking down at her hands. "One night, 2 men followed her when she left. They did terrible, terrible things to her. Then they threw her off the bridge and into the water. I just sat there, stunned. I'd never heard any of this before. Why would she follow me?" I asked, turning to Aunt Rosa. "I didn't provoke her. I tried to be respectful." Aunt Rosa said, gently but firmly, "Because she knew you were family. She recognized the blood, and she's still trying to protect her children. She's been stuck there, watching, guarding, for a long time. We need to help send her to the light. Tonight." Later that day, my friends and I went to my great-grandmother's house, Nana June, to ask about Elena. As soon as we mentioned her name, Nana's whole face softened. She pulled out an old box of photos. They were pictures of Elena, smiling in those soft, faded colors, and photos of her kids, two little boys with crooked grins. Nana told us that Elena's ex-husband had paid those men to kill her, and that all three of them were now long dead. Her voice shook when she said it, but there was this fierce anger underneath her grief. We asked if we could borrow the photos for the night, and she agreed, as long as we brought them back. That evening, we went to Aunt Rosa's house. She and my mom had set up candles in the dining room, a big one in the center, and smaller ones around it. The pictures of Elena and her children were laid out carefully on the table. We all sat down, my friends included. Nobody was joking around anymore. Aunt Rosa closed her eyes and started speaking softly, calling Elena by name, telling her who was at the table, telling her that I was her blood. She said, "You followed Alex because you knew they were yours, your family. You were trying to protect your children, weren't you?" The room got noticeably colder. It was like someone opened a door to winter. Then, while we were all staring, one of the photos, the one with Elena's children, slid a few inches across the table. No breeze, no one touching it. Aunt Rosa looked at the photo and said, "Elena, listen to me. Your ex-husband and the two men who hurt you, they're dead. They're gone. They are not near your boys. They are not near anyone. You don't have to stand guard anymore." She spoke to her for what felt like a long time, telling her there was light waiting for her, that she could be with her children again someday if she crossed over. She told her that staying there, trapped in anger and fear, wasn't helping them anymore. The temperature kept dropping until I could see the faintest bit of my breath. I wrapped my arms around myself, shivering. I closed my eyes for a moment, and there she was again, clear as before. Elena. She looked so tired, but there was a softness around her now. She looked at me, and I heard, not with my ears, but somewhere inside, a quiet, "Thank you." In my mind, I saw her turn away from the bridge, away from the dark water, and walk toward this soft, bright light. No drama, no choir of angels, just relief. Right then, the largest candle on the table went out all at once. No flicker, no sputter, just gone. And almost immediately, the cold in the room lifted. The air felt normal again. For me, that was all the confirmation I needed. I knew she was gone. Not erased, not forgotten, just finally at peace. People around there still tell stories about Willow Creek Bridge. Old legends stick around, you know? But as far as I've heard, there hasn't been any real paranormal activity out there since that night. A while back, I drove out that way again. Just me, in my own car, on a quiet afternoon. The bridge looked smaller than I remembered. They usually do, when you go back as an adult. I pulled over, got out, and stood by the railing, looking down at the water. No fog, no static in the air. Just the sound of the creek moving along like it always had. And for the first time, I didn't feel scared or watched. I felt calm. I whispered, "I hope you're with them now." And in my chest, it felt like the end of a sentence that had taken decades to finish. That's when I knew, in my bones, that she wasn't trapped there anymore. She was finally home. So, let me tell you about my house. I live in this two-story place that was built in the late 70s. It's nothing super fancy, just an older family home in a quiet neighborhood. Before we moved in, only one other family ever lived here. It was an older married couple. The wife eventually moved to a nursing home, and her husband, a man named Frank, passed away not long after. Nobody's really sure if he died in the house or at the hospital. That's kind of where the story starts. From the beginning, There were all these small, weird things that we just brushed off. The pictures in the upstairs hallway, they never stay straight. You can fix them, line them all up perfectly, and then a few hours later they're tilted again. Every single one. And then there are the footsteps. Downstairs we've got these metal vents in the ceiling. Even when the heat or the AC isn't running, we'll hear footsteps walking across the vents above, like the sound of someone pacing back and forth upstairs. At first we blamed it on the house settling or maybe the cat, but the cat is terrified of the upstairs, so yeah. Those were the little things. Annoying, unsettling, but easy to ignore. The bigger stuff started with my grandma. My grandma, Nana Rose, was staying with us for a few nights. When I came home one evening, she pulled me aside and said, "You know, you scared me last night." I was confused. I hadn't even been home. She told me she'd heard my voice calling her, clear as day, from the basement. Not once, but 2 nights in a row. Just, "Nana, can you come down here?" And she said the tone sounded exactly like me. Not just any voice, mine. The thing is, the first night she heard it, I was at my friend Mia's house. The second night, I was working late. I wasn't anywhere near the basement or the house at all. About a year after that, everything kind of exploded into this cluster of activity. It was like something in the house had been building up and suddenly decided, okay, it's showtime. The first big incident happened at the top of the stairs. It was me, my little brother Josh, and my stepdad, Mark. We were standing at the landing, just talking about something stupid, like what to eat for dinner or whatever. Right above the stairwell, on the wall, we had this big framed photo. We'd hung it really securely with these 2 hooks, like you had to lift it up and then out to take it off. There's no way it could just slide off on its own. In the middle of our conversation, the picture suddenly lifted. We watched it tilt forward, as if someone had grabbed the top of the frame and pulled it away from the wall. Then it came off the hooks completely and crashed all the way down the stairs to the bottom. We all just froze. Josh bolted, and I remember Mark and I just staring at each other with that, "Did you see that?" look. We both knew how we'd hung that picture. There was no draft, no one bumped the wall, nothing. It moved like someone had physically picked it up and thrown it. The next night, I wasn't home again. I was staying at a friend's house. My mom, Lisa, and Mark were asleep downstairs in the living room, back when we had the couches pulled out into beds. We have these little hanging bells on the front and back doors that our dogs ring when they need to go out. They jingle in a really particular way when the door opens. Mark said he woke up because he heard the front door. Not just the bells jingling, but that heavy, recognizable sound of the door opening and closing. After that, he heard slow, heavy footsteps walking across the floor upstairs. Steady, human footsteps moving down the hallway. When he came back down, Mom was still half asleep. She said she hadn't heard anything. Not the door, not the footsteps, not even Mark running around above her. The night after that, things got even weirder. My mom and Mark were upstairs this time, watching TV in the loft. The dogs were lying next to them, totally calm. Out of nowhere, they both heard it. This clear sound of a little girl giggling downstairs. Not just a vague sound, a child's laugh. They looked at each other at the same time like, "Did you hear that too?" And then they both ran downstairs together. The downstairs was empty. No TVs on, no windows open, nothing. As they turned to go back up the stairs, they both heard these tiny footsteps on the stairs behind them, like a small person running up the stairs right on their heels. But when they turned around, nothing there. Later that night, when they went to bed, my mom was lying there in the dark, trying to fall asleep. Mark was next to her, already out. She said she suddenly heard heavy footsteps, like someone running, up and down the hallway upstairs. Not slow, not shuffling, full-on running. Mark didn't hear a thing. He still got up, walked the hall, checked the rooms. Same story. Nobody there, house locked up, dog still asleep. 2 nights after that, it was my turn. And honestly, I think my experience might be the creepiest one, at least for me. Back then, my bedroom was upstairs, right at the end of the hallway, near the back door that opens onto this small balcony. I was in bed, scrolling on my phone, kind of in that half-asleep zone. The house was quiet. Everyone else was downstairs. First, I heard the bells on the back door jingle. Just once, like the door had moved. Then I heard slow footsteps coming up the stairs. You know that feeling when you're sure you're home with other people, but suddenly you feel alone? It was like that. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and walked across the hall, right past my door, toward the back door. I heard the doorknob jiggle, like someone was trying to open it. It clicked a few times, like they were really trying, but the lock wouldn't budge. Then the footsteps came back down the hallway. They stopped near the light switches by the bathroom. I heard the click of the switches flipping on and off, over and over. It felt like it went on forever, probably 20, 30 times at least. But no lights came on. My room stayed dark. The strip of light under my door never changed. Then the footsteps went into the bathroom. I heard this soft rustling, like someone opening cabinets, moving things around, maybe going through drawers. Bottles clinking, something brushing against the counter. Then sudden silence. No footsteps leaving, no door closing, just nothing. A few minutes passed. It felt like an hour. Then I heard it, breathing, right outside my bedroom door. Not the house creaking, not the heater. Actual breathing, slow and heavy, like someone standing on the other side of the door with their face almost against it. I completely froze. My eyes were open, but I was too scared to move. My throat felt tight, and my eyes started to water. I remember silently crying because I didn't want whatever it was to know I was awake. The breathing stopped for a second. I thought maybe I'd imagined it. And then, clear as anything, I heard my doorknob turn. I heard the metal click, the latch shift, like the door was opening. But the door didn't move. No light came in, no shadow, nothing. It sounded open, but it stayed shut. I didn't sleep at all that night. After that, the intense stuff calmed down for a while. We still had the tilted pictures and the occasional footsteps, but it was quieter. Until about a year later, in the middle of our conversation, I saw a man walk past the doorway. He didn't look ghostly or transparent or anything. He looked solid enough that my brain didn't even immediately register him as wrong. He was tall, wearing a long dark coat and a kind of old-fashioned hat. Like a top hat, but not cartoonish, more like something from the 40s. He walked into the kitchen doorway, turned like he was heading toward the sink, and then kept going out of my line of sight. I stopped talking. My mom stopped too, at the exact same time. After a second, she turned around and looked toward the doorway and then back at me. I said, "Did you just see that?" And she said, "The man with the coat?" We both described him the same way. Tall, wearing a dark trench coat, some kind of hat, moving calmly, like he belonged there. Mark, meanwhile, saw nothing. He just said the air suddenly felt heavy and weird, like walking into a room where someone had just been arguing. Since that night, nothing big has happened. The pictures still tilt. Every now and then we hear footsteps on the vents or across the hall when nobody's up there. It's like, whatever is here is quieter now, but not gone. I don't know if it's Frank, the original owner, or someone else, or maybe even more than one someone. I don't fully understand what we've been experiencing, but I'll be honest with you. Even on the calmest nights, when the house is quiet and everything seems normal, there's still this feeling. Like somewhere in the hall, just out of sight, that man in the coat might still be walking by. So, I've seen ghosts pretty much my whole life. That's just kind of been my normal. But this one still makes my stomach drop when I think about her. This all happened, gosh, almost 10 years ago now. I don't even live in the same country anymore, so I'm sure some details are a little fuzzy. But to the best of my memory, this is my creepiest encounter. I was 17, and my mom was driving my friend Sam home one night. It was late, one of those quiet stretches of road where the streetlights are way too far apart. We were just talking about school and music, nothing special, when I saw her. Right at the edge of the road, in our headlights, there was a woman. Long dark hair hanging in her face, a faded maroon t-shirt and jeans. She wasn't walking though. She was crawling out toward the middle of the road. I remember sitting up straighter, getting ready to say something like, "Mom, is she okay?" But as we got closer, everything felt wrong. My mom's face didn't change. Sam didn't react at all. No one slowed down. No one gasped. It was just me, staring at this crawling woman in the headlights as we drove right past her like she wasn't there. And as we passed her, she turned her head toward me. I realized I was the only one who could see her. We kept going, and I just sort of swallowed it and shrugged it off. At that point, seeing ghosts wasn't new to me. I'd been seeing them for as long as I could remember. So I filed her away as another random sighting and tried not to think too hard about why she'd been dragging herself into the road. About a week later, it was late, and I was lying in bed. My bedroom door was open, and the soft glow from the bathroom nightlight was just barely lighting up the living room. The couch was pushed almost flat against the wall, right outside my door, like there was no space back there. Not even our cat could fit behind it. That's why it was so weird when I saw movement in that exact spot. At first, it was just a little shift in the shadows. Then, slowly, a hand appeared, pale fingers curling around the edge of the couch. Then an arm, elbow bending unnaturally as it slid out from behind a place no one should have been able to fit. I watched her crawl out from this impossible gap, inch by inch. Long, dark hair, that same maroon t-shirt, the same jeans. The crawling woman, right outside my bedroom. I'm not gonna lie, I was scared. Like, frozen but pretending I wasn't scared. So I did what a lot of us do when we're terrified. I turned over in bed, faced the wall, and tried to pretend I hadn't just seen a woman crawl out from behind the couch. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to look again. A few minutes later, I rolled back over. She was gone. I forced myself to go to sleep after that, but I definitely did not sleep well. A couple days later, I told my mom about her. We were watching a movie in the living room, lights off, just the TV flickering. I was like, "So, I've been seeing this woman," and I started describing her. Right in the middle of my sentence, my mom suddenly sucked in a breath and jumped up. She slapped the light switch on and just stared toward the front door. I asked, "What? What happened?" She said, "I just saw a woman with long dark hair crawling by the front door." That was the first time we both admitted seeing the same thing. It wasn't until I was older, like late teens and now as an adult, that we actually started talking about it openly, swapping stories, comparing what we'd seen. And yeah, sometimes we see the exact same spirits. We've moved a lot over the years. Different apartments, different houses, different cities. For anyone thinking carbon monoxide, trust me, I appreciate the concern, and I always tell people to check their detectors because that stuff really can kill you. But in our case, it doesn't really add up. I'll see the same ghosts in completely different locations, sometimes years apart. Anyway, the crawling woman. We both saw her, and she was creepy in that kind of The Grudge or The Ring way, except she always had jeans and that t-shirt. Not a long white dress or anything dramatic, just unsettlingly normal clothes. Now, I don't usually get recurring nightmares. Even the scary dreams I do have, I'm rarely scared inside the dream. It's more like I wake up and go, Wow, that was messed up. And then move on with my day. But one night, I had a dream about her. And that one got under my skin. In the dream, I was in the basement of my childhood home, hanging out with friends. We were playing video games, being loud, doing the usual teen stuff. Then there was this noise from upstairs, one of those sounds where everyone goes quiet at the same time. We all looked at each other, freaked out, and bolted for the stairs. Somewhere between the basement and the kitchen, my friends just disappeared. You know how dreams are. They were there, and then they weren't, like the story forgot about them. I ended up alone in the kitchen. That's when my cat, Pumpkin, this chubby orange guy I loved to pieces, trotted in, meowing and rubbing against my leg. I relaxed a little. I bent down to pet him. Then another pumpkin walked in, and another, and another. Soon the entire kitchen was filled with identical pumpkins, just copies of the same cat walking around my feet, weaving between my legs, staring up at me with the same wide eyes. It was like the dream zoomed in and everything was cats and silence and my own breathing. And then I saw her. The crawling woman was standing this time, not on the floor, but right in front of me. And I was suddenly backed up against the wall, body stuck like someone had pressed pause. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. The cats were gone, like they'd never been there. She started walking toward me, slow and deliberate. I remember thinking, how am I going to get out of this? Because I knew, even in the dream, that she wanted to hurt me. There was this heavy, hateful feeling coming off her in waves. Right when she got close, the front door slammed open with this huge crack. A man in a worn leather jacket kicked the door in. I never forgot that detail. His jacket and his boots. He strode in like he belonged there, grabbed my arm, and yanked me away from her. We rushed out of the house together, and suddenly we weren't in my neighborhood anymore. We were walking down this endless, empty road. As we walked, I could feel myself starting to wake up, like my awareness was shifting. I turned to him and asked, "What just happened? Who is she?" He looked at me, and his voice was calm but serious. He said, "She wants to kill you. She wants you dead, but first she wants to hurt you. She wants you to suffer before she kills you." His words echoed in my head as I woke up. I remember looking at the clock, around 8 a.m. Not exactly the classic witching hour, but there we were. The same dream. Basement, friends, noise, the scramble upstairs, the kitchen, pumpkin, more pumpkins, too many pumpkins. The crawling woman, frozen against the wall, the door slamming open, the man in the leather jacket. Only this time, when he grabbed my arm and pulled me out of the house, he didn't say anything. We walked that same endless road, but he just stayed beside me, quiet. And yet I knew, he knew, that I remembered what he'd told me the first time. "I wake up faster," is the only way I can describe it. Like he was getting better at pulling me out. When I woke up, I was so grateful he'd shown up again. This random stranger in my dream who felt not random at all. And then, anticlimactic as it might sound, I never saw her again. I was terrified to go to sleep the next night, expecting round 3, but she never came back. No more crawling woman in the living room, no more nightmare basement, no more hateful presence. Over time, I started to understand something else. That man in the leather jacket wasn't just some dream character. He was a spirit too. He's followed me now to 5 different homes, different cities, different jobs, different everything. But he's always there in the background, especially when something nasty tries to bother me at night. His name is Elias. In the waking world, he usually appears as a shadow man, tall, solid, but never fully detailed, like he's standing in a doorway where the light doesn't reach. Elias has stepped in more than once when spirits tried to attack me in my sleep. He's been doing that for about 8 years now. I do practice witchcraft, but I want to make this part clear. I haven't bound him to me, and I won't. I don't own him. He stays because he wants to, and I'm incredibly grateful for his protection, but I'm not going to force it. If he ever chooses to leave, that's his decision. I'd feel a lot less confident without him, honestly, but he's not my pet or my tool. He's my, I don't know, guardian? Friend? Something in that space. I still don't know what the crawling woman's deal was. I don't know why she zeroed in on me, why she wanted to hurt me so badly, or how exactly Elias managed to kick her out of my life so completely. I just know I haven't seen her since. No more recurring nightmares. No more women crawling out from behind couches that are flush against the wall. Just silence where she used to be. And the funny part is, for all that buildup, most of my ghost encounters end kind of abruptly like that. No big dramatic showdown, no explanation, no closure. Ghosts just come and go. Some hang around for a little while, a few stay for years, and most move on without ever telling you who they were or what they wanted. I don't go looking for them. I don't advertise myself as psychic or offer services or anything. Honestly, I think it's rude to bother the dead on purpose. They've already done the whole living thing. They deserve some peace. So I mostly don't talk to them. I don't try to get their attention. I just live my life and hope they're doing their thing on the other side. But this story? This one still makes my chest tighten when I think about it. I do not like whoever she was. I hope she finds peace someday, really. Because being that angry, that focused on hurting someone, that can't be a good existence for a spirit. I know there's no big cinematic ending here. No, and then we discovered she died on that very road, or we found her name in an old newspaper. Nothing like that. I don't have an explanation, and I probably never will. For a long time, I didn't tell anyone stories like this. My mom was always worried people would try to use me to contact the dead if they knew I could see things, so we kept it quiet. It was our little secret. I just wanted to share it. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. Man, what a day. I'm so glad it's finally over, because this is my favorite part. Sitting down with the mic and sharing paranormal stories from all around the world with you. Thank you so much for sending in your experiences, and please keep them coming. Drop a comment below and tell us where you're watching from. Now, it's time to dive into today's paranormal encounters. Grab your headphones, get comfy, and let's begin. Oh, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss the latest videos on the channel. Thank you so much for being here. So, growing up, I was always that weird kid who was into things nobody really wanted to talk about. Ghosts, abandoned buildings, creepy documentaries. While other kids were into sports and pop stars, I was on the internet at 2 a.m. watching grainy paranormal videos and reading forum threads about haunted places. So, for my 13th birthday, my best friend at the time, Maya, and her mum, Claire, decided they were going to give me the perfect present. There was this old psychiatric hospital, kind of half museum, half tourist attraction, in a tiny coastal town a few hours from where we lived. Locals basically called it the asylum on the hill. People swore it was haunted, obviously. So of course, I was thrilled. On the drive there, Claire starts telling us about her friend, Rosa, who claims she's psychic. Rosa had gone on the same tour and told her the building was full of really dark stuff. Angry spirits, heavy energy, all that. She said the place didn't want people there. Now, you have to understand, at that age, I was obsessed with the paranormal. But I was also annoyingly skeptical. Like, I wanted ghosts to be real, but I also loved making fun of fake ghost shows. So when we finally pulled up to this big, crumbling brick building with boarded-up windows and those old metal fire escapes, I was more excited than scared. We go inside, and it's honestly pretty cool. There are glass cases full of old patient files, rusted medical tools, and the sort of uniforms they used to put people in when they were admitted. The halls smelled like dust and old disinfectant, and everything echoed. They still run tours there to this day, if you can believe it. Right before the tour actually starts, Claire leans in and goes, "Rosa said this place is full of demons, and they don't like visitors." And I just roll my eyes. So, being the cocky little teenager I was, I basically challenged the place. In my head, and I think even under my breath, I was like, if there's anything here, prove it. Hurt me, possess me, do something. You know when you look back and you're just like, wow, I was stupid? Yeah, that. We start the tour, and at first it's the usual haunted building stuff. I hear what sounds like a little boy crying down one of the hallways, but there were no boys in our group, just women and older couples. Then I hear footsteps behind us that don't match anybody's pace. That kind of thing doesn't freak me out too much. I'd had weird experiences before, and honestly, I just assumed it was the building creaking or my brain filling in gaps. But then, out of nowhere, I start feeling awful. Not like, oh, I'm a bit dizzy, but this deep wave of nausea that hits me out of the blue. My stomach turns, my head feels fuzzy, and then my back starts burning. And I don't mean like a little itch. It felt like someone had pressed a hot metal ruler against my skin and was dragging it down. Sharp, stinging lines, over and over. I tried to brush it off. I literally told myself, "You're just freaking yourself out. Calm down." I pulled my jacket tighter and kept walking. At one point, we stop in one of the main rooms, kind of like an old recreation hall. The tour guide tells us, "If you want, take some photos around here. People sometimes catch strange things in this room." So everyone pulls out their phones. So I go in, stand in front of the mirror, and take a quick selfie. Just one. I don't even look at it. The guide's already calling us to move on, so I tuck my phone away and rush back out. The rest of the tour is, honestly, kind of boring. Interesting history, sure, talking about old treatments, the patients, what the place used to be like. But in terms of paranormal stuff, nothing huge. Meanwhile, though, my body is going through it. My nausea keeps getting worse, the burning on my back intensifies, and I'm starting to feel like I might actually pass out. We were getting close to the end of the tour anyway, so Claire decides we'll just leave a bit early. The second we walk out, step off the property, and get back into the car, it's like flipping a switch. The nausea disappears. The pressure in my head eases. The burning in my back goes from a sharp pain to this dull throb. I remember sitting there thinking, okay, that's weird, because I'd been to a lot of so-called haunted spots before, and nothing felt like that. When we got back to Maya's place, I finally said, "Hey, can you check my back?" I did something stupid and told any demons in that place to hurt me. My back's killing me. I was half joking when I said it. Maya pulls up the back of my shirt, and she just screams. Not like a playful scream, a real one. She immediately grabs her phone and starts taking photos. I'm spinning in circles trying to see in the mirror, asking her what's going on, totally freaking out. When she shows me the picture, I honestly feel my heart drop. Across my back, there are 4 long, angry red scratches, like claw marks. 2 of them are actually bleeding. They're spaced in this way that I couldn't have done to myself even if I tried. I just physically can't reach that part of my back. And on one side, near my shoulder blade, there's this dark, round mark that looks almost like a bruise in the shape of a bite, about as big as the top of my thumb. At that point, I'm panicking. I'd always kind of laughed off the idea of demons. Ghosts? Maybe, Residual energy? Sure. But demons felt like horror movie stuff. I remember suddenly thinking about that mirror selfie I took in the creepy bathroom. My hands were shaking as I opened my camera roll. I scroll back, find the photo, and my whole body just went cold. In the picture, I'm standing there in the mirror, looking kind of annoyed because the lighting was bad. But behind me, right over my shoulder, is this tall, thin, shadowy figure. It doesn't have a clear face, just this long, dark shape, almost like a person made out of smoke. It looks like it's leaning in, like it's standing right there with me. I completely lost it. I burst into tears, full-on sobbing, because in that moment, it felt like everything clicked. The burning, the nausea, the scratches, the weird noises, and then this thing in the photo. I wish I could show you the picture, I really do, but I don't have access to it anymore. It was on an old phone that's long gone. Sometimes I think that's a blessing, honestly. Part of me wants proof. Another part of me never wants to see that image again. Ever since that day, I've never challenged anything like that again. No more, if you're real, prove it, nonsense. I still love spooky stories and haunted places, but that hospital? Whatever is in there, if anything is, I'm not messing with it. And I am definitely not going back. So, this story starts when I was about 3 years old. My mom and I had just moved into our very first place together after a few years of bouncing between relatives' houses. We ended up in this tiny upstairs apartment in an old duplex, the kind with creaky wooden stairs and slightly crooked door frames. It wasn't anything fancy, just a cozy living room, a little galley kitchen, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. But to us, it felt like ours. That alone made it special. Our landlord and his family lived on the main floor, and we had the upper half. And it's there, in that funny little apartment, that I met 3 children. Their names were Jame, Rowan, and Lila. They talked to me all the time. I mean, constantly. They'd tell me stories, make up games, and they were very insistent about one thing. Don't tell your mom about us. She won't believe you. Of course, I told her anyway. I was 3. Secrecy was not my strong suit. When I told her their names, the one that really got her was Lila. See, where we lived, that name wasn't common at all. Mom told me later that the only Lila she'd ever known was a girl from her school, nearly 20 years before I was born. I had never met that Lila, never heard stories about her. Mom still doesn't know how I came up with that name so matter-of-factly. But what I really appreciate, looking back, is that she never told me they weren't real. She never brushed me off or laughed in my face. She just listened. Lila was the oldest in the way that she looked. She seemed about 9, maybe 12. She always felt like the big sister of the group. She'd step in when things got a little too wild and tell the boys to knock it off if they were trying to get me to do something questionable. Looking back, some of the stuff they suggested was pretty dangerous for a toddler, but somehow I survived it all. I remember Lila telling me she died in a car accident. In my mind, I've always associated her with the 1930s or 1940s. I can still picture her dress, this simple pattern dress with a crisp white collar, white socks, and dark Mary Jane shoes. She had long, curly dark hair that bounced a little when she moved. There was something very gentle about her, like she was trying to look after all of us, even then. Rowan was different. He always felt like the oldest in terms of how long he'd been gone. He looked around 8 or 10, with hair that fell around his jawline. I mostly remember his shirt, a loose, plain white one. The kind that makes you think of bedtime. I've always thought maybe it was a nightshirt, because he told me he died in a house fire. I don't remember much more of his story than that. Rowan was the quietest of the 3. He didn't talk as much as the others. He mostly hovered nearby, following us from room to room. Every once in a while, he and Jame would team up to give me ideas for games or little adventures. I wish I remembered him more clearly, but he's the blurriest in my mind now. And then there was Jame. Jame looked about 5 or 6, the closest in age to me at the time, so naturally we were inseparable. He had this short blonde hair, kind of like an old-fashioned bowl cut, with the sides trimmed so it all sat at one length. He wore a white shirt, little shorts, long socks that nearly met the hem, and these old lace-up shoes. I don't remember him ever telling me how he died. Now, as an adult, I wonder if it was an illness or something sudden. But at the time, he was just Jame, my friend. He was the most outspoken of the three, full of opinions, full of rules, full of bossy little kid energy. There's one story my mom loves to tell. She said something like, "Hey, I thought you were going outside." Apparently, I snapped back, very upset. Jame told me I'm not allowed to go outside right now. I have zero memory of this, but the way she tells it, I was genuinely mad about being overruled by an invisible boy. To this day, I still have no idea why he decided I wasn't allowed outside that day, but I do wonder sometimes if he saw something I didn't. When I was little, I talked about my friends all the time, how they died, what they wore, the things they said. My mom says I used to scare our relatives with how much detail I went into. They were already a bit freaked out, and then it escalated. It reached a point where a cousin's friend actually asked my mom if she'd bring me over to talk to the spirit in their house. That was the line for my mom. She got scared, not of me, but of what people might do with me if they saw me as some kind of free psychic. After that, she gently told me not to talk about the ghosts to other people anymore. So I stopped sharing, out loud at least. A lot changed as I got older. A few years later, life got heavy. Without getting into every detail, I went through a long, deep depression. During that time, I stopped seeing my friends. No more Lila, no more Rowan, no more Jame. I figured that meant they'd never been real. That maybe it was just a kid's overactive imagination, or some way my brain tried to cope with whatever was going on around me. So I tucked those memories away like old toys in a box. We moved a lot too, 4 different places over the years. Life kept happening. I grew up. Then, when I was around 16, everything changed again. It was the middle of the night. I couldn't sleep, so I got up and stepped out of my room. The house was dark and quiet in that specific way it only is at night, like the air is thicker. As I walked past the living room, something flickered at the edge of my vision, over by the built-in closet. I turned to look, not expecting anything. And there he was, plain as day. A faint, soft glow around him, but otherwise as solid to me as any person. Jame. He was peeking out from the side of the closet, smiling at me like he fully expected me to giggle and run over and start a game of hide and seek. He looked exactly the same. Same hair, same clothes, same little mischievous spark in his eyes. And then, as quickly as I noticed him, he ducked behind the wall. I went over to look, heart pounding. He was gone. I hadn't seen him in about 10 years at that point. I think what shocked me the most wasn't that I saw a ghost, it was who it was. Of all the spirits I'd ever seen, I never expected one of my childhood friends to come back. That moment was like a switch flicking on. My sight, for lack of a better word, had started to come back around then, but I honestly didn't think I'd see Jame again. I was wrong. After that, his activity picked up. Sometimes I'd hear my name whispered behind me, followed by, "Come play with me," in that sing-song little kid voice. There were nights I'd wake up pressed awkwardly against the wall, like I'd scooted over in my sleep to make room. I'd roll slightly and realize I could feel someone lying behind me, just for a second, and then I'd turn fully, and there'd be nothing there. It wasn't just me experiencing him anymore either. My mom saw him too. She once woke up and realized she could see the shape of a small body lying beside her on the bed. By the time she fully registered it, he was gone, but it shook her. He also loves watching her cook. That's kind of their thing. "Jame, stop that, you're going to make a mess," she'll mutter, even though no one's visible there. And yes, there was an incident with a few broken eggs. He hasn't repeated that one. We've moved multiple times since then. Different houses, different cities, even a completely different state. And Jame has followed us every step of the way. He's not a malicious presence. Naughty? Absolutely. But he's a good kid. He still feels like a child. Sometimes I honestly think he forgets I'm not 6 years old anymore, that I'm an adult now, and my idea of play is more like scrolling my phone in bed. He still wants to play games. Sometimes I'll hear a little giggle from another room or catch a glimpse of movement in the corner, and I'll realize he's just trying to get me to chase him like we used to. And honestly, I don't mind. If he wants to knock a spoon off the counter once in a while, or move my keys to some weird place, fine. I'll grumble, but I'll live. He doesn't hurt me. He doesn't hurt my mom. He leaves my cat alone. And except for the egg debacle, he hasn't broken anything important. He's well behaved as far as ghosts go. I think about him a lot, in terms of what he didn't get. There's a part of me that believes he's stuck forever as that little boy, just an echo of who he was when he was alive, a fragment of the soul that used to inhabit a living child. I feel bad for him, and I feel bad for his family, wherever they are. He died so young. I got to grow up, go through awkward teenage years, find myself, grieve, heal, change. I've lived ages he never got to see. Someone out there had to bury their little boy, and that grief must have been unbearable. I hope in some way they know this. He's still sweet. He's still kind. And I'm doing my best to take good care of him. If I knew his last name, if he remembered it, I'd probably try to find his grave. I really would. I'd bring flowers. I'd sit and talk to him there too. But he doesn't remember who he was before he was just Jame. There are big gaps in what he can recall, so I can't trace him back to his old life, his old house, his old family. All I can do is be his friend now. I think of Lila and Rowan too. I hope they moved on peacefully, wherever on is. And if not, I hope they found someone they like enough to follow around the way Jame chose me. Sometimes I imagine that one day Jame will finally get tired of this world, tired of hide and seek in small apartments, tired of peeking over countertops, and he'll just go. Somewhere softer, somewhere that fits him better than this half-life. Until that day, though, he's welcome here. If he wants to stay with me until the end of my days, he can. I'll keep making space for him, even if it just means talking out loud to an empty room and not freaking out when my spoon scoots a few inches on its own. I can't promise I'll be much good at crawling around playing games on the floor as I get older. My knees are already complaining sometimes. But I can promise this: as long as he wants to stay, he won't be alone. You know how some places just feel wrong the minute you think back on them? Yeah, for me, that place was the little rental on the corner of Becondale Drive. This was around 1983. I was about 11, living there with my older brother Daniel and my mom, Rosa. She was a single mom, working late shifts, doing her best. It wasn't a fancy house or anything, just a small, kind of tired-looking place at the end of the street in Arlington. But it had a personality, and not a friendly one. When Mom worked nights, It was just me in the living room, camped out on the couch. The TV faced away from the long central hallway, so my back was always to it. I'd watch Knight Rider or The A-Team, trying to act like I was just a normal kid having a normal TV night, not a kid who was, honestly, kind of terrified. I loved making popcorn on the stovetop. Big metal pot, oil, salt, my little ritual. Above the stove was this old black plastic push-button switch for the exhaust fan. It made this loud ker-chunk when you pushed it in. You had to jam it pretty hard, like you really had to mean it. 7, 8 pounds of force, easy. Thing is, I didn't always push it. I'd be standing there, watching the kernels start to dance, and over my head I'd hear it. Ker-chunk. Fan kicks on. Loud. I'd jump every time. Then I'd have to reach up and switch it off again, acting like it was nothing. But it kept happening, over and over. Sometimes twice in a night. Nobody else home. Nobody near that switch. And that was one of the mild things. There were these weird mechanical and electrical fits the house would have. Lights would flicker in just one room, or the old box fan in the hallway would hum and jerk, and then just stop like it changed its mind. Plates would slide a few inches on the counter, and then, on 2 different occasions, one just shattered all on its own. Didn't fall, didn't get bumped, just cracked and burst, like it decided it was done being a plate. Sometimes, sitting in the living room with the TV turned up, I'd hear loud bangs and thumps from the back bedroom, down that long, dark hallway. It sounded like someone was dropping furniture or slamming drawers. I never went to check. Not once. I was scared enough that I started bringing a big kitchen knife with me to the couch. I'd tuck it on the cushion next to me under a throw pillow. Picture this skinny kid watching TV with the volume too loud, pretending everything's fine, and his hand is resting on a knife the whole time. Mom would come home and find the knife on the couch later. "Why is this here?" she'd ask. I'd just shrug. We both kind of knew why, but we didn't want to talk about it. Saying it out loud felt like it might make it worse. There were other things too. Small, strange fires. Once, there was this little blaze in the bathroom, like something in the wastebasket had just decided to spontaneously catch fire. Another time, it was a corner of a towel. Not big fires, but enough to blacken the wall and scare everyone. We could never really explain it. Faulty wiring, someone said. Maybe a cigarette butt, someone else, even though nobody smoked inside. Then there were the pictures. We had these framed photos hanging in the hall. One night I was walking past, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw one of the frames slowly tilt forward, like it was on hinge instead of a nail. Like someone had gently opened it. When I turned to look directly, it eased back into place. Not a drop, not a swing, more like a deliberate movement. I told myself I was tired. I told myself it was my imagination. Honestly, that was the only way not to completely freak out. It looked like a figure, human-shaped but not solid, kind of vaporous, without a clear face, standing on the other side of that opening, just watching, calmly. No movement, no threat, but it was there. The air felt colder around me, and my skin prickled from head to toe. I blinked hard, squeezed my eyes shut. When I looked again, it was gone. I told myself it was a dream. I needed it to be a dream. Some afternoons, Mom would come home from work and head straight to her room. Then she'd yell out, frustrated, "Who's been in my room?" Drawers open, bedspread crumpled, shoes in the middle of the floor. Stuff knocked over like someone had been rummaging through her things. My brother and I would look at each other and both say, "Not me." We only lived in that house about 6 months before we moved to another rental across Arlington. We didn't talk about the old place. It was like an unspoken rule. We left it, and that was that. Or so I thought. Fast forward a few years. I'm 16 now, sitting with 3 friends in a different living room. One of them, a girl named Haley, hears me mention that old house on Pecandale, and she lights up like it's story time. "We should use a witch board," she says. She meant a Ouija board. Not my thing. I'd grown up in church, and this was exactly the kind of stuff they said not to mess with. But my friends outvoted me. So we set it up on the coffee table. Lights dim. Everybody's fingers on the little plastic pointer. Planchette, whatever it's called. I decided, fine, if we're doing this, I'm going to test it. I started asking questions in my head. Things I'd never told them about, like, how old was I when that happened in the bathroom? Or, what color was the couch in that house? Or, what room scared me the most? I didn't say a word out loud. And the board answered. It spelled out numbers that matched my age. It spelled out green, and we did have this ugly green couch back then. It spelled back room. Every time it moved, I'd look at my friends' faces, trying to catch someone smirking or pushing harder. They just looked freaked out. Then, just as I started to convince myself that someone was messing with me, the planchette jerked. It slid fast to one corner of the board and started circling way too quickly for all our fingers to stay on it. Then it shot off the board and clattered across the floor like it had been thrown. We all screamed. Haley grabbed the board, shoved it into her bedroom closet on top of a pile of clothes, slammed the door and said, "We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done." We left soon after. No one joked on the way out. It was this heavy, embarrassed silence, like we'd collectively crossed a line we shouldn't have. About an hour later, my phone rang. It was Haley, hysterical. "My closet caught on fire," she said. The firefighters had gotten there in time to save the duplex, but the closet was burned out. The clothes where she'd thrown the board? Gone. Melted plastic. Scorched wall. We never all hung out together again after that. Not all 4 of us. We didn't talk about that night. It just dissolved. Like something wanted distance between us. A few more years passed. My mom had remarried by then, and we were in yet another house, a little calmer, a little brighter. One afternoon, I was walking through the kitchen and heard her talking with the woman next door, Mrs. Coleman. I realized, after a second, that they were talking about the old place, the house on Pecandale. "Oh, that place was strange," Mom was saying, in that casual way people use when they're actually unsettled. "We rented it for half a year. The boys hated it." I stopped in the hallway and just listened. Mrs. Coleman asked, "What happened there?" I remember standing there, frozen, feeling this mix of anger and understanding. I was mad she hadn't told us. I also got why she didn't. We'd been barely hanging on as it was, and she was just trying to get us through. We still don't really talk about that house. Every now and then it'll come up in a half joke like, "Hey, at least this place isn't Pecandale," and everyone goes quiet for a second too long. But I think about it. The fan that turned itself on, the pictures that moved like they were on hinges, the little fires, the vaporous shape in the wall just watching, the board that shouldn't have known anything about us, the closet fire. Maybe there are explanations for some of it. Maybe not. I've learned to live with the idea that I may never really know what was happening in that house. All I know is, back then, as a kid on that couch with my hand on a hidden knife and the TV turned up too loud, I felt it. Something else was there on Pecandale Corner, and I don't think it ever really left. So, I don't really talk about this much, but a few years ago, I was seeing this guy. Let's call him Daniel. He was one of those super logical, rational people. Very, if I can't measure it, it's not real. And I've always been the opposite. I'm the one who stays up late reading ghost stories and watching weird documentary clips online. One night, we were just lying there talking, and he started telling me these stories from his family. And the thing is, Daniel didn't do spooky. He didn't embellish. So the way he told them has just stuck with me ever since. The first story was about his aunt and uncle, Clara and Mark, who moved into this beautiful old house. You know the kind. High ceilings, creaky floors, big windows. It had this huge, formal dining room, the kind of room you'd imagine using for Christmas dinners or big parties. They were really proud of it. But pretty soon, weird stuff started happening. Lights would be on in rooms they were sure they'd turned off. They'd put their keys or a book down somewhere, leave the room, come back, and it would be in a different spot. At first it was tiny, almost silly things. They just laughed it off, blamed it on bad wiring, forgetfulness. Oh, we're just stressed from the move, that kind of thing. Clara had this little routine where she'd go jogging in a nearby park most mornings. And she told him that almost every time she went, she'd pass this same older woman sitting on the same bench, wrapped in this pale blue coat, even in mild weather. At first, it was just that awkward nod you give someone you see all the time. Eventually, one day, Clara slowed down, said hello, and they ended up chatting. The woman asked where she lived, and when Clara mentioned the street and the house, the woman went really quiet. Then she gave this strange, almost pitying smile and said, "Oh, that house. A lovely family lived there years ago. The grandfather died in the dining room. They say he took his own life, right there at the table." And that just lodged in Clara's mind. After that, she couldn't look at that dining room the same way. Every time she walked past it, she'd get this feeling, like walking past a room someone was still sitting in, even when it was empty. She told Mark what the woman had said, and he basically brushed it off. He thought it was just some morbid local rumor, or an older lady being dramatic. He didn't believe in that kind of thing at all. But then one night, both of them woke up at the same time. At first, they weren't sure why. You know that feeling where you're suddenly awake and something feels wrong? Then they heard it, this heavy, rhythmic creaking, like someone pacing slowly back and forth across the wooden floorboards. It was coming from the direction of the dining room. Mark, being the practical one, got up to check. Clara stayed in bed, listening. She said she could hear his footsteps going down the stairs, then nothing for a moment. And then he called her name. When she came down, he was standing in the doorway of the dining room, just staring. The room was empty. No one there, no windows open, nothing obvious out of place, except the chandelier. It was gently swinging back and forth over the dining table. Not wildly, not like it had been knocked, just this slow, steady motion, as if someone had walked underneath it a moment before and brushed against it. They stood there together, just watching it. He also mentioned that there was some rumor it had been the grandfather of a well-known local politician who died there, but he'd never been able to find anything concrete online. Either it wasn't true, or it was one of those things families quietly erase over time. Then he told me the second story. This one was about the house he grew up in. His childhood home was an old farmhouse that had been in his family for generations. You know, the kind of place that has weird little doors to nowhere and stairs that don't make sense because people just kept adding rooms over the years. Back in the 1940s, when his grandfather was a boy, there was this accident. Daniel's great uncle, a little boy named Thomas, had been playing outside with his brothers. They were kicking a ball around in the yard, and it rolled out toward the narrow country road. Thomas ran after it without thinking, the way kids do. His father, Daniel's great-grandfather, was out by the barn and saw what was about to happen. He dropped everything and ran, but he was too far away. A delivery truck came around the bend at just the wrong moment. Thomas was hit right there in front of his dad and brothers. It was one of those stories the family could barely say out loud. Just this shared heaviness that sat over that part of their history. On the mantel in that farmhouse, they kept an old black and white photo of Thomas. He's got this shy little smile, hair parted neatly, wearing a tiny collared shirt that looks a bit too big for him. And here's the part that gave me chills. Every year, on the first real snowfall of winter, not just flurries, but that proper, quiet blanket of snow, that photo would fall. Not the others. Not the clock, not the little porcelain birds, nothing else on the mantel. Just his picture. Daniel said his grandparents tried everything. They moved the frame to different spots, used those sticky pads, adjusted how it leaned, even had someone check if the mantel was slanted. One year they took it down completely and tucked it safely inside a drawer. And on the first big snowfall that year, they heard a thud from the living room. They went in, and the drawer they'd put the photo in, one of those old wooden ones that sticks a bit, had slid open just enough for the frame to fall out onto the floor. No one else in the house. No draft strong enough to do that. Just the photo on the ground again. After a while, the family stopped trying to fix it. They just accepted it. Daniel said his grandmother would pick up the frame, dust it off gently, and say something like, "All right, Tommy, we see you. Hello, love," and put him back in his spot. And hearing him tell it, this logical, no-nonsense man who didn't like mystery for mystery's sake, you could tell it unsettled him. Not in a horror movie way, but in that deep, quiet way where the world doesn't fit into neat explanations anymore. Even now, when I think about Thomas's photo falling with the first snow, or that chandelier swinging over an empty table, it still gives me chills. Because it makes you wonder, doesn't it? What if some people never really leave? What if sometimes they're just finding small, stubborn ways to say, "I'm still here. Don't forget me." You know, this happened a good few years ago now, back when I still thought I was a lot braver than I actually am. So I grew up hearing my dad's stories about the moors in the southwest of England. He grew up around there, my dad, Colin, and he'd talk about just wandering off for days across the hills and along the coastline of Devon and into Cornwall, sleeping wherever he happened to stop. He loved telling this one story about bivvying so close to a cliff edge that he got worried he'd sleepwalk in the night, so he actually tied himself to a big rock with his climbing rope. I remember being a kid and thinking, that's the coolest thing I've ever heard, and also, you're a complete idiot. Anyway, fast forward to one summer when I was in my early 20s. I was bored, restless, and a bit romantic about the whole idea of following in Dad's footsteps. So I decided I'd go and wild camp on the moors by myself for a few nights. No big plan, just walk during the day, camp wherever felt right by evening. The first night was, honestly, pretty boring. I'd walked all day, pitched up not too far from a little stream, made some noodles on my stove, and crashed out as soon as it got dark. Pure exhaustion is great for anxiety, it turns out. The next day I headed further north onto the moor. The weather turned a bit grim, low cloud, that kind of damp cold that seeps in even when it's not quite raining. By late afternoon, I stumbled across this low, mossy stone wall, half fallen, making a sort of lopsided ring around a cluster of scruffy hawthorn trees. It felt sheltered, a bit tucked away from the wind, so I thought, yeah, this'll do. I pitched my little green tent just inside the broken ring of stones. I had a bit of time before dark, so I wandered around the area, just poking about. There were these odd little piles of stones, cairns, or cairns if you're posh about it, scattered here and there. You could see traces of more wall under the grass, like it had once been some kind of enclosure. And then there was this standing stone. It wasn't huge, maybe about 5 feet tall and a couple of feet wide, but it stood out from everything else, just off to one side of the trees. There were coins balanced in the little dimples of the rock, and a couple of rusted hair clips and an old key laid carefully on a flat bit near the top. You sometimes see that on the moors. People leave coins or trinkets on stones or in old trees. Offerings, I suppose. Or a wish. Or just, I was here. I had a look around, trying to see if there was any sign of a stone circle, because my dad had told me about those too. But there was nothing obvious. Just the one stone, standing there maybe 30 feet from my tent, looking like it had been waiting a very long time. Eventually, it got too cold to keep wandering, so I had my dinner, something tragically uninspired involving pasta and a packet sauce, and then crawled into my sleeping bag. I read by torchlight for a while, the way you do, until my eyes started to sting and I realized it was already past 11. I turned off the light, zipped the bag up to my chin, and lay there, listening to the wind moving through the scrubby trees and the occasional sheep calling somewhere far off. I don't know how long I'd been lying there, but at some point I became aware of footsteps. Not right next to the tent, but nearby. A soft tread on the grass and earth outside. I remember the rhythm of it more than the sound itself. My first thought was, sheep, or maybe a pony. There are plenty of them on the moors. But then I kept listening, and something about it just felt off. Not creeping, not rushing, just strolling. And listen, it's amazing how still you can make yourself when you're scared. I don't think I've ever been that motionless before or since. I was barely breathing, just lying there, counting each step in my head. After a while, the footsteps stopped. There was this fixed silence, and that, somehow, was worse. My brain started doing backflips. If it's a person, what do they want? If it's an animal, why does it sound like that? Should I call out? Pretend I'm not here? Eventually, I decided the least terrifying option was to look. Just a quick peek outside, show myself there was nothing wrong, go back to sleep, wake up in the morning feeling stupid. So I wriggled very slowly toward the tent door, trying not to rustle the sleeping bag too much. My hands felt weirdly clumsy as I found my torch and flicked it on, cupping it so the light didn't shine all over the inside of the tent. I unzipped the door just enough to poke my head and the torch through, and I swept the beam across the clearing. And that's when I saw it. Right at the edge of the trees, caught in the circle of my torchlight, was a gray horse. It was facing me directly. All I could see was its head and its two front legs, like it was standing just behind some invisible line. It couldn't have been more than, 8 or 10 meters away. Now, under normal circumstances, a horse on the moor is not exactly shocking. But this, I felt this instant, full-body recoil, like my brain and my stomach both went, nope. I jerked back into the tent so fast I nearly dropped the torch. It wasn't that the horse was doing anything. It wasn't baring its teeth or charging at me or anything dramatic. It was just standing there. But there was something wrong about it that I still can't quite explain. After a few seconds, when my heart had calmed down from jackhammer to merely mildly unhinged drummer, I forced myself to look again. I pushed my head back out, shone the torch around the clearing, into the trees, back across the grass where it had been. Nothing. No horse. No movement. No sound of hooves trotting away. No rustling in the undergrowth. Just empty space. And here's the thing that really stuck with me. When I think back to that moment, the horse doesn't feel like it was solid. The gray of its coat looked too flat, almost like someone had cut the shape of a horse out of cardboard and stood it up in front of the trees. From where I was, it looked almost two-dimensional. I didn't see it move at all, not even a flick of an ear or a shift of weight. 1 second it was there, wrong and still, and facing me. The next second, it was gone. I sat there in the dark, with my torch in a death grip, absolutely buzzing with adrenaline. I couldn't bring myself to turn the light off again for ages. At some point, I ended up sitting upright in my sleeping bag, teeth chattering, not from cold, but from nerves, telling myself all the logical explanations. Maybe I'd half-dreamed it. Maybe the beam of my torch hit a rock or a tree at a weird angle, and my tired brain filled in the rest. Maybe the horse did move, and I just didn't see it. But none of those explanations felt right. And that's the bit that still bothers me. I finally dozed off for a short while just before dawn, when the light outside the tent started turning that soft gray blue. I woke up a couple of hours later, feeling like I'd been lightly beaten up. I got out of the tent and walked over to where I thought the horse had been standing. The grass was damp with dew, my boots leaving dark prints. There were no hoof marks, no signs of anything having stood there at all. The standing stone was exactly where it had been, coins still balanced, little offerings untouched. I've been camping since. I still love the moors, and I still go walking out there whenever I can. But I've never camped alone next to a standing stone again. And every now and then, when I'm lying in a tent and the wind is moving outside, and I'm just on the edge of sleep, I find myself listening, really listening, for footsteps. So, let me tell you a story my family has carried around for years. When I was growing up, I heard a lot about this old farmhouse my family lived in on tribal land out in South Dakota. It sat by itself at the end of a long gravel road, with soybean fields and windbreaks of cottonwood trees instead of neighbors. Nobody really knew how old the house was. It felt like it had just always been there. The house is gone now. The land's empty, nothing rebuilt on it. Just a patch of ground everyone in my family quietly agrees to leave alone. Anyway, this happened sometime in the late 1940s. My grandfather Jonas and my grandmother Ruth took their kids to a small traveling carnival that rolled through the county one summer. You know the kind. Rusted rides, fried dough, lights that look brighter than they should against the dark. My grandpa liked to make a big evening of it when something like that came through, because there wasn't much else to do out there. One of the kids they brought along was my grandpa's younger brother, my great-uncle. We'll call him Eddie. He was about 10 at the time. Now, Eddie had this little chestnut mare, a pony-sized thing named Ginger that he absolutely adored. He rode her everywhere, like she was his bike and his best friend rolled into one. He begged and pleaded until my grandpa finally said, "Fine, bring the pony, but you're responsible for her." Travel back then wasn't like it is now. There was one strip of asphalt in the whole county, and everything else was dirt and ruts. They loaded up in this old truck, Ginger tied to a rail on the back, and they bounced their way to the carnival. The plan was simple: spend the afternoon, maybe part of the evening, then head home before it got truly dark. They got there, and everyone had a great time. Kids running wild, Ruth winning a cheap stuffed bear at the ring toss, my grandpa spending too much money on rigged games. You can almost hear the calliope music and the squeak of the rides, right? As the sun started sinking, the air stayed warm and still. My grandpa looked up at the sky and decided they'd just camp out nearby instead of driving home that night. They kept blankets and a bit of camping gear in the truck, just in case. There was one problem, though: Ginger. My grandpa didn't like the idea of leaving the pony tied up around a bunch of strangers all night. So he told Eddie, "Ride her back to the house, get her in the pen, make sure she's got water, and then come straight back. You know the way. Don't dawdle." It wasn't far. On horseback, it should have taken him maybe an hour there and back, maybe a little more if Ginger decided to be stubborn. Still light out, easy trip, clear instructions. But time passed. The sky started to dim, purples and reds bleeding into the horizon. Eddie didn't come back. At first, my grandpa was just irritated. Eddie was known for wandering off, getting distracted, finding frogs or old bottles in the ditch. Jonas kept glancing toward the road that led home, expecting any second to see a kid on a little horse trotting back. but the minutes stretched out, and the irritation turned into this tight, hard worry in his chest. By the time it was nearly dark, Jonas had had enough. He loaded everyone back into the truck, muttering under his breath, and headed for the house. Now, picture this. The truck's headlights cutting through dust, the fields on either side just dark shapes, air thick and quiet. No other cars, no porch lights, just that long, lonely stretch of road that led to their place. There was Ginger, reins hanging loose, calmly nosing at patches of grass. Next to her, on the ground, sat Eddie. He was cross-legged in the dirt, just sitting there, facing the house. Jonas stopped the truck so suddenly everyone lurched forward. He jumped out, heart pounding, equal parts furious and relieved. He yelled, "Eddie, what in the world do you think you're doing? You were supposed to come back." But Eddie didn't move. He didn't look up, didn't flinch, didn't say a word. He just stared straight ahead at the house. Not crying, not shaking, not anything. It was like he'd been turned down to mute. Jonas stomped over, continued scolding him. "I told you to come straight back. Are you even listening to me?" Really laying into him. But Eddie wouldn't even turn his head. He just sat there, breathing slow and steady, eyes fixed on the front of the farmhouse. Finally, Jonas snapped. "Do you hear me, boy? Answer me." And in this small, flat voice, Eddie finally spoke. He said, "There's somebody in the house." Now, this house barely had electricity. Just a couple of lines run out there, one single bare bulb hanging down from the ceiling in the living room. No lamp, no switch on the wall, just a pull chain dangling over the middle of the room. Eddie lifted his hand and pointed toward the front window. Jonas followed his gaze. The living room light was on. Jonas swore to his dying day that he had turned that light off when they left for the carnival. He was particular about things like that. So at first, he was annoyed all over again. He said something like, "You rode all the way back here and just turned the light on? You're sitting out here because you're scared of your own shadow now?" But Eddie kept staring at the window. And then he whispered, "No, watch." Jonas turned back to the house, and that's when he saw it. Step by step, into the spill of yellow light from that hanging bulb, came a figure. The doorway in that old farmhouse wasn't exactly short, but this thing had to duck under the frame to step inside. It looked like a man, sort of, wearing old, faded overalls, the kind farmers wore decades before, legs too long, shoulders too broad. Jonas always said it was like watching someone stretched out just a little too far. It had to be over 7 feet tall, maybe more. The proportions were wrong. The way it moved was wrong, like every joint bent just a few degrees off from normal. Jonas said that the instant his eyes landed on it, every hair on his arms and the back of his neck stood straight up. Not from fear exactly, but from that bone-deep sense that whatever you're seeing does not belong here. He tried to see the face, but there wasn't really a face. Just this shape where a face should be. A blur, like someone had smeared the details away with a thumb. Features that almost resolved into eyes, a mouth, and then slipped out of focus again if you stared too hard. Later in life, he said he could never decide if that made it better or worse. The figure walked into the middle of the living room. Its head was almost brushing the ceiling. It stopped right under that single hanging light bulb. Very slowly, it lifted its arm. Its hand reached up. And with this casual, deliberate motion, like it had every right to be there, it curled its fingers around the pull chain and gave it a tug. Click. The bulb went dark. The whole house vanished into blackness. No silhouette, no after image, just gone. They spent hours tearing that place apart. Every room, every closet, the tiny attic, the root cellar that always smelled like damp earth and old potatoes. They checked under beds, behind the stove, even pushed on the walls to feel for secret spaces, anything that might explain what they'd seen. There was only one door in and out of that house, and a few old windows that stuck half the time. No footprints on the floor besides their own. No scuff marks, no displaced dust, no broken latch on a window. Nothing. Eventually, exhausted and unsettled, they gave up and went back to get the kids. Life went on. They stayed in that house for years after. But things were never quite normal. They'd hear footsteps on the porch late at night when nobody was there. Faces would appear in the windows, just for a second, like someone leaning in to look, then flashing out of sight when you turned your head. My great-aunts used to swear they heard children giggling in the hall after midnight, even when all the cousins were fast asleep. And then there was the silence. Everyone in my family mentions that part, even the ones who never believed in ghosts. When you stepped onto that land, it was quiet. No birds, no insects humming at dusk, no wind rustling the leaves unless a storm was coming. Just this heavy, listening silence. Like the land itself was holding its breath to see what you'd do. Over time, my relatives started talking in low voices about older stories, the kind you hear if you listen to the elders. Stories about medicine men, things that could change shape, spirits that didn't like to be disturbed. Something that had a name a long time ago, a name everyone seems to have conveniently forgotten. My family's always been pretty clear on one thing, though. Whatever stepped through that doorway and turned off that light that night, it wasn't human. The house is gone now, torn down. The foundation's cracked and half buried. People drive past without even knowing anything was ever there. But the story is still very much alive. And the part that sticks with me most, the part that still gives me chills, isn't even the faceless thing in the window. It's the way my grandfather would go completely pale, even as an old man, whenever he repeated the moment his little brother finally answered him. He'd close his eyes, his hand would shake just a little, and in a small voice he'd say, "Eddie just kept staring at that house, and then he whispered, like he was afraid to wake something up. 'There's somebody in the house.'" So, I've been hanging around this community for a while, just reading everyone else's stories, and I figured it's about time I shared one of my own, about my grandma's mansion back in Brazil. My grandma, we called her Vô Lúcia, passed away about 3 years ago now. I still miss her every single day. After she died, her house went up for sale, and as far as I know, it's still just sitting there, empty. The house itself was, honestly, it was something out of another time. Nobody ever gave me an exact year, but everyone in the family agreed it was built somewhere between the early 1900s and maybe 1910, back when the town was mostly coffee farms and fields. Now it's this busy, packed city, but the house still sits on this old corner, like it remembers when everything around it was just dirt roads and trees. My grandma didn't raise her kids in that house. She moved in later, when her 4 children were already grown and scattered with their own families. My grandpa, João, had passed away years earlier, and she traded their small coffee farm for this mansion in town. She ended up living there for almost 40 years, mostly on her own, with my uncles Paulo and Renato staying with her off and on to help with bills and keep her company. Before Vô Lúcia moved in, the house belonged to an elderly woman everyone in the neighborhood remembered as very kind and very religious. The story goes that she passed away peacefully in one of the upstairs bedrooms. Peaceful or not, it seems like she might not have completely left. This place was huge. I'm not exaggerating. There were 2 kitchens, one formal one and a smaller, real kitchen in the back, where all the actual cooking happened. 2 dining rooms, one of them with this long, dark wood table that could seat 20 people if you squeezed in. Marble floors that were always a little cold under your bare feet. A little library with floor-to-ceiling shelves. A bar with mirrored shelves and dusty bottles. A wine cellar that always smelled like damp stone. Multiple sitting rooms with heavy armchairs. The walls were covered in these enormous oil paintings, serious people with serious eyes following you around the room. And then there was the staircase. A wide, curving marble staircase, probably 5 or 6 feet across, with this polished wooden handrail that felt like satin under your hand. It wound down from the upstairs landing into the front hall, so that from the landing you could look straight down, but you couldn't see around the bend as the stairs turned. Out back, there was this huge covered patio with a brick barbecue, where every Sunday the whole family would gather for lunch. And beyond that, a separate 3-room building in the yard where the maid, Doña Rita, used to sleep. It was beautiful once, but by the time I was growing up, you could see the age on everything. The cracks in the plaster, the fading paintings, the loose tiles on the roof. Still, we all loved it. All of us grandkids grew up on stories from our parents, aunts, and uncles about what they've seen and heard inside those walls. One morning, I was at the big kitchen table having breakfast with my mom, Carla, and my grandma. We were just eating bread and cheese and drinking coffee when they started talking about something strange that had happened the night before. So, there's this habit my grandma had. Every single night, without fail, she would leave a silver tray on a small table on the upstairs landing. On the tray, a glass pitcher of water and some glasses, so anyone who got thirsty in the middle of the night didn't have to go all the way downstairs. My grandma starts telling us, "Last night," she says, "I got up to drink some water. I went out to the landing, and when I got there, the pitcher was empty. I thought, Carla must have taken some and gone downstairs to refill it. I could hear footsteps on the stairs, slow, coming up, but I couldn't see anyone yet. I waited, thinking I'd see you come around the bend, but the steps just stopped, and nobody appeared." My mom just looks at her frowning and says, "Wait, what? I thought you were the one getting water." My grandma goes, "What do you mean?" My mom says, "I woke up thirsty too. I went to the landing, but when I got there, the pitcher was already empty. So I thought you had just gone downstairs to refill it. While I was standing there, I heard footsteps on the stairs too, coming up, getting closer, like someone was almost at the top, and then they just stopped. No one came around the corner. I got scared and went back to bed." My grandma just stares at her for a second and says quietly, "That's exactly what I heard." They looked at each other across the table, both of them processing that they'd heard the same footsteps at different times with the same ending. Steps getting closer, and then nothing. And then, very on brand for my family, they both just kind of shrugged, crossed themselves, and went back to eating breakfast like, "Well, okay then." Another time, my mom told me about a night when she woke up to someone calling her name. "Carla. Carla." At first, she thought she was dreaming. You know that feeling when you're half asleep and you hear someone in your dream? But she kept hearing it, soft, insistent. "Carla." She realized the sound wasn't inside her head anymore. It was coming from outside, from the front courtyard below her window. Back then, the maid, Doña Rita, slept in that little structure in the backyard, but sometimes she'd come around to the front if there was some kind of emergency. So my mom thought, something's wrong. Maybe she's hurt. Maybe there's a break-in. My mom got up, heart racing, and walked to the window. The room was dark. The house was quiet. She said the voice kept calling her name until the exact second she pushed open the shutters. The moment she opened the window, the voice stopped. Just silence. The empty courtyard. The front gate closed. No movement, no wind, nothing. She stood there, holding the window frame, waiting to hear it again. Nothing. After a while, she whispered a quick prayer, left her bedside lamp on, and eventually fell back asleep. The next day, she was still rattled. That night, she asked me to sleep in her room with her. I was maybe 12, 13 at the time. I remember her saying, "Hey, can you sleep with me tonight? Just in case?" And I, being a very brave child obviously, said, "Absolutely not. I'm staying at Aunt Teresa's. Good luck, Mom." And I took my pillow and went to my aunt's room. We laughed it off at the time, but thinking back, I kind of feel bad I left her alone that night. The last story I'll share is one of the most vivid, and it didn't happen to me. It happened to my Aunt Teresa and my Uncle Paolo. One night, they were coming back from dinner. It was late, the street was quiet, and they came into the front courtyard through the gate. Now, in that courtyard, there's an exterior staircase that leads straight up to the second floor, so you don't have to go through the main front door. As they walked in, they both happened to look up at the stairs. There, midway down the steps, was an old woman slowly descending. My uncle's first thought was, "Oh my God, Mom is going to fall down these stairs." He panicked because those stairs were steep and hard, and it was late. He shouted, "My, what are you doing? Wait, I'll help you!" and rushed forward, lifting his hands like he was about to catch her. And as he got closer, the old woman's figure started to fade. Slowly. Not like she blinked out, more like mist dissolving. First the edges, then her face, then her outline, until there was nothing there at all, just the bare concrete steps under the dim outdoor light. He froze. He turned to my aunt and yelled, "Did you see that? Tell me you saw that." And she, wide-eyed and trembling, said, "Yes, I saw her." They ran into the house, shouting for my grandma. They found her in the kitchen, very much alive, in her robe and slippers, making chamomile tea. Out of breath, my uncle told her what they'd just seen. The old woman on the stairs, the nightgown, the fading away. My grandma listened quietly, stirred her tea, and then said, almost casually, "Ah, that's probably the lady who used to live here before me. Everyone says she was very attached to the house." Then she added, "I've never seen her myself, though. Maybe she doesn't want to scare me." And that was that. My grandma, who lived there alone for nearly 4 decades, never had as many experiences as the rest of my family did. It was almost like whatever still lingered in that house was more interested in the visitors than in the woman who kept its doors open and its tray of water waiting on the landing every night. Sometimes I think about that empty mansion now, about the cold marble, the curved staircase, the silver tray that probably sits in some box or was sold off with the rest of her things. I wonder if, on some quiet night, when the street noise dies down, someone walking by might hear slow footsteps on the stairs, getting closer, and then stopping just before anyone comes into view. So, I should start by saying I am not the kind of person who sees ghosts everywhere. If anything, I've always been a little smug about not seeing them. I've slept in all kinds of places that practically beg to be haunted. An old plantation house in the American South, a converted monastery in the French countryside, even this crumbling 17th century palazzo in Rome, where the hallways smelled like dust and incense. Nothing. Not a creak out of the ordinary, not a cold spot, nothing that couldn't be explained by bad plumbing or old floorboards. All of that charged on one dreary trip to London. This was late autumn of 2023. My partner, Emma, and I decided to do this slightly reckless thing. Take an overnight flight from New York to London for a quick, end-of-year romantic escape. You know, the kind of trip you book when you're tired of your own kitchen and think a different country might magically fix your mood. Now, if you've ever been to Soho, you know it's not really the first place that comes to mind when you hear the word romantic. Unless, of course, your idea of romance involves drunken shouting, sticky pavements, and people arguing over takeaway chips at 2 in the morning. But I had a surprise planned. I'd booked us into this historic little hotel that looked, online at least, like the set of a British period drama. The kind where everyone wears waistcoats and broods attractively by the fireplace. We stepped out of the cab in a light drizzle, because of course it was drizzling, and there it was. A narrow Georgian townhouse, red brick darkened by centuries of soot, sash windows glowing softly from the inside. A discreet brass plaque by the black door read, Hazlitt's House, established 1719. No neon, no big sign, just that. It felt like the building was trying not to be noticed. We rang, heard the buzzer click, and as the door opened, it honestly felt like stepping out of the present. The floorboards were warped and slanted, and they pulled you inward, like the whole house was gently leaning toward you. The air smelled faintly of wax and old books. Everything was antique, dark wood, heavy paintings, little artifacts that probably had better stories than I do. The only giveaways that it was still the 21st century were the computer at reception and the staff's clothes. By the time we checked in, the jet lag was hitting us like a brick. We both agreed. Quick nap first, pubs later. Our room key was an actual brass key on a worn leather fob, and on the little tag someone had written in neat, old-fashioned script, Lord Eversley. Not a room number, a name. We climbed this narrow staircase that complained under every step. The walls were lined with old portraits and landscapes, all in tarnished gilt frames. At the top of the next landing, we found a door with the same name, Lord Eversley. I turned the key. There was that heavy old lock sound, more of a clank than a click, and the door gave this theatrical creak as it opened. Inside there was a tiny, dim vestibule with dark paneling, and another door straight ahead, as if the room wanted to argue with us about whether we were really invited. That second door creaked even louder, and then we were in the bedroom. Everything in there felt like it had lived a life before us. The walls were completely paneled in wood, thick with layers of paint so old it had gathered in soft drips along the moldings. The bed was a massive oak thing with carved posts, and there was a marble fireplace with a small fire already laid out, unlit but ready. The windows were tall, but faced into a narrow light well, so instead of a view of Soho, we got pale sky and brick walls. Strangely, I loved it. It was unbelievably quiet for central London, the kind of quiet that feels like the room is listening. Emma sighed, kicked off her boots, and started undressing for a nap. I told her I'd join her in a minute. I wanted to wash my face, brush my teeth, just feel human again after the flight. She crawled into the heavy bed and was asleep almost instantly, like someone flipped a switch. I could hear her breathing softly by the time I was standing at the tiny sink in the adjoining bathroom, toothbrush in hand. I remember this so vividly. I was looking at the old fixtures, admiring the way they'd managed to slip modern plumbing into a room that clearly predated indoor toilets by a couple of centuries. I was half thinking about how much I loved these weird places and how still everything felt. And then, out of the corner of my eye, something shifted in the bedroom. My first thought, this sounds odd, but it was so immediate, was that there was a painting I hadn't noticed. Like maybe there was a portrait on the wall by the bed that I'd somehow missed. Because what I saw looked flat, still, composed, the way a portrait is. It was a man, standing near the foot of the bed, by Emma's side. He was slightly turned, like he'd just straightened up from setting something down on the floor. His posture was relaxed, his head angled down toward the bed, as if he were curiously watching someone sleep. I stared at him, toothbrush frozen in midair. He looked to be maybe early 30s, medium height, slim. He wore a dark, fitted coat that hung to just above his knees, with lapels that were a bit too large and dramatic for anything you'd see today outside of a costume drama. His shirt collar was high. No tie, but there was a scarf or cravat loosely knotted at his neck, in a muted color I couldn't quite place. His hair was wavy, chestnut brown, parted slightly off-center. Not styled in any way you'd see now, it had this effortless, almost careless arrangement that felt old-fashioned, but also a bit rebellious. like he'd just walked out of a painting from the early 1800s where the painter liked him a little too much. The strange part, one of the strange parts, was that he didn't seem threatening. There was no malevolence, no horror movie theatrics. He looked mildly curious, quietly observant, like he had wandered into the wrong room and was deciding what to do next. My brain did what brains do. It tried to make it normal. Okay, I thought, maybe he's a staff member. Maybe they forgot to mark the room as occupied. Maybe he came in to check something and didn't realize we were already in here. Except, the door was locked. I know I'd locked it, and I hadn't heard a thing. No key in the lock, no hinge, no footstep. In a house that creaked if you breathed too hard, this man had somehow appeared in complete silence. That's when my stomach dropped. I looked at his clothes again. The cut of the coat, the way the shoulders sat, the line of the trousers. It all felt wrong for this century. And his presence, it's hard to describe. There was a heaviness in the air, like static building up before a storm. A buzzing started deep in my spine and spread up between my shoulder blades, like I'd grabbed an electric fence with my whole body instead of my hand. Somewhere in the middle of that realization, a second, quieter thought appeared. No, this can't be what I think it is. He wasn't transparent. He wasn't glowing or floating. There was no mist, no flickering lights, no sound. If you had walked in at that moment, you would have just seen a man standing there, solid, real. He never looked at me. That's something that stuck with me. He was in my direct line of sight, only about 15 feet away, and his gaze stayed fixed on Emma, sleeping obliviously in that big oak bed. But I felt, with absolute certainty, that he knew I was there. It felt like a spotlight, hot, invisible, focused right on me, even though he never turned his head. And in that instant, I knew, on this deep, instinctive level, that he was dead. I grew up around old houses. My parents somehow only ever chose homes that had names instead of numbers, the kind with history plaques out front and rumors whispered by neighbors. Every once in a while in those places, I would feel something similar, that pressure in the room, that sense of not being alone. I learned, very young, that acknowledging it seemed to make it worse. Like saying, "I see you," opened a door you couldn't easily close again. So I made a decision. I pretended I hadn't seen him. I turned my head slowly back toward the mirror, as if nothing at all was wrong, as if my heart wasn't trying to punch its way out of my chest. I started brushing my teeth again, very deliberately. I turned on the tap and let the water run louder than it needed to. I fussed clumsily with the little bottles and toiletries lined up around the sink, just to create noise, some kind of normal rhythm in the room. Every tiny movement felt exaggerated and fake, like I was acting badly in a play. After what felt like a very long minute, but was probably only a few seconds, I rinsed my mouth, set down the toothbrush, and forced myself to look back into the bedroom. He was gone. Just gone. There was no fading, no drifting away, no dramatic exit. One moment he had been there with this eerie stillness, and the next, the space at the foot of the bed was empty. Emma was still asleep, her face relaxed, covers pulled up to her shoulders. Nothing in the room was disturbed. Nothing was missing. It could have been any normal, cozy afternoon nap in an old hotel, except for the fact that I felt like every nerve in my body had been rewired. I stood there in the doorway, half in the bathroom, half in the bedroom, with this overwhelming sensation of being watched. Not from one particular spot, just from the room itself. From the walls, the ceiling, the dark corners the lamp didn't quite reach. Later on, I learned that the hotel is rumored to be haunted by the ghost of a writer, Edmund Hazlitt, who supposedly died in one of the rooms upstairs and gave the place its name. I looked up a portrait of him after we got home. The hairstyle wasn't exactly the same, but the age, the general look, the clothes, it was close enough to make my skin crawl all over again. But in that moment, standing by the bed, I didn't know any of that. I only knew 3 things. The door had been locked. I had seen a man, and that man was no longer there. I did what any rational, deeply freaked out but exhausted person would do. I climbed into bed. I eased in beside Emma, trying not to wake her, even though a big part of me really wanted her to wake up so I wouldn't be alone with whatever was happening. I pulled the thick covers up, turned off the lamp, and lay there staring into the dark, telling myself I was just jet-lagged and my brain had misfired. Eventually, the exhaustion won. I fell asleep. Still, I carried that image with me the whole time. The man at the foot of the bed, the way he never looked at me. I didn't tell Emma what I'd seen, not right away. I didn't want to freak her out and ruin the mood of the trip. For all I knew, it was just a trick of the light and a very tired brain. So I held on to it, quietly, all the way through the flight home. Somewhere over the Atlantic, when the cabin lights were dim and most people were dozing, I finally told her. I walked her through it exactly the way I'm telling you now. The room, the fireplace, the painting, the clothes, the feeling, the way he disappeared. I admitted how scared I'd felt, even though I tried not to show it. She listened, really listened. She hadn't seen or felt anything strange herself, but she knows me, knows I'm not someone who jumps at shadows. We went through all the possibilities together, like a little in-flight investigation. Could it have been a staff member? She asked. Maybe, but if it were, why hadn't he knocked? Why didn't he say anything? And how did he get in without a sound in that old, creaky house? He would have seen us the second he opened the first door into the vestibule, long before stepping into the bedroom. What about another guest who got the wrong room? Our door had been locked from the inside. I had checked. Twice. Okay, sleep deprivation? A hallucination? I mean, sure, we were tired. But I'd slept a bit on the plane, and I've been jet-lagged plenty of times without inventing fully dressed strangers in period clothing standing by my bed. This felt different. It felt external, if that makes sense. Like I was perceiving something already there, not conjuring it up. Maybe you just didn't hear him come in, she said. You were brushing your teeth. It was a basic manual toothbrush, not an electric jackhammer. And again, those floors, that staircase. You could hear other people's luggage 2 floors away. There's no universe in which someone walks into that room, across that floor, stands that close to the bed, and you hear nothing. So we circled back to the 2 most unsettling options. Either I had seen something I cannot explain, or there had been a very real, very quiet man in our room, and I hadn't checked under the bed. And honestly, the second one might be the worst possibility of all. Even now, I don't know what I believe about what I saw in that room named Lord Eversley. Ghost, trick of the light, exhausted brain playing dress-up with shadows, some bit of history replaying itself. I'm genuinely not sure. What I do know is how it felt. That electric buzz in my spine, the weight of being watched, the absolute certainty that, for a few seconds, I was in the presence of someone who did not belong to my moment in time. I've stayed in plenty of old places since then, and every time I set my bag down, turn the key in an unfamiliar door, and step into a room that's older than anyone I've ever known, I can't help but think, if you're here, whoever you are, I'd really prefer you let me sleep this time. Okay, so let me just tell it the way it really felt. When I moved into the Marisol Towers downtown, all I wanted was a reset button. New job, new city, a little studio that was finally mine. You know that feeling when you turn the key and think, this is where everything gets better? Yeah, that was me. The building itself was tired. Old pipes, thin walls, the whole place smelled like damp wood and dust that never really left. But the rent was ridiculously low for being so close to the center, and I convinced myself that a little character was part of the charm. On the last page of the lease, there was this weird line, handwritten in blue ink, not part of the printed contract. It said, "Do not open 805. Do not answer if he calls your name." I actually laughed. I thought it was some kind of bad joke, or maybe the manager trying to scare off teenagers from exploring. I even took a picture and sent it to a friend like, "Lol, my building has lore." I stopped laughing after the first night. My apartment was 804, near the end of a long, dim hallway. The bulbs above us were this sickly yellow, buzzing and flickering every so often like they were trying to give up. Right next to me was 805, an old wooden door with peeling gray paint, a rusted peephole, and no welcome mat. The handle was wrapped in this strip of dull red tape, and behind it, there was this faint hum. Not a machine, not a fridge, just a low vibration, like the room was breathing. I kept telling myself I was imagining it. New place, old building, that's all. That first night, I fell asleep exhausted, boxes still stacked everywhere. Sometime after midnight, I woke up to a sound. Knock, knock, knock. 3 slow knocks. I stared at the ceiling, disoriented, and then I realized it wasn't coming from my door. It was coming through the wall, from 805. I held my breath, waiting for someone to walk away, a door to shut, anything. But there was just silence. Eventually, I convinced myself it was the pipes or something stupid, rolled over, and went back to sleep. The second night, it happened again. 3 knocks. Then faint footsteps, slow and dragging, pacing on the other side of my bedroom wall. By the 5th night, the sounds had become a pattern. First the knocks, then the footsteps, and then, barely audible through the drywall, came the whispers. At first I couldn't make out the words, just fragments, soft and broken, like someone trying to talk underwater. I would press my ear to the wall and hear my own heartbeat, and under that, a voice. And then one night it was clear. "Leah, open the door, please." Hearing your name from a room that's supposed to be empty, that does something to you. I jerked away from the wall so fast I nearly fell off the bed. The next morning, I cornered the building's custodian, Mr. Alvarez, down in the lobby. He's this quiet older guy who's always mopping or fixing something, never really looking anyone in the eye. "Hey, quick question," I said. "Who lives in 805? He stopped mopping. Just stopped. The water kept dripping off the mop onto the floor. "No one," he said finally. "Well, someone's in there," I insisted. "I hear them every night. They know my name." His face went flat, completely blank. "Señorita, 805 is sealed," he said. "You don't need to worry about that room." "But," he cut me off. "You shouldn't talk to it," he said quietly. "Just don't answer if it calls you." That night, I woke up and checked my phone. 3:12 a.m. The sound was different. Not knocks this time. It was a long, scraping noise, like fingernails dragging across a floor. Then those slow, uneven footsteps started again, making their way toward the shared wall, then to the hallway outside. I got out of bed and stood in my dark apartment, staring at my front door. The building was silent. No TVs, no doors, nothing. Just the faint hum of 805 and my own breathing. I opened my door just enough to peek into the hallway. The light above 805 flickered, buzzing louder than usual. I watched as the tarnished metal handle of 805 began to turn, slowly, all the way down. But the door didn't open. It just held there, strained, like something on the other side was waiting. I shut my door and locked it, twice. Sleep wasn't really an option after that, so the next day I went to the city records office. I told myself it was curiosity, but honestly, it felt more like compulsion. I gave the clerk the address and unit number, pretending I was just some nerd trying to learn the history of my vintage building. He scrolled through the records, frowned, and then printed out a thin stack of pages for me. Apartment 805 had been sealed since 1989. There'd been a fire. A family had lived there, a man, his wife, and their little boy. Neighbors had reported chanting at odd hours, strange symbols painted on the windows, and this thick smell in the hallway like burnt matches. When the fire department finally broke down the door, they found the man on his knees in what was left of the living room, in front of a scorched circle on the floor. His mouth was moving, still forming Latin phrases, even though he'd been dead for hours. The wife's body was never found. The boy was missing. I remember staring at those words, child unaccounted for. On the bus ride home, the city felt different, like I'd been given the answer to a question I hadn't meant to ask. That night, I watched the clock. I told myself I wouldn't, but I did. Every few minutes, my eyes went back to the glowing red numbers on my bedside table. 3:16 a.m., 3:17 a.m. Right on cue, the sounds came back. First, the hum behind the wall, growing louder, like something waking up. Then, instead of knocks or footsteps, I heard it. Crying. Soft, hiccuping sobs, the kind you hear from a kid who's been crying for a long time and doesn't know how to stop. It came from behind the wall, right where my headboard was. I slid out of bed and pressed my palm to the wall. It felt cold, damp. The crying stopped. Then, right against the plaster, as if his mouth was pressed to the same spot as my hand, a voice whispered, "He wants to play, Leah." Every hair on my body stood up. It wasn't just the words. It was the way the voice sounded, like a child trying to repeat a sentence someone else had taught him. Out in the hallway, the lights went out one by one with soft clicks. Click, click, click. My room went dark, except for the faint glow from my phone screen. Then I heard the door to 805. Click. This time, it opened. I don't know why I went out there. I tell myself I just wanted to see, to prove it was some prank, some glitch. But that's a lie. The truth is, when something reaches for you from the dark, some part of you reaches back. I opened my front door. The hallway was almost pitch black. The emergency light at the far end glowed a dull red. 805 stood open just a few inches, the inside blacker than the hallway itself. The air that seeped out was wrong. Heavy, wet, cold enough that I could see my breath. It smelled like burnt hair, rust, and something sweet that was starting to rot. I should have gone back inside. I know that. Instead, I stepped closer. There was a faint sound, like something dragging its fingers across fabric, coming from deeper inside. I whispered, "Hello?" The door swung inward, pulling me with it. As soon as I crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind me. The silence in that moment was thick. I could hear my own heartbeat, loud and fast, echoing in the dark. I couldn't see the chair anymore. I couldn't see anything. Then the breathing started. Not just one, many. Some high and whistling, some low and ragged, some so close I could almost feel the air on my cheeks. It came from every corner of the room, from above me, from behind me, from the walls themselves. like the space was full of people standing inches away, hidden just behind a curtain I couldn't pull back. Something moved right by my ear, close enough that the tiny hairs on my neck stirred. A voice, dry and amused, whispered, "You opened it. Now he's free." The overhead light flickered on for half a second. The room was empty. No chair, no toys, no burns on the walls. It looked like a bare, unused apartment. Except for the floor. The floor was covered in little blackened footprints, tiny, child-sized, burned into the wood, starting in the center of the room and leading all the way to the doorway. All the way to where I was standing. I didn't run. I walked out slowly, because it felt like if I moved too fast, something would grab my ankle. The next morning, 8:05 was closed again. The tape was back on the handle. If not for the faint trace of soot on my soles, I could have convinced myself I'd dreamed it. But ever since that night, nothing is normal. In my bathroom mirror, if I stand just right, I can see 8:05 behind me, even though the door is on the other side of the hallway. Sometimes there's a shape in the doorway. Sometimes there isn't. At exactly 3:17 a.m., the elevator, no matter what floor it's on, always travels to the 8th floor and opens its doors. Empty. Waiting. And every night, a few minutes after that, my intercom buzzes. When I pick it up, there's always the same voice on the other end. A soft, small boy's voice, crackling through static like a bad radio station. "Leah, can I play in your room now?" Okay. So I'm just gonna tell this straight, like we're having coffee, all right? Because every time I keep it in, it gets worse. I still remember the ad that popped up on my phone. Cloudvale Mountain Spa, where silence heals you. There was this photo of a lake like glass, cabins with warm lights glowing, people in white robes holding mugs of tea. It looked safe, soft, like the kind of place you go when you're tired of being a person. So I booked it. The first night was calm, too calm. No wind, no crickets, no distant cars, nothing. You know how even silence usually has a little hum to it? That low fuzz in your ears? This didn't. It felt like the world was holding its breath, like it was waiting for something. At dinner, the waiter wouldn't stop smiling at me. "First time with us?" he asked. His name tag said Elias in little gold letters. I said, "Yeah, just needed to get away." I tried to joke about it. He laughed politely, but his eyes were wrong. Too shiny, too still, like glass marbles pressed into a face. No crinkles, no warmth, just that big, frozen smile. I asked, "So, how long have you been working up here?" He tilted his head like he was trying to remember the answer to a question nobody had ever actually asked him before. Then he said in this flat, practiced tone, "Since 11:47 p.m. Not since last year. Not for a while. Not a couple of seasons. Since 11:47 p.m. And then he just walked away like he hadn't said anything strange. I should have left then. I know that now. Later, I went back to my room, cabin 12B. I remember the number because it was on the key in that cute little wooden tag I thought was charming at the time. I was scrolling my phone in bed when the lights started to flicker. I checked the time on the digital clock by the bed. 11:47 p.m. It flickered too. The numbers smeared for a second, like they were melting, then snapped back into focus. And that's when I heard it. At first, it was just a low rumble under the floor. I thought, earthquake? Generator? Old pipes? I tried to be practical. But the sound kept building. It wasn't random. It had a rhythm. It turned into voices. Not one or two, hundreds. No, thousands. Layered over each other, tangled, like a crowd screaming underwater. You know when people are shouting in a stadium and it becomes one huge, ugly sound? Like that, but sharper, closer. They were right under me. The clock on the nightstand blinked once and then froze. 12 a.m. The second it hit midnight, everything changed. Every light in the cabin went out. The heater cut off. The temperature dropped so fast my teeth started chattering. I could see my breath in the dark, hanging there like smoke. Then came the footsteps. Not normal footsteps. Wet, dragging, like someone was walking with soaked shoes or bare feet through something thick. They were slow, too slow, getting nearer to my door. The boards groaned under each step, like the wood itself didn't want to be touched. I bolted for the window. The garden outside, those perfect paths and trimmed bushes they showed in the brochure, was on fire. But the flames weren't rising. They were falling. They slipped down like bright liquid, sinking into the soil. Like the ground was thirsty and the fire was being poured into it. Everything looked upside down, like gravity was wrong. The sky had gone this deep, bruised red, and the moon, God, the moon was just a black disk, a hole where light should have been. It had started to bubble. The surface buckled and popped like a pot someone forgot on the stove. Steam rolled off it in heavy waves, and I swear to you, I heard something laughing in that steam. Not loud, just pleased. Then the fire alarm went off. Not the sharp, frantic beeping you expect. It was slower, low, almost musical, but wrong, like a lullaby played on broken speakers. It echoed across the cabins, but no doors opened. No one stepped onto the porches. No one shouted, "What's going on?" It was like I was alone, but I knew I wasn't. I grabbed my hoodie, shoved my feet into my shoes without socks, and yanked open my door. The hallway of my building, because it wasn't some cute cabin anymore, it felt like a hotel corridor now, was lit by emergency strips along the floor. Red, pulsing lights that made everything look like it was underwater. Halfway down, one of the doors was open a crack. Room 12D. The same soft, slow dragging sound came from inside. I didn't look. I couldn't. I just headed for the lobby. When I stepped in, I froze. All the guests were there. Not sitting on the couches, not talking at the bar. They were standing, perfectly still, facing the walls. Their heads were tilted at angles no neck should bend, like someone had turned them way too far and forgotten to put them back. Their hands hung at their sides, fingers slightly curled, like they were mid-reach for something that wasn't there. Their mouths were moving, but no sound came out. Words formed silently, over and over, like they were reciting something. A prayer, maybe, or a spell. I couldn't understand the shapes of the words, but I could feel them, like cold hands sliding under my skin. Behind the reception desk, something shifted. I thought it was the manager at first. I'd seen him earlier that day, Mr. Halden, tall and neat, with a perfect little tie and that corporate calmness. But this wasn't him. A figure stood up from behind the desk, too tall, too thin. Its skin looked like burned paper, cracked and blistered and flaking. Its fingers were wrong, too long, bending one extra time in the middle, like there was an additional joint. It turned its head toward me, almost curious, and it smiled. Its teeth were shards, glass or ice, or something that caught the red emergency light and split it into slivers. Every time it closed its mouth, I could hear them clink together. It said my name, not loud, not whispered, just placed it in the air between us, like it had always known it. "You made it right on time." The voice didn't come from its mouth. It came from everywhere, The vents, the floor, the walls, the inside of my own skull. My ears rang with it. I didn't answer. I ran. I grabbed one of the lobby doors, yanked it open, and stepped into a hallway. Same red carpet, same lamps, same faint smell of smoke and something rotten underneath it. I tried another door. Hallway. Another. Hallway. Every exit was the same corridor, repeating like a bad copy and paste job. I started shouting, cursing, pounding on the walls with my fists. The wallpaper was some floral pattern in soft beige and gold, and under my hands it felt warm. Not just warm, alive. It throbbed under my palms, a slow, steady pulse, like I was pressing on veins. As I watched, dark lines started to spread through it, like blood seeping outward. The wallpaper began to bleed. Actual red liquid, thick and slow, pushing out from the seams and dripping down. It smelled like rust and pennies. Somewhere behind me, a woman started screaming. The fire alarm stopped. For one long second, there was nothing. And then the other screams started. This time, they came from behind the doors, from inside the rooms. Different voices, different ages, shouting, begging, sobbing, some of them not even using words, just animal sounds that tore at my nerves. Doors began to slam open. 1, 2, 3, down the hall, each one cracking wide. But nothing stepped out. Not really. It was like the shadows themselves unhooked from the rooms. They poured out along the floor, crawling, stretching, pulling themselves forward. I could see the suggestion of faces inside them, half-formed, melting, mouths open in silent pleas. "Help us. Don't look at it. It's hungry." The words slid into my head without sound. I ran the other way. I don't even remember choosing a direction. My body just moved. I grabbed the first stairwell door I found and threw myself down the steps. The air got thicker with every step, hotter. It burned my throat, like breathing in steam from a kettle. My eyes watered. My clothes stuck to my skin. At the bottom of the stairs, the floor tiles were cracked. Through the gaps, I saw fire. Not the normal kind, not orange and dancing. This was white and red and almost liquid. It moved in patterns, swirling, folding in on itself, and inside it I saw faces. I recognized some of them. The couple from the ad, the older man I'd seen in the check-in line, the two girls who'd been taking selfies in the lobby. Their faces flickered in the flames, mouths open, eyes rolled back. They weren't burning. They were part of it. And in that moment, I understood. The resort wasn't just built on a mountain. It was built over something. A gate, a mouth, a wound in the earth that never healed, just scabbed over with spas and cabins and all-inclusive packages. I tried to back away, my heels slipping on the hot tiles. That's when I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned. It was the manager, or what was left of him. Mr. Halden's suit was hanging in tatters, his skin peeling in long strips that curled at the edges. His eyes weren't eyes anymore, just bright, raw red, like two open wounds staring at me. His mouth didn't move when he spoke, but his voice was everywhere again, pressing in on me from the inside. "Checkout is final," he said, "but don't worry, you'll feel right at home soon." The floor split. Not a crack, not a creak. It just opened, like a set of jaws. Heat roared up around me. I heard laughter, screaming, whispering, all woven together into something that wasn't quite sound and wasn't quite thought. Something grabbed my ankles. I looked down and saw hands, too many hands, reaching up from the fire. Fingers dug into my legs, nails tearing through my skin. It hurt, but it also felt pulling, like they were trying to drag not just my body, but everything I was. I grabbed for the railing, but the metal was soft, running between my fingers like wax. It dripped onto my wrists and burned through my hoodie. The manager, if I can still call him that, leaned close. I could feel the heat of him, smell something like burned hair and sweet rot. "You came for silence," he said. "This is what silence sounds like, when it has nowhere left to go." I started to slip. The last thing I saw before the fire swallowed my vision was the wooden sign above the lobby desk, hanging crooked, the nice little slogan carved in cheerful letters: "Cloudvale Mountain Spa, where the earth will hold you forever." And then everything went white. I woke up in my own bed at home. I told myself it was a nightmare, stress, too much caffeine. I almost believed it, until I noticed the time on my bedside clock. Frozen. Midnight. And underneath my bed, when the house is quiet, if I really listen, I can still hear them. The voices. Waiting. I don't usually tell this story. Honestly, I don't like remembering it. But you're listening, and I can feel that you're taking me seriously, so I'll try. My name is Dr. Mira Kovalenko. I'm a radiation biologist, and a few years ago, 2021, we were sent into the Chernobyl exclusion zone near Pripyat. Officially, our task was simple: study long-term radiation mutations, collect soil and tissue samples, document what decades of contamination had done to the ecosystem. It sounded dangerous in the way you can quantify. Numbers, readings, protective gear. That kind of danger never bothered me. You can plan around it. I thought hell was a metaphor. I don't think that anymore. From the moment we crossed the perimeter, something felt wrong. Not dramatic, not like in the movies, just off. The air had a weight to it, like you're standing under high voltage lines. The kind of humming you don't hear, but your bones do. Our Geiger counters chattered steadily, like we expected. But sometimes, they did something that didn't make sense. They didn't go down. They went quiet. Not low background quiet, just dead. A flat line. No ticks, no noise, as if the radiation had stepped out of existence for a few seconds. And every time that happened, a cold would roll over us. Not a draft, not the weather. A deep, marrow-level cold, like your body suddenly remembers what it's like to be a corpse. We joked about it at first. Scientists cope with humor, you know? Dima, our tech, kept calling it the ghost mode. I laughed. I wish I hadn't. There were 4 of us on that team. Tomas, a seismologist from Prague, tall and quiet, always scribbling in his little notebook. Irina, our botanist, soft-spoken, the kind of person who apologizes before stepping on a dead leaf. Dima, like I said, our equipment guy, young, loud, always with some awful playlist in one earbud. And me, trying to keep everyone's exposure under control and pretending I wasn't already uneasy. On the 3rd night, the camp lights started flickering. The generators were stable, fuel was fine, wording checked out. Still, the lamps would dim and flare like something was breathing through them. We'd set up tents near an overgrown parking lot, the concrete cracked and pushing up little islands of moss. There was this thick mist that night, hanging low around the tree line. I remember staring at it, feeling like it was listening. Around midnight, Tomas called out from his tent. "Mira? Dima? Is that you out there?" I was in my own tent, going over the day's readings. Dima was muttering to himself, trying to fix a temperamental data logger. We both answered at the same time that we weren't outside. I heard Tomas's zipper slide open. Then, silence. He didn't shout. He didn't scream. Just a long, empty pause. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out. The air was colder, and the mist had pressed closer, almost at our feet now. Tomas's tent flap was wide open. His sleeping bag was half unrolled, warm when I touched it. But he was gone. No struggle, no scattered equipment, just a neat line of footprints leading away from his tent toward the trees. Bare footprints, not boot prints, bare human feet. Except they weren't normal prints in the dirt. They looked like someone had pressed hot metal into the soil. The edges were charred, as if the ground itself had burned around each step and then cooled. We followed them with our lights, but about 20 meters into the trees, they just stopped. No body, no Tomas, no more footprints. Just dark. I almost didn't press play. You can still hear the canvas of his tent rustling, the zip opening, his breath puffing in the cold. Then his voice, shaking in a way I had never heard from him. He says, "Who's there? This isn't funny." There's a pause, and you can hear something. Not footsteps, more like the crunch of earth shifting under something heavy that doesn't quite touch the ground. Then Tomas whispers, "Your feet. They're burned." Another pause, and then, "If anyone finds this, don't follow them. Don't ever follow the footprints." The recorder clicks, and that's it. We argued about what to do next, of course. Protocol said we should retreat, report a missing team member, wait for instructions. But the nearest proper support base was hours away, and the zone doesn't exactly have a quick response unit. So we kept working and planned to pull out the next day. That was our mistake. We went closer to Reactor 4 that afternoon. You've seen the photographs, I'm sure. The new safe confinement arch, the concrete, the steel. It looks like a tomb someone built for a god they were afraid would wake up. On the way there, the silence started. Not just the Geiger counters this time. The birds, the wind, the distant creak of old metal, all of it faded. You think silence is peaceful. It's not. True silence feels like pressure, like the world is holding its breath. Our counters ticked, 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 and then flatlined. All of them, at once. The cold slammed into us again, so hard my teeth hurt. I could see my breath, even though the actual temperature hadn't dropped that low. We stood at the edge of the sarcophagus, staring up at it. And that's when I saw the light. It wasn't dramatic, not a beam or a flare, just a thin, pale blue shimmer leaking from hairline cracks in the structure. At first I thought it was Cherenkov radiation, like you might see in a pool reactor. But this light moved. It pulsed, almost like something inside was breathing slowly, pressing itself against the walls and then drawing back. Dima stepped forward with his dosimeter, mumbling something about probably just scattered interference. He held the device up, and it went from dead silent to screaming in half a second. Full scale, maxed out. Then it cut off. The display went black. Dima froze. His eyes went wide, and very quietly he said, "Mira, the numbers were singing." I asked him what he meant. He said, "It wasn't random. It was patterned, like a choir." And then we heard it too. At first I thought it was the wind, but there was no wind. The sound seeped out of the concrete, a low murmur, like the buzz in a crowded room when everyone's talking at once. It grew clearer, resolving into individual voices. Men, women, children, thousands of them, layered over each other, overlapping, swallowing each other, but somehow still distinct. Some were praying in languages I didn't recognize. Some were begging. Some were just screaming, over and over, like the moment of their death never ended. The worst part? Every few seconds, one voice would rise above the rest, as if it had found the right frequency to reach us. Those voices sounded so human, so close, like someone standing inches from your ear, whispering, "Help me," but not quite able to say the words. Irina grabbed my arm so hard her nails drew blood through my coat. Her lips were moving, but no sound came out. I had to physically turn her face toward me to snap her out of it. We ran back to the trucks, or tried to. You ever try to run in a nightmare? That feeling where your legs work, but the world stretches. That's what it felt like, crossing that shattered ground. When we reached the vehicles, both trucks were dead. Headlights flickered on and off by themselves. And in one of those flickers, I saw the windshield clearly. It was reflecting more faces than there were people. There were 3 of us standing there, me, Dima, and Irina. But in the glass, I counted at least a dozen faces behind ours. Pale shapes pressed close to the inside of the windshield, as if the glass were a window into a crowded room. Their skin looked melted, not burned away, melted, like wax someone had held a lighter under, blackened and shiny. Where their eyes should have been, there were just smooth hollows, as if something had scooped their gaze out and left the empty sockets polished. They were watching us, and as the light flickered again, they leaned closer. Not toward the truck, toward us. I looked away, and when I looked back, the glass showed only our own terrified faces. The zone changes at night. You think it's dead land, frozen in time, but it isn't. Not really. The trees seemed to bend inward as the sun went down, their branches arching over us like ribs. The air started to vibrate with this low, constant hum. The same hum I'd felt in my bones on that first day, now louder, angrier. We saw flashes in the distance, beyond the rusted Ferris wheel of the old amusement park. At first, I thought it was lightning, but there were no clouds, no storm. Figures moved through the park instead. Shapes, walking along the empty paths where children used to run. Their silhouettes glowed with the same pale blue light we'd seen leaking from the reactor. Not bright, just enough to outline them in the dark. We watched one of them turn its head toward us, even though we were far away. I couldn't see a face, but I felt the weight of its attention, like someone placing a hand on the back of my neck. We tried the radios. Nothing but static at first. Irina kept cycling through frequencies, her hands shaking, mumbling the call signs by rote like a prayer. And then, suddenly, the static cleared. A voice came through. It was a male voice, mid-30s maybe. Calm, almost bored, like someone working a late shift at a desk job. It said, "You're late." I grabbed the handset. "This is Dr. Mira Kovalenko. Our team is stranded near Reactor 4. Who is this? Identify yourself." There was a pause, then a soft little chuckle. "You don't recognize me?" The voice shifted as it spoke, cracking, distorting, like the audio file of someone's speech being stretched and compressed in real time. It said my name again, but this time in a whisper that sounded exactly like Tomas. Then, overlaid in the same words, Dima's voice, and Irina's, then my own. "Mira, you shouldn't have come back." The radio squealed, this high, stabbing feedback, and the plastic casing grew hot in my hand. I dropped it, and it melted into the gravel like wax on a stove. After that, none of our equipment worked. Not the counters, not the GPS, not the spare batteries, just the hum. People always ask me, "Why didn't you just leave on foot?" We tried. That night became a blur of directionless walking. The forest in the exclusion zone does this thing where everything looks the same, especially in the dark. Rusted structures, broken roads, skeletal buildings all repeat like a pattern. We walked until my legs shook. Every time we thought we'd found the same cracked intersection we'd mapped earlier, there was something wrong with it. A missing sign, a tree that hadn't been there, a car that should have been rusted down to frame but looked freshly burned instead. Somewhere along the way, we lost Dima. Not dramatically. No scream, no running off. I turned to answer a question Irina hadn't asked, and when I turned back, he was gone. Irina started to crack after that. She stopped responding when I spoke her name and began staring straight up at the sky. There weren't many stars that night, but she stared like it was a whole universe only she could see. Hours went by. She never blinked. At one point, she whispered, so quietly I almost missed it, "They're still falling." I asked her what she meant. She said, "The ones from the roof, they're still falling. They never stopped." Then she smiled this tiny, broken smile and kept staring up. I tried to drag her along with me. After a while, I realized I was just pulling an empty jacket. I don't know when she slipped out of it. I don't know how. I don't remember letting go. I don't know how I ended up in the control room. One moment I was staggering through a corridor that shouldn't have been intact anymore. Peeling paint, exposed rebar, puddles glinting with that faint blue light. The next, I was standing in the ruined control room of Reactor 4. It looked wrong. I've seen the old photographs, the panels and switches, the devastation from the explosion. What I walked into was softened, melted. The walls seemed to pulse, very gently, like the inside of a living thing. On the floor, near what used to be the main console, I saw a flashlight. It was one of ours. Tomas's flashlight. Still on. The beam was weak and yellow. The plastic housing looked slightly warped, like it had been left too close to a fire. Beside it, there was a twisted lump of something that had once been a protective suit. It had fused into the floor as if the concrete had softened and then re-hardened around it. I called out. My own voice echoed strangely, warping, as if the room were repeating it back with a slight delay. Every sound had a faint metallic aftertaste, like blood on your tongue. And then, something else answered. There was a figure standing in the middle of the room. Humanoid, at least in outline. Taller than me, but not unnaturally so. It looked like it had been carved out of light and ash. Its body glowed with that same pale blue, threaded through with darker streaks like smoke trapped inside glass. Ash swirled around it in a slow orbit, rising from the floor and falling back again, never quite settling. Its face was the worst part. It never settled. One heartbeat, it was Tomas, eyebrows knit in quiet concentration. The next heartbeat, it was Dima, mouth half open, about to crack a joke. Then Irina, eyes soft, thoughtful. Then someone I didn't recognize, a man in a firefighter's helmet, his skin blistered and peeling. Then, me. I saw my own face looking back at me from inside that thing, shifting like it was being reflected in rippling water. I couldn't move. It raised one hand, if you could call it a hand, and I felt something reach into my skull. Not physically, deeper. It was like every thought I'd ever had was being pulled up and examined at once under a microscope. Memories flared and vanished. Childhood, university, my first day in a lab, my father's funeral, Tomas standing in the snow, laughing at one of Dima's stupid jokes, Irina humming to herself while cataloging plants. They all burned, quickly, leaving impressions like after-images on the inside of my eyelids. When it spoke, it didn't use a mouth. It used every voice I had heard in that place. Tomas, Dima, Irina, the praying voices, the screaming ones from behind the concrete, all layered together, perfectly synchronized, yet somehow understandable. It said, "Now you see." I don't know how to explain this part without sounding insane, but the meaning flowed into me all at once, like it had poured a whole book into my brain in a single second. Chernobyl was not just an accident. The explosion wasn't just a meltdown. It was a breach. The deaths, the suffering, the radiation, it fed on all of it. Not like an animal feeds, more like a scientist uses data. It learned us. It wore the voices and faces of those it had taken, like samples pinned to a board. And it was still hungry, still calling. The figure stepped closer, and I thought, this is it. This is where I die. Instead, it leaned in, if something like that can lean in, and all the voices whispered, gently this time, listen. Then the world went white. When I woke up, I was walking, barefoot, on a cracked, sun-baked road about 30 kilometers from where our camp had been. A patrol found me mumbling to myself, my feet torn and bleeding, my dosimeter dangling uselessly from my hand. I don't remember seeing them. One of them told me later that I kept asking, "Do you hear it? Do you hear them?" Over and over. I don't remember the debrief, not really. There's an official report, full of words like hallucination, acute stress reaction, equipment failure. They let me leave eventually. I went back to my quiet little apartment, my plants, my books, all the ordinary things that used to anchor me. But the zone never really let me go. Because at night, when the world is quiet and there's nothing to distract me, I still hear it. That low, constant hum, like a reactor that never truly shut down. The whisper of thousands of voices, layered and tangled, just below the threshold of understanding. Sometimes, when I'm almost asleep, one voice will rise above the others, clear as day, sounding like someone I loved or someone I lost out there. It will lean close, in my mind, in my bones, and say, "Are you listening now, Mira?" So, when people ask me if I believe in hell, I tell them the truth. I don't believe hell is a place beneath our feet. I think we built it, right there in that concrete tomb. We cracked the world open, and something answered. It's still there, under that arch, beneath the layers of steel and lead and denial. Feeding, watching, calling, waiting for someone else to listen as closely as I did.